$5 a month.
Give me a break. You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang. I say hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Tomfoolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
What's up, fools? Today is 9/23/2025. It is 9:36 p.m. Eastern Time. Still getting set up over here on my side, so give me just a second. I got some new sounds. There's a couple new sounds I went and got. There's one that I've said for a long time that I wanted, so I went ahead and got that one. It's the
$5 a month.
Shut the fuck up. I got that one, and then I got this one. So, you got those two. Still got this one. It's one of my favorites.
And it's not because you're black. It's because you're dumb. Because you're black.
Where's my earbud? Hell no. But you got no bounce to bear the baby. Baby. I went and got a louder version of the Because You're Black, though. Huh. Where is it? I guess I didn't transfer it over from my phone. Does anybody else have endless fucking problems with Discord? Is it just me? It is so obnoxious. It is so fucking obnoxious. On my phone, see, even so, I closed out of the app, just opened it up again, and as soon as I opened up it again, I got a thing saying the app has crashed. I didn't even have it up for like 2 seconds, and it's already fucking crashed. This is insane. Okay. Alright, I think I got it transferred over.
And it's not because you're black. It's because you're dumb. Because you're black.
Okay. Yeah, so it's made it much louder now. Now I just have to convert that. I was telling Smith that he was wrong about something, and he kept saying that I was talking down to him because he was black, and so I was like, bro, you're just wrong. And it's not because you're black. It's because you're dumb. Because you're black. And Kankelmore immediately grabbed that and used it for a sound on his soundboard for a long time, and nice shirt. Yeah, this is the old shirt. The very, very old one. Yes. Everybody is black as long as they thumbs up. Yeah, this is the old one. Had this one for a long time. Because obviously it's got the old logo on it, so. I'll take one. Cool, there's a bunch of them on the store. Go buy one. Yeah, it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to get the coupons that I was trying to get for the fucking store, but I do get a large portion of any sort of anything that people buy. And if you're having trouble buying something specific, message me and I might be able to. Again, there's like a lot of like coupons that I can like apply for, but sometimes the problem is that sometimes if the coupons actually like apply in a certain way, it'll end up making me pay for it. It like auto takes the money out of my account if there's like an amount that loses them money, they take it from me. And so it's almost impossible to like find ways to do this without me losing money on lots of transactions. But yeah, if you guys go to the store, I'm still gonna add more stuff to the store. But if you go to my main channel, it has the store tab right here. And you can go to the store and yeah, this is the hat. It's an Adidas hat, very nice. It's got the logo on the front, and then I think, yeah, it doesn't say anything on the back. It was initially going to say Foolery around here, but that made it like $10 more expensive, and I thought, well, it's already $42. I'm not gonna make it 52. So the logo is good enough. But yeah, look like a fool. And we got the cool sweatshirts, the mesh track jackets. This one is the Under Armour hat. It does say Foolery in the back and has a W on the front. And then we got the beanie. The beanie's only $23, super cheap. There's the hoodie with the Fool on the back. And then the t-shirts with the Fool on the back. And then the sweatshirt. We got the joggers. And then the mug is only $13, so. Yeah, I'll probably come out with some more like simplistic stuff. Shipping would be bad for me. Yeah, see, that is my major problem. Like when I'm trying to find coupons and stuff, shipping ends up being a fucking... That was the main one I was going to get. That's the main one that I was going to try to get for everybody, was shipping. Free shipping. And it was like, yeah, if you spend over like $50, you get free shipping. But then I was like, shit, somebody ships to like Australia or something like that. I'm going to be fucked, dude. Like, I'm not even going to make that amount off the fucking clothing. So, but yeah, probably come out with some other designs, even some more simplistic designs, to make things a little bit cheaper. So. I really, really like this one. These two right here, like, I love all three of these. I would love to get these. But this one's probably my favorite. The dark purple one right here. I think this is probably my favorite one. I've thought about changing this to where it's not white here, it's black. I think that would look pretty cool as well. But yeah. I don't see the old shirt. Yeah, because I'm not selling the old shirt anymore. The old shirt was on the old website for a while, and now I've got a stack of these left over. Maybe I'll do like a giveaway, but the problem is that I only have like extra larges left. So like this one is an extra large, and so it's really, really big, and yeah, it's just not the not easy to even like give away because there's just very few sizes. So yeah, well, and that's the point, is that like there's a lot of Aussies here, there's a lot of New Zealanders, there's a lot of people from the UK. Surprisingly enough, like still like 90% of my audience is still American, but it's it seems like of the regulars and of the people who are actually chatting a lot, it seems like it's probably a lot more people who are not. Also, we posted a couple of polls. So a while ago we did a bunch of like demographic tests for the channel to kind of see where my audience was and like the types of people that are watching. We ended up doing 2 different polls on race, because one of them had like Asian as the third part, and then other was 27%. So this is, we had 52% white people, 18% black people, 4% Asian, and then 27% other. So then we did a different one with Latino as the third option. And so 42% white, 17% black, 14% Latino, and then 27% other again. So then for how do you identify politically, we had liberal, centrist / moderate, conservative, progressive. 34% are liberal, 31% are conservative. So it's split pretty evenly on those two. Like those are the top 2 that watch me. 31% conservative, 34% liberal, then 19% centrist / moderate, and 17% progressive. Then there was another one on politics with this one had 457 votes, this one 349, this one 363, 432. But yeah, this one says left wing was 45% of my audience, then center 28%, and then right is 13%, far right 7%, far left 7%. And then gender, 68% man, 22% women, 10% non-binary, which we used to always joke, it has 1,000 votes on it. We used to always joke and say that the 10% were all women, so we actually had 32% women. And eventually I forgot that that was a joke, and I started walking around saying that we actually had 32% women in my audience, and just totally forgot that that was actually a fucking joke. But in reality, like if we're being serious, like all of the people calling themselves non-binary are just some white college-age girls who are upset that they don't have any sort of special pleading identities, so they start calling themselves non-binary. But yeah, so we just redid this brand new poll. We're going to start asking everybody again. So far this has 113 votes, 73% men, 17% women, 11% non-binary. The interesting thing about this to me was this is very close to what the other poll was as well, is there's a very small percentage of people in the politics community, at least, that are women. Like, it is, for pretty much everybody, they're at about 90% male. Just across the board, pretty much everybody has about 90% male. And even not so erudite and female streamers still only get up to like 13, maybe 14% female. And that's supposed to be like the tippy top, but we happen to get somewhere around 20% pretty regularly. And then the new poll, also this one has 103 votes, and this says, where do you believe you fall on the political spectrum? Left 51%, right 21%, center 27%. So that's where we're at right now. I identify as a big black Gen Z man / woman, white dude with long flowing hair that is bald. Great, dude. The amount of times that you've looked fucking retarded for the stupid stuff that you say about trans stuff, and the fact that you still make comments on it at all is, it's just astounding to me. I'm impressed with how you seem to have absolutely no shame. I am impressed. Alright, we're gonna switch out.
It's because you're dumb.
The because you're black sound for the louder one. Okay. Is it louder?
And it's not because you're black. It's because you're dumb. Because you're black.
That's better, right? I'm impressed on how you believe in so many fairy tales. It's crazy. Again, the fact that you don't understand simple concepts does not mean that other people are wrong. It just means that you're a lot closer to being a Trump voter than you think. We still haven't watched this. I said I was going to watch this. This is a video that came out
when I was maybe 7 or 8.
7 months ago about Charlie Kirk. And so it says the sinister way the far right is keeping Gen Z men Christian. And so yeah, this is something that I planned on watching. It's less than 20 minutes, so we'll probably try to get into it today. We've skipped over it for 3 days, so. It's not my job to understand mental illness. Yes, it is. What the fuck? Yes, it is. What do you mean it's not your job? Yes, it is. You're part of society, dumb fuck. If you don't want to fucking be part of society, go live off in the fucking woods, off the grid. What do you mean? Yes, it is your job. Fucking idiots. Like, your level of cognitive dissonance is probably a mental illness, yet we're still sitting here trying to have a conversation with you anyways, so.
Leaving office, her first news interview since the election. I'm very excited to speak with her. I'm a little nervous about this interview because it's a big deal, I'll tell you. I do have one thing to tell you, though, separate and apart from that, before we get started. MSNBC has just today announced that my new documentary is going to be airing here on Friday, October 17th. This is a brand new documentary I've made. It's called Andrew Young, The Dirty Work. We're going to have a special Rachel Maddow show here on MSNBC that night at 8 p.m. Eastern. It's Friday, October 17th, and then the doc is going to air right after the show. So if you just pop that in your calendar for me, if you don't mind, Friday, October 17th, I will have more to tell you about it in the days ahead, but it was just announced today, so I wanted to let you know. That said, today we're going to be speaking with Vice President Harris. You may remember there was a sort of mantra in her campaign, a call and response that she used in her rallies. She would say, when we fight, we win. She'd say, when we
That's
fight,
communism.
we would say back with her, we win. And of course, what everybody knows now very much all too well is that she did not win the election.
Oh.
And her new book is about that. The new book is called 107 Days. It comes out tomorrow. It is the story of her 107-day-long campaign for the presidency, the shortest presidential campaign in modern history. She describes in the book, on page 1, how she learned from President Biden that he would end his campaign and hand the reins to her. She learned that news less than half an hour before the whole rest of the world learned it as well.
Oof.
She writes about how everybody in Democratic politics responded when she made all her first phone calls to tell everybody the news, to ask them for their support. She took notes from those calls, and she prints the notes in her book, page 17. Bill Clinton says, oh my God, I'm so relieved. Send me anywhere. Make this your own campaign. Hillary Clinton, we'll do whatever we can. We'll jump on a plane. We'll get on Amtrak. Jim Clyburn says, let's go. I'm all in. Roy Cooper, governor of North Carolina, says, before you say anything, I'm all in. Pete Buttigieg says, you are going to be a fantastic president. Mark Kelly, the senator from Arizona, Vice President Harris writes, quote, he tweeted his
Oh no, dude. Oh no. I deleted my fucking border. I deleted a ton of stuff today to clear out crap on my computer, and apparently I deleted my fucking cam border for this one. Yeah. Well. Shit. No, I already cleared the trash. Yeah, I cleared it. It's okay. I shouldn't have too hard of a time making another one. We'll I'll just work on another one while we listen to this. That's alright.
Endorsement even before I reached him. So far, so good, right? But not all the calls went like that. And this is the kind of campaign book you might diplomatically call candid, which means it is not all nice. And so we all...
Yeah, to me, this means that she is definitely not running again. It has to be the case. Like, again, and fuck, I want to say it has to be the case that she's not running again, and we can all just, like, breathe a sigh of relief. But knowing her, there's still a possibility that, yeah, no, she's going to turn around and like that somehow she thinks this is going to be beneficial for her or something. Maybe she'll come back and say, see, I wrote my book where I spoke truth to power. I'm populist. See how populist I am? I'm one of you guys. See, I'm a leftist.
Also get Vice President Harris's notes on the other responses she got. Gretchen Whitmer, I believe you will win, but I need to let the dust settle. Talk to my colleagues before I make a public statement. President Obama says in part, quote, Michelle and I are supportive, but not going to put a finger on the scale right now. Let Joe have his moment. Think through timing. Nancy Pelosi says in part, it's important that there's a process. We have a great bench. We should have some kind of primary, not an anointment. Bernie Sanders says in part, quote, please focus on the working class, not just on abortion. J.B. Pritzker says, as governor of Illinois, I'm the convention host. I can't commit. And then Gavin Newsom, she writes, hiking, we'll call back. And then she puts in parentheses, he never did. In 107 days, you get Kamala Harris's thoughts on picking her vice president, interviewing Mark Kelly and Josh Shapiro, and then ultimately choosing Tim Walz and all the great things that were great about Tim Walz, how much in particular she loved Tim Walz's wife, Gwen. But she also writes about why Pete Buttigieg was her personal first choice for her running mate. You get her detailed thoughts on how President Biden's age showed when he was tired, and her view that the White House basically mismanaged that. She says President Biden was not incapacitated. He was absolutely capable of governing, and he was, in fact, very good at it throughout the entirety of his term. But she also writes that he was not up to the task of campaigning well for another term. And she writes about her regret and her frustrations for how...
Yeah, this is exactly what I said, where tons of people are like, oh yeah, if he was so okay, then why didn't he run again? It's like, you understand that there's a possibility that somebody could have been fine in their first 4 years, but think that they're not going to be able to make it through another 4 years? Like, that's that's not such a ridiculous thought to have. Seems kind of normal that somebody would think that way. I don't know. Maybe that's just me, but I also have a brain. So.
How that was handled by the president's senior staff. I will tell you, this book is going to sell a bazillion copies. And Vice President Harris's bluntness and clarity on those still very painful matters is going to be a big part of why. The book, as I said, goes on sale tomorrow. You will read it in one sitting. It is an unputdownable book. You should buy it. But here's the other thing about this book and about Kamala Harris in this moment. When we fight, we win. I mean, this is where we are right now. These were protests on Thursday and on Friday and on Saturday and on Sunday and today, all about ABC taking comedian Jimmy Kimmel off the air after threats from the Trump administration effectively directing them to do so. And those protests were in New York and in Los Angeles, yes, but also in places like central Washington State, Yakima, Washington, and in Mount Kisco, New York. We saw Vice President Harris herself join the calls condemning the Trump administration and ABC for doing that. She put out a statement last week calling it an outright abuse of power. We saw statements of protest from her, from President Obama.
She said that Donald Trump should be banned from Twitter. That's coercion. She's anti-free speech.
From the former president of Disney, ABC's parent company, Michael Eisner. We saw pushback from every other comedian in TV who Trump has pushed to get rid of, including Stephen Colbert, who CBS should maybe uncancel now that everybody can agree what cowards they were too. We saw statements of protest from basically all of Hollywood and the music business and the unions and the ACLU and every celebrity you've ever heard of, and people canceling their Disney Plus subscriptions, and people who make shows and movies for ABC and Disney saying they would never make shows and movies for that company again as long as this decision stood. And what do you know?
Based.
When we fight, we win.
Based as fuck.
ABC this afternoon decided, okay, let's throw this in reverse. Jimmy Kimmel will be back on the air tomorrow night.
Let's fucking go.
And as for Stephen Colbert on CBS, stay tuned.
Let's fucking go,
Because,
dude.
of course, his firing is just as indefensible, if not more so. In this new book, in 107 Days, Vice President Kamala Harris writes about predicting how bad Donald Trump would be in his second term as president. She says, quote, I predicted all that. I warned of it.
She did. I mean, dude, there's so many fucking videos of her talking about what it is that Trump is going to do during his administration coming out now. Like, everybody say, she told you. All of you right-wingers ran around saying that she was crazy, but she told you. And there's so many clips, even during the debate, her calling him out on numerous things, talking about the fact that he would act as a fascist, that he would take away free speech, that he would do all sorts of anti-constitutional things. She called him out for everything. She was able to fucking shred him, predict every single thing he was gonna do, and while MAGA ran around saying, "That's not true. That's not true. And we would play clips of him saying it, and he would go, no, he's not going to do that. That's a lie." And then all of a sudden, he gets in, and they all say, "We voted for this. We voted for this. He said he was going to do it. He said it. Remember? See? You see this clip here? He said he was going to do it, so we voted for this. We knew it."
What I did not predict was the capitulation. About the groveling, scared, rich owners of the LA Times and then the Washington Post pulling their paper's endorsements of her just before the election. She says, "The pre-capitulation of these powerful billionaires alarmed and dispirited me." As it turned out, they were early adopters. As it turned out, they were early adopters of the feckless posture that would be embraced by a raft of business leaders and institutions once Trump was elected. They had just been the first in line to grovel. And then she says this about what she'll do next. She writes, quote, "I wanted a seat at the table. I wanted to make change from inside the system. Today, I'm no longer sure about that because the system is failing us. Ooh. At every level, executive, judicial, legislative, corporate, institutional, media, every single guardrail that is supposed to protect our democracy is buckling. I thought those guardrails would be stronger. I was wrong."
Yep, so did I.
But now, of course, the election is over. And with the election now over, the fight that we're in now is to shore up those guardrails, to rebuild them where they have fallen, to make powerful people less cowardly somehow, to stop people and institutions from capitulating. And if they do capitulate, the job now, the fight now, is to get them to see they were wrong to do so and to get them to reverse themselves. That is the fight now. Kamala Harris says, when we fight, we win.
Oh, did she say that?
Turns out that may be more important than ever
sure?
after an election that you did not win. Joining us now for her first news interview since the election is former Vice President Kamala Harris. Madam Vice President, thank you.
Thank you, Rachel.
It's good to see you.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
It's weird to talk about you with you sitting here and me pretending you're not here.
Oh, it was
nice
awkward for me, too.
That is, what the fuck? She was sitting right. Why couldn't you guys pre-record that? Why couldn't you ever walk out after? What? Oh, that's...
It's okay.
How have you been?
I am well, yeah, all things considered.
Yeah.
I am well.
How have you been taking care of yourself since the election?
You know, I have an incredible family. I've been spending more time with them than I had for quite some time, cooking, and writing, and reflecting, and, you know, talking to a lot of people, making a lot of calls, receiving a lot of calls. So I've been busy.
Let me talk to you about this capitulation thing.
Yep.
This really landed with me. I feel like we're all in the middle of it, but you articulating it in the way that you do, you've become the patron saint of "I told you so," in terms of people understanding the sort of warnings and predictions that you made about what Trump would be like. But you say, I predicted all of that. I warned of it. What I didn't predict was the capitulation. The billionaires lining up to grovel, the big media companies, universities, so many major law firms, I will note, including your husband's.
Yeah, and he spoke out about it.
He's been very vocal in criticizing it. You said they've all been bending to blackmail and outrageous demands.
Yeah.
Why did you not predict the capitulation? And what do you make of the effort to try to put some steel in the spine of those institutions?
So, as you know, I am a lifelong public servant. And, but I've worked closely with the private sector over many years. And I always believed that if push came to shove, those titans of industry would be guardrails for our democracy, for the importance of sustaining democratic institutions. And one by one by one, they have been silent. They have been, you know, yes, I use the word feckless. It's not like they're going to lose their yacht or their house in the Hamptons.
Yeah, it really is embarrassing. Like, they could. That's the thing. They could lose those things. the Trump administration is so ridiculous that they could actually lose these things. But I don't know, man. This is all just like it is so disappointing to see that all of these companies have completely bent the knee, and everybody should be trying to hold what little they have over their heads and take their memberships away from them, take their money away from them, make it so that they actually have to care about what it is that we want within our democracy. Make it so that they actually have to stand up for these things, or else they'll still lose their yacht. If that's what Donald Trump is threatening them with, that's what we need to be threatening them with.
And here's the thing. Democracy sustains capitalism. Capitalism thrives in a democracy. And right now we are dealing with, as I called him at my speech on the ellipse, a tyrant. We used to compare the strength of our democracy to communist dictators. That's what we're dealing with right now in Donald Trump. And these titans of industry are not speaking up. And perhaps it is because his threats and the way he has used the weight of the federal government to take out vengeance on his critics is something that they fear, and I get that. I understand why they do. We've seen the demonstration of it. Perhaps it is because they want to please him and nominate him for a Nobel Prize. Perhaps it's because they want a merger approved or they want to avoid an investigation. But at some point, they've got to stand up for the sake of the people who rely on all of these institutions to have integrity and to, at some point, be the guardrails against a tyrant who is using the federal government to execute his whim and fancy because of a fragile ego.
I know that your parents took you to protests in a stroller when you were a little kid, before
Yes,
you
they
were
did.
literally able to be there to walk, and that you've talked about the civil rights movement and its moral legacy being part of your moral core.
Yes.
I feel like a lot of the defenses that we tried to build up in advance of this type of a sort of would-be authoritarian takeover were about warning people about how serious the threat was and warning people about what this could mean and what we were in danger of. Now that we're up against it, though, I'm not sure that we have great skills to actually not warn about it, but fight it. And if the problem is the system collapsing...
What do you think will be the next big thing Trump does?
I don't know. I don't know, and I don't know that I even wanna speculate too much, but I remember a long time ago when I was on Twitch, I was fighting against a bunch of communists and people like MX Vivian Wolf. And we were talking about the fact that, like, they keep calling people Nazis, they keep calling people fascists, but fascism can't really exist in the United States. It's not possible. And I remember her saying, like, what makes you so sure of that? What makes you feel so safe that you think this would just never happen here? What happened in Nazi Germany? And I was like, because, like, we have a constitution. We have checks and balances. We have separations of power. We have things that make it to where it literally can't happen. So, of course I'm going to be sure. Of course I'm going to feel safe. It just literally cannot happen here. And yeah, I feel fucking stupid now looking back at that, thinking, What the fuck was I thinking, dude? Because I remember her telling me, she said, like, Nazi Germany had a liberal democracy. Nazi Germany had checks and balances. Nazi Germany had, you know, all of these things as well. And as long as they had the right people in place who were going to ignore all of those things, then it didn't matter anymore. And I thought, that's just so typical of a leftist to always think these things are possible. Like, as long as our country's been around, like, if that was possible, it would have happened by now. But then I thought, huh. We did have a long period of time where our country was, like, very much white nationalistic, where we had slavery, where we had McCarthyism, where we had, you know, racist immigration laws, when we had, you know, concentration camps for Japanese people, that we did have all of these things. We had Jews getting strung up in the streets. We had, for probably the majority of our country, we have had a lot of things that today we would consider to be fascistic. And yeah, now we're kind of rolling everything back to the dark ages. So I can't imagine what's next. I have no idea.
And the guardrails, as you say, collapsing, and people who have power, who ought to be titans, not acting in any sort of Titanic
and standing
way.
together, because there is safety in numbers.
I am gonna pull up my editor, which lots of times really fucks up my stream, but we're gonna give it a shot because I need to edit a new border for my other screen, and so I had an idea earlier for what I wanted it to look like. I was watching somebody else's stream and thinking, well, I kind of like their design, and now that I just realized I deleted this on accident, now I can actually make it. So I'm gonna work on that on my editor for a little bit, see if I can make it work.
As the saying goes.
Yes. I wonder if the American people who are repulsed by what Trump is doing and who are in public opinion polling very much against what he's doing, as you note in the book, are going to be turning their ire and their protest movement and their organizational capacity against these institutions that are failing as much as they are against Donald Trump himself and the administration, if that's the way the sort of resistance is headed.
So, one, back to how you opened the show, I mean, talk about the power being with the people and the people making that clear with their checkbooks as it relates to the suspension of Jimmy Kimmel. We saw the power of the people over the last few days, and it spoke volumes, and it moved a decision in the right direction. I think that part of where we are now in terms of thinking about what the fight is.
But also, thank you, Bucky, for the donation. It's good to see you, homie. I was mentioning to somebody earlier that I haven't seen you around. It's nice to see you.
It requires us, yes, to understand that we've got this administration and this president in front of us abusing the power that the people vested him with. But we also need to understand that this is bigger than Donald Trump. You know, part of what I write about, this stuff is decades in the making, Rachel. It didn't just happen overnight. You know, so much of what has indeed overwhelmed people, not to mention just scared the stuff out of people, is what we are witnessing is a high velocity event.
Yeah.
We are witnessing something that has been happening so rapidly, and it feels chaotic. But what I would offer you is what we are witnessing is the swift implementation of a plan that was decades in the making. Decades in the making. Project 2025 didn't just drop out of thin air. That's a product of decades of work. Federalist Society, Heritage Foundation. Understand that the implementation of a plan that's about trying to get rid of the Department of Education, deregulate industries, weaken the rule of law by over a period of time, creating a system and through gerrymandering states so that we would now have the Supreme Court that we have. This stuff didn't happen overnight. And it did not happen just because of an election in 2024 or even 2016. So when we talk about where the fight must go, there is the aspect of it that is about the immediate moment, such as the weight of the federal government being used to silence critics, citizens. And it must be about understanding that this did not just happen overnight, and we have to pay attention to an agenda that is not going to necessarily go away when this guy is finally termed out of office.
Well, let me ask you on that gerrymandering front. The White House has been very aggressive, pushing Republican-led states to gerrymander their maps to effectively give Republicans a major edge heading into the midterms next year. That has led to related responsive Democratic efforts, including in your home state of California. Do you support Democrats' effort to kind of fight fire with fire there? Will you be involved in that California measure, for example?
I absolutely support it. You mentioned Gavin earlier. By the way, Gavin has a great sense of humor, so you know, he's going to be fine. But
did you warn him about the hiking thing? You did.
Yeah,
okay.
I've known Gavin forever. He literally has a great sense of humor. But let me say about what he is doing with redistricting, it is absolutely the right way to go. Part of what we've got to, I think, challenge ourselves to accept is that we tend to play by the rules. But I think this is a moment where you got to fight fire with fire.
True.
And so what Gavin is doing, what the California legislature is doing, what those who are supporting it are doing to say, you know what, you want to play? Then let's get in the field, let's get in the arena, and let's do this. And I support that.
Speaking of a sense of humor, your book is very funny, which I think helps a lot, given that there's a lot of this difficult material.
Yes.
I'm going to read something where I have to bleep myself in the middle of reading it out loud, sort of. This is the part when Trump told an audience, National Association of Black Journalists told them that you happen to turn black and that you now wanted to be known as black. You say, on the plane that day when I first heard about Trump's remark, we patched in Brian Fallon, your senior advisor, communications advisor, on a call to strategize a response. Brian wanted me to punch back with a big speech about my racial identity, like the one Obama had given. I was so, I'll just say, I was so pissed that I didn't hold back. Are you effing kidding me? I was not about to take Trump's bait. He lies all the time, I told Brian. He throws out outrageous statements to distract from the real issues. Quote, today he wants me to prove my race. What next? He'll say I'm not a woman and I need to show my vagina? I don't even know if I can say that. Brian, on the other end of the phone, fell silent.
That's pretty funny.
The deep crimson of his blush. All right. So first of all, you made me say it.
That really happened.
You made me say it.
How do you decide? I mean, in the moment, particularly when it's so ridiculous, it's funny. How do you decide when to not take the bait and stay off the terms that he's trying to set for the debate, and when to punch back? What did you learn about that in the process of going up against him?
So, you know, I also talk about, you know, the first 2 weeks that I was the top of the ticket, we had no polling. No polling had been done on me. So it was my gut.
Yeah.
And so I came up with this speech that actually was about, you know, I was a prosecutor. I dealt with people who...
She had the best fucking response to it. Holy shit. She had the best response to him coming out with this shit.
Engaged in sexual abuse. I was attorney general. I took on people who engaged in fraud, on and on and on. And so I know his type.
I remember this line, yeah.
And because there is, you know, there's something about in the English language that phrase, I know his type, that does a lot of work for you. Because it's something we all relate to, whether it was that boss, it was that person, whatever. I know his type. And so the character that I knew I was running against is someone, because he has shown it also. I mean, he did it with President Obama. He did it with Secretary Clinton. He throws this stuff out that he thinks will be an individual's weakness or Achilles heel, with the intent to distract from the fact that, as it was in this campaign, he had no plan for actually bringing down costs and prices for the American people. He had very few plans for what he would actually do that was about the American.
No, that's not true. He had a concept of a plan. He did have a concept of a plan. You gotta remember that.
People, and not about an execution of his vengeance on his enemies. And I wasn't about to fall for that bait. And the stakes were too high. The stakes were too high. You can't get in the gutter with that guy, because that is the way that he distracts from the fact that, for example, right now, he promised the people who voted for him that on day one he'd bring down prices. And I do believe, Rachel, that's one of the main reasons that the people who voted for him elected him, because they believed he would do it. He lied. We're now in a position where unemployment is up, inflation is up, the cost of groceries is up. So, you know, as the folks used to say, don't fall for the okie doke. Just don't.
All right, I have lots more to ask you. We'll be right back with Vice President Kamala Harris. Her new book is called 107 Days. It comes out tomorrow. It's going to be a massive bestseller. We've got more with Vice President Harris just ahead. Stay with us. We're here live with former Vice President Kamala Harris. Her new book about her 2024 run for the presidency is called 107 Days. It's out tomorrow. Madam Vice President, I have to ask you about the part of your book that has people most upset thus far, which is some of your writing about the decision around the president abandoning his reelection campaign, the timing there and how it was handled. You say in part, page 46, it's Joe and Jill's decision. We all said that like a mantra, as if we'd all been hypnotized. Was it grace or was it recklessness? In retrospect, I think it was recklessness. The stakes were simply too high. This wasn't a choice that should have been left to an individual's ego, an individual's ambition. It should have been more than a personal decision. Whose decision?
But I think, hold on. Okay. Was she talking about his choice to run again or his choice to drop out? Because I think that we do all like look at it as like he has to be like held accountable for running again. I think that everybody looks at this and says like, yes, he does have to be held accountable for running again. So I think everybody does feel as though like that is something that he has to be held accountable for. I think that most people are pretty clear on that.
Should that have been, how should that decision have been made?
So when I write this, it's because I realize that I have and had a certain responsibility that I should have followed through on. Which is, and so when I talk about the recklessness, as much as anything, I'm talking about myself. There was so much, as we know, at stake. And as I write, you know, the where my head was at the time is that it would come off as being completely self-serving.
If you said to President Biden that you did not think he should run again.
Yeah, or even that he should question whether it's a good idea. But I think that, you know, one of the reasons I wrote this book, Rachel, is there are actually a number of reasons. One is, that it is unprecedented, right? To your point of what you said in your opening, we had a president of the United States running for re-election 3.5 months from the election, decides not to run. The sitting vice president enters the race against a former president of the United States who's been running for 10 years with 107 days to go. And it ended up being the closest presidential election in the 21st century. And there was so much about those 107.
I don't think that's true, is it? I'm pretty sure Trump's race was closer. I'm pretty sure Trump versus Biden in 2020 was closer. Like, when people complain about how close that race was, they're not wrong. That was an insanely close race. Especially when you consider the fact that, like, so you remember Donald Trump said that he wanted Georgia to find 11,000 votes. You guys remember this, right? Everybody remembers. He called them and told them he wanted them to find 11,000 votes. Georgia ended up finding those 11,000 votes. That Trump technically may have won Georgia because it turned out that there was fraud where they double printed 11,000 votes in that election. They did double print 11,000, the exact number that he said that he needed to win Georgia. They did happen to double print. While some issues with ballot handling and potential double scanning have been reported in Georgia, in 2020. No, Georgia did not double print election ballots in 2020. This is a false claim stemming from an error during a recount in Fulton County, which was corrected and did not affect the election outcome. Oh, what? Whoa. I read so many articles on this, and not one of them ever said that it didn't affect the election outcome. Not one of them ever said. I remember reading NBC articles on this. I remember reading CNN articles on this. Not one of them ever said it didn't affect the election outcome. Because they fired people over this, and they didn't fire them and like come out with this information until like late in January. Correction and reprimand in 2024, the state election board reprimanded Fulton County for the error and ordered an independent election monitor. What the fuck? I read so many articles on this, dude. We read them on stream. We went over tons of this shit.
Staying in Georgia now for a Fox Carolina fact check. An incident in one Georgia county has gained national attention after a voter says that the machine printed their ballot showing different candidates from the ones they chose. So now officials there are saying that the post is being used to spread misinformation. Well, here's a look at the response from the county election board, posting on Facebook saying that the issue was quickly resolved since the voter was still at the polling location. They went on to say that every voter should double check their ballots after.
Okay, it's not the same thing. Because I'm almost positive that people were like charged with crimes over this and shit. With early voting underway. Okay, this is not. Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Fulton County reprimanded for double-scanned ballots in 2020 recount. State Election Board reprimanded Fulton County and ordered an independent election monitor Tuesday, finding that the count that the county likely scanned over 3,000 ballots twice during the recount of the 2020 presidential election. The decision in a 2-to-1 vote resolved one of the last remaining investigations of the 2020 election, drawing jeers from a vote crowd of Republican voters who wanted more severe punishment against the Democratic county. Fuck you. You can't even use the archive for it. So I can't like double check any of the fucking AI's claims here. Georgia State Election Board votes in favor. There was no widespread fraud in Georgia's 2020 election, while Atlanta's Fulton County has admitted double scanning some ballots during a 2020 recount. Those errors benefited Trump. Georgia's votes for president were counted 3 times, including one by hand, and each affirmed Democrat Joe Biden's win. Recounts, reviews, and audits. Okay, so they were Trump's ballots that were recounted twice. Okay. All right, so yeah, it's the opposite.
Days that, for me, and this is really a behind-the-scenes look at those 107 days, was about seeing people who seemingly had nothing in common coming together by the thousands with a level of optimism and, dare I say, joy about the possibilities for America. And I hope to remind people about that light that people brought to it, and to remind people that that light is still there. And we can't let that be extinguished by an election or the individual who's in the office right now. Because to the point of all those folks who got out and protest about the Kimmel suspension.
And about everything else that people have protested.
Right. In the variety of ways, whether it be going to a protest or being, with their pocketbook or getting engaged in local and state and federal elections, they'll make a difference. And they've made a difference. And I guess the last point is that we've got to really remember that this person who's in the White House promised a whole lot of people who supported him and voted for him that he would do one thing, which is bring down costs and prices. And he lied to them. And we need to remember that as we move forward with the next series of elections. The midterms are around the corner, that it's not just about him by himself. There were others around him who perpetuated that same promise and have not followed through. They're about to go into negotiations around the continuing resolution, the budget. And I know that leaders Schumer and Jeffries are going to meet with the president, I think in the Oval Office. And good for them to go there and ask Donald Trump, the president of the United States, to justify why he is proposing to cut Medicaid, why he is willing to shut down the government for the sake of putting on the backs of working people the tax cut he gave to the richest people in America.
Do you think that Democrats should vote to allow the government to shut down in order to try to extract concessions from Trump on these matters?
It won't be the Democrats who are shutting it down. It'll be the Republicans. The Democrats are doing the job that any elected leader should do, which is to say, we're not going to do the bidding of the president of the United States at the sacrifice of our constituents' health care. Negotiate.
You describe in the book something that you called a secret project that you ran as vice president, that you called the STARS Project, identifying up-and-coming talent in the Democratic Party. You'd meet with them, ask them about their interests. You say that more than one of them said they felt like they were being called to the principal's office when you asked them to come in. But the folks who you met with in this way include some of the people who you see very frequently now on MSNBC: Jasmine Crockett, Angela Also Brooks, Maxwell Frost, Robert Garcia Moore. Arguably the fastest rising star right now in Democratic politics is Zoran Mamdani, who is going to be elected mayor of New York City, and probably in a landslide if the polls are anything to go by. Lots of mainline Democrats have been very shy about his candidacy. They seem somewhat flummoxed by his success. As a sort of talent spotter in the Democratic Party, what do you think of him and his candidacy? And what do you think of mainline Democratic shyness and agitation about the prospect that he's going to win?
Look, as far as I'm concerned, he's the Democratic nominee and he should be supported.
Do you endorse his candidacy?
I support the Democrat in the race, sure. But let me just say this.
So that's she's giving the same answer that everybody's pissed off about right now. This is the exact answer that everybody's pissed off about right now, where they're just saying, I'll support whoever the Democrat nominee is. But that's not clear if that's Cuomo or if that's Mamdani or if it's Corey Adams or sorry, whatever his name is, Adams, whatever. Like it's not clear who they're talking about right now. So no, not Cory Booker. He's not in the New York mayoral race. Eric Adams. Yeah. Eric Adams. So yeah, like it's there's 3 people who call themselves Democrats right now who are running. So it's just she's just giving the same answer that pisses everybody off right now.
He's not the only star. I know that, he's in New York, and I know New Yorkers think they're the center of the world, and here we are in New York having this interview.
It is the biggest city in the country.
And I love New York, as the saying goes. I really do. But, I mean, there are people like Barbara Drummond in Mobile, Alabama, Helena Moreno in New Orleans. They're all running for mayor, too, and they are stars. So I hope that we don't so over-index on New York City that we lose sight of the stars throughout our country who are right now running for mayor and many other offices, governor, and so on. So that's where I am. We got a big tent, and we got a lot of stars. 2026 is shaping up to be an election that is going to be filled with Democratic primaries, though. And a lot of mainline Democrats in their 70s and 80s are going to be facing challengers in their 30s. Do you think Democrats are at all justified in their frustration with there being so many older Democrats in elected office? Do you think it is time for the oldest Democrats in elected office to be thinking kind of wholesale as a category about the need to retire and move on from office? I wouldn't overgeneralize on that, meaning that there are some Democrats who are, older in age, but very young in terms of how they are thinking and very bold. In terms
I had one of my favorite fucking memes from Facebook. I used to really try to bait people into actually having conversations and fighting with me on Twitter, or sorry, on Facebook back in the day. That's where I started my podcast and started my streaming and everything. And one of my favorite posts is I was still a conservative at the time, and I was always fighting with progressives. And one of my favorite posts that I ever put up was the saying, progressives, we need somebody younger. We need to stop voting in the same old politicians over and over and over. We need somebody who's like us and understands us and isn't this career politician who's been around forever. And then I say, okay, cool. So who should we vote for? And they say, Bernie Sanders. Like, okay, thanks. Thanks for that. That's a great idea. Thanks.
In terms of how they're thinking, I think that every one of the candidates is going to be judged based on whether they actually have a plan, whether they see the people, whether they're listening to them, whether they offer something that feels dynamic and bold, especially at this moment, whether they have the fight in them to fight what we know to be wrong, but also the fight to fight for something. I think that's how they're going to be judged. I don't know that the voters are going to judge strictly on somebody's age.
I have much more to ask you. If
Okay,
you don't mind sticking
I'm here.
with us. Madam Vice President, the book is called 107 Days. It comes out at midnight. More with Vice President Harris right after the break. We're back with former Vice President Kamala Harris, her new book about her 107-day presidential campaign, the shortest presidential campaign in modern history, for all the obvious reasons. That book comes out tonight at midnight. Vice President Harris, I want to ask you about something that's going on right now in the news. We've had, in the last few days, 2 developments from the president that are the sorts of things that you were warning about, but now we've got them and we have to decide how to contend with them. One is the president directly ordering the Justice Department to bring criminal charges against people he perceives to be his political enemies, including firing prosecutors who told the administration there was not an evidentiary predicate to bring those charges. We've also now, in an executive order today, we've got the president describing Antifa, the anti-fascist, it's not even really a movement, the anti-fascist tactics of a
It's an idea, guys.
movement, as a domestic terrorist organization. What is your reaction to those things? What do you think the appropriate response is to things like that?
Well, in normal times, we should and could expect that our courts would step in when asked to declare the legality or illegality of what the president is doing, because civics 101, we all know we designed our democracy through 3 co-equal branches of government: the executive, the legislative, and the courts, the judicial. And I would like to believe that that is still something that is standing. Certainly at the local level, you can see where the various courts have actually provided the guardrails against his abuse of power, against President Trump's abuse of power. The lower courts have been more inclined to step up. But my fear is that as some of those cases reach the United States Supreme Court, that we can't necessarily count on precedent to dictate how they will rule on the president's power. And again, Rachel, we talked about this during those 107 days, because remember, the court before the election basically said that the president of the United States would be immune from whatever he did in office. So he walked in to the White House with what he thinks is a blank check. And
specifically on the Justice Department, that immunity ruling effectively told him he can direct the Justice Department to do whatever he wants, which he is now doing online, telling them to bring baseless prosecutions.
But, there are a couple of things that have happened this week, and every week we should take note when they do. But one, again, we've talked about the response to the Kimmel suspension, but the other is that U.S. attorney who was appointed by the president, is a Republican, and said, I'm not doing it. And as a former prosecutor, one of the things I know, whether people like it or not, is prosecutors, for the most part, especially if they've been doing it for a while, are apolitical and take seriously their oath to do justice without fear or favor, and to do what they believe is the right thing to do based on the facts and the law. And we have seen this week evidence of someone who I'm sure didn't vote for me, and we may disagree on a whole lot of other stuff, but he had the courage to stand up and say he's going to follow his oath and do what is ethically right. So let's take heart and hope that others within the Department of Justice will see that that is, you know, have a something that steers their conscience. But, you know, I mean, let's not also be distracted by the fact that there are going to be the career people who understand that. But then Trump is appointing people to these positions who have no experience as a prosecutor. And the closest they have to it is their experience defending him against crimes, and are now sitting behind the desk making decisions about who should be charged with what. So it is a scary time. I don't mean to suggest otherwise, but there are these moments that we should also take note of.
Yes, and there have been, to that point, there have been multiple Trump-appointed U.S. attorneys who have resigned or left office
Yes,
under these
they
circumstances.
have. Yes, they have. Yes, they have.
Let me ask you a politics question. I mentioned in the intro tonight that you say in the book really bluntly that your personal first choice for your running mate would have been Pete Buttigieg, and you praise him effusively. You say he would have been an ideal partner if I were a straight man.
Okay, this is lagging super hard. Give me just a second. This is almost done. It's got about 30 seconds left on it. Apologies. Okay, let's see if this worked. I've never made a border like this before, so I've tried in the past, but didn't do so well. Oh no. What the hell? Seriously? That is not. Fuck. Fuckity fuck. Fuck. Okay. Well, shit. Oh no. Oh no. Did it just move? Like you can see it's like changing colors, but it looks like it's like moving over here. Alright, I'm just gonna slow it down. Yeah, see, it's got a lot of blur around it, but I'll fix it another time. It's good for now. It's not too bad. Found your border? I made the other one. What do you mean you found it? I made it. Okay, that looks pretty good. the main issue I have right now is that it was supposed to have a it was supposed to have like a shadow around it that gave it, you know, a bit of depth, but that's all right. Not too big of a deal. I mean, this is pretty good. This changes colors. You can see it's pink over here right now, blue over here. Now the pink is moving around the bottom into like the corners, and light blue over here now. I like it. It's pretty good.
And you say effectively that demographically it was too much to ask of the American people to ask them to elect you with him as your running mate. I wonder if his reaction to that, since this part of the book has come out, if you've had any reflection on that, or I guess I'd ask you to just elaborate on that a little bit. It's hard to hear.
I think it's pretty obvious. I think that a lot of people afterwards said that Kamala couldn't have won because she was a black woman, and that her being black was already giving her somewhat of a disadvantage. And then on top of that, she was running against somebody with a cult following. She was somebody who was, fighting for, she would have been the first female president and only the second black president or non-white president. It would just, to add a first gay vice president onto this at the same time just would have been pretty fucked up. This is not great content for us that are audio only, to be honest. I'm not sure if the people watching are getting a lot out of it, but I appreciate the description though, Tom07. You're welcome, Freddie. You're welcome. I'm making sure that we're giving you top notch. Yeah, we literally just dropped to like half the viewers, so exactly too much DEI for the country. Yeah, I think it makes perfect sense to me. I think a lot of people are just being fucking obtuse about her statement here. It's not hard to understand what it is she's trying to say, but we've got a bunch of morons running around acting like this is a ridiculous thing from her, or a ridiculous thing for her to say, and it's just seems pretty standard.
Yeah.
With you running as, you're the first woman elected vice president. You're a black woman and a South Asian woman elected to that high office, very nearly elected president. To say that he couldn't be on the ticket effectively because he was gay is hard to hear.
No. That's not what I said. That he couldn't be on the ticket because he is gay. My point, as I write in the book, is that
is effectively the same thing, though. Okay. That actually makes sense. Okay, that actually makes sense. Yeah, never mind. I take that back. Fuck. Yeah, actually, that's fucked. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, I didn't even think about that. Oh, no. I did not even think about that. Did you guys think about that? That's like a discriminatory hiring practice based on sexuality? That sounds really bad. Obviously, that's something that you can do when it comes to politics. It's very different. It's similar to like if you were hiring for, somebody to be on in a movie, an actor in a movie or something.
She said she was Indian.
She is Indian. I know, it's crazy for people who are just finding out about race. It's a fucking wild world, dude. It's a fucking wild world out there. But yeah, her mom was Indian. Her dad was Jamaican, black Jamaican. So, yep. It's crazy, isn't it? Fucking wild.
I was clear that in 107 days, in one of the most hotly contested elections for President of the United States, against someone like Donald Trump, who knows no floor, to be a black woman running for President of the United States, and as a vice presidential running mate, a gay man, with the stakes being so high, it made me very sad, but I also realized it would be a real risk. No matter how, I've been an advocate and an ally of the LGBT community my entire life. So it wasn't about any prejudice on my part, but
that
we had such a short period of time, and the stakes were so high. I think Pete is a phenomenal public servant. And I think America is and would be ready for that. But when I had to make that decision with 2 weeks to go, and maybe I was being too cautious, I'll let our friends, we should all talk about that. Maybe I was. But that's the decision I made, and I, as with everything else in the book, I'm being very candid about that.
Yeah.
With a great deal of sadness about also the fact that it might have been a risk.
Will you consider running in 2028?
That's not my focus right now.
I know
it's not my focus at all.
I know
it really isn't.
I
haven't even thought about it.
I know you're not.
Haven't even considered it, huh? Interesting question.
You said you're not going to run for governor of California.
Correct.
Were you saying you are never going to run for anything ever again, or were you just saying I'm not going to run for that office right now?
That was the decision before me, and I made the decision not to run for governor of California. By the way, there are a lot of great candidates running, and I love my state, and we want somebody to definitely follow in the footsteps of Gavin in terms of standing up and understanding the power that California has to stand up to what we're saying in D.C.
As politic as you are being in those remarks, you are beautifully impolitic in this book in a way that makes it honest and, as I said, candid, fun to read, and I think really important. I think it is blunt and true, and I commend you for writing it and for being...
Yeah, I don't think she's wrong. I think that it's probably true that it would have been just a little bit too much to add a gay vice president to the ticket, but...
being willing to go out there and defend it and talk about it in these blunt terms at a time we need some real straight talk.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here today.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you. Thank you.
The book is called 107 Days. It is compelling and funny and a little dishy, and it comes out tomorrow.
Yeah, well, there's a bunch of Republicans who are running around saying that this is so fucked up, that she thinks that it's like not okay to be gay and that you can't be gay if you want to run for politics and shit like that. And the problem is that, like, if you could turn around to all of these Republicans and be like, oh, really? Who is it that you guys have had run for president that was gay, that made it to the late in the primaries or the general election? Like, who is it that you guys had that did such an excellent job that you guys would never discriminate based on somebody being gay? Can you name all of those people, please? Because Pete Buttigieg actually did do pretty well in the primaries. So, yeah, but there's a bunch of people saying Kamala Harris says the Democrats are homophobic.
Former Vice President Kamala Harris is going to be doing 15-city book tour. If you don't have tickets yet already, you should make sure to get tickets to go see her on this journey. All right, we'll be right back after this. Stay with us. All right, that's going to do it for me for now. Now it's time for the last word with the great Lawrence O'Donnell. Good evening, Lawrence.
Good evening, Rachel. And that's not going to do it for you right now. You just had the biggest interview of the year so far on MSNBC. So, okay, tell us everything that you discussed during the commercial breaks.
I will say I am an awkward person who doesn't get along with people very well writ large, just as a general thing about me. I'm a hermit. I'm a pineapple who lives under the sea.
Was she about to say she's a hermaphrodite?
But I get along really well with Vice President Harris in the sense that I find her easy to talk to. And what that means is that when we're off camera, like when we were in the commercial breaks, the conversation kind of just kept going the way that it was on camera. We were talking about
wow, look at that.
What she was saying.
The investigation into
Trump down prices and the issue about health premiums about to go up and Republicans not having any plans to go along with Trump not having any plans and Democrats needing to be able to articulate that and build up their stars more than they do and that there's so much good talent in the Democratic Party. So it wasn't anything juicier than what you got on the air, but she's really fired up and ready to go. I will say that.
So I haven't read the book, and so that passage that you mentioned that has gotten a lot of controversial coverage, where she talks about Joe Biden making the decision to run for a second term, and then it being up to him in the end to decide not to. And she uses the word recklessness in that passage, and tonight in discussions with you, she includes herself in that recklessness that she's describing.
Yeah, that was pretty big, because throughout this, a lot of people have said it's really weird that she's not taking accountability in the fact that she was part of this and that she was part of the problem. She was part of the people who didn't speak up about Joe Biden's mental health and the problems that he was having, and the fact that she stayed quiet, and then she turns around and kind of points the finger at a bunch of people saying, well, how dare they? Why didn't they say something? And that she did not really take any accountability for it. And so then, yeah, it seems as though she's hurt a lot of the people who were saying, yeah, she should have taken accountability for this. And now she's saying, yeah, obviously, in that I'm also talking about myself. But I don't think anybody read it that way. Now, I have no reason to believe that she needed to speak up or take accountability. She talks about the fact that she felt like he was more than capable of governing and that he did an excellent job, that he wasn't capable of doing his job. And so the way that people are reading a lot of this, it's not necessary that they actually say something, or that she say something outside of the fact that he was running again. And I suppose for that part, I guess that is what she was talking about. Yeah, so she was, never mind. Yeah, she was talking about the fact that he was running again, and that decision to run again. So yeah, I guess that would have been the thing for her to speak up about.
Does that track with the text of the book?
Yes, it does. I mean, what she says is she expresses regret for not having done more to help the White House arrive at the right decision about President Biden's reelection campaign. But she also explains why in the moment and in situ, she didn't feel like she could. She kind of makes the case, like, me of all people, I'm the one person who couldn't say, step aside, old guy, I need to be the one running instead of you. But she's definitely frustrated with the way that the ways decisions were made around the president. She doesn't really criticize President Biden himself. She definitely criticizes the team around him. But Lawrence, now that I know that you have not read the book, have you read the part that's about you?
No, I have not.
Do you know this one part? Can I read it to you?
Go ahead.
Okay, it's at page 22. The mythology of America says anyone can grow up to be president, but most people don't think that's really possible for them. Did I grow up as a kid with a dream to be president? No. My mother told me I could be anything, and I believed her, but president wasn't on my list. I was in my first year as a senator before it crossed my mind. Oddly, as a result of a throwaway remark. Doug and I were home in Los Angeles for the weekend having breakfast at a popular hangout in our neighborhood when Lawrence O'Donnell walked in. He wandered up to our table to talk about the dire consequences of a second Trump term. Quote, You should run for president, he said. I honestly had not thought about it until that moment. The idea took root in my imagination, and as a result of running against Joe for the nomination in 2019, I wound up as his VP. You did it. You were the one who first put the thought.
Yeah, he was probably panicking there for a second. He's like, oh, crap. She totally just put him on the spot there. Like, oh, did you know what she said about you in this book where she's calling out a ton of people and dropping a ton of bombs and just throwing out insane amounts of information that nobody wants her to say? And you know what she said about you in that book? Like, I'm sure his heart fucking sank into his stomach. Like, oh no. Oh no, what did she say?
In her mind to run for president.
So she reminded me of this in the middle of her presidential campaign, her first campaign, when she was running against that Democratic primary field. And she's reminded me of it a couple of times since then. So here's, now that it's public information, it was really early, because
she was first
remember,
elected in 2016, so this would have been in 2017. So Trump just having been sworn in.
Yeah, well, so remember, so Kamala Harris is elected to the United States Senate on the same night that Donald Trump was elected president. So all Democrats going into that election day who might think about running for president all thought that was 8 years away, because Hillary Clinton's going to be president for the next 4 years. She's going to run for re-election. No Democrat has a decision to make for another 6-7 years, at least. That's the way it was before they started counting votes on election day. So I actually saw her very soon after Election Day on a Saturday morning at that restaurant that she's talking about. And I didn't just barge in to her breakfast. She waved me over, Rachel. I wouldn't, you know me.
She didn't make you sound like a creep. She didn't make it sound like, you know, Lawrence O'Donnell slinked over to us.
Here's the really cool thing in that room, okay? And this is Los Angeles, and she's just been elected Senate. She has sunglasses on, and she's at the community table because she couldn't get a table for two the way like I could, right? Because they know me. And I really had the feeling, by the way, that in that room, even though she's just been elected senator and everybody in that room voted for her, very few people in that room had any idea who she was, like maybe nobody. And it might have been the sunglasses, but it's also California and their kind of distant relationship to politics, even though they vote for people. And so what I knew was she was going to be under very intense pressure very quickly about, are you a candidate for president? And she's in a really weird position. And so what I said to her was, you have to run, and you have to run because the Obama lesson is it's never too early.
Yeah.
And the Biden lesson is there is a second place. Oh. You have to run. And I left it at that and left them to their breakfast. And, you know, Joe Biden became vice president by running against Barack Obama for president. That is how people have, the Democrats especially, had been picking their running mates, was someone who ran against them. And so, you know, there is a second place in presidential campaigns, and that is the vice presidency. And so that, I think, was, based on the calendar when that happened, I'm pretty sure that was the very first time anyone had said anything to her about that.
That's the way that she describes it, as you being the first person to actually articulate it to her. So, I mean, she was a two-term attorney general at that point. The campaign that she ran to become the elected DA in San Francisco was the most cinematic freaking thing you could possibly imagine. I mean, she'd been through some really interesting California political wars, but the idea of...
Interesting. Okay. Very interesting. Breaking Due to our oversight, this is from Jim Jordan on Twitter. Due to our oversight efforts, Google commits to offer all creators previously kicked off YouTube due to political speech violations to return to the platform. But that's not all. Here's the thread. King in Spalding, September 23rd, 2025, by electronic mail. The Honorable Jim Jordan, Chairman, Committee on the Judiciary, United States House of Representatives. Dear Chairman Jordan, this statement of fact is submitted on behalf of our client, Alphabet Inc., and its subsidiary, YouTube, collectively Alphabet or the company, in response to subpoenas issued by the House Committee on the Judiciary, the committee, on February 15th, 2023, and March 6, 2025. Throughout the committee's investigation, Alphabet provided responsive information to the committee to fulfill its oversight responsibilities, producing internal records and providing extensive testimony, including more than 40 sets of responsive documents and the voluntary participation of 20 executives in transcribed interviews. Alphabet is a collection of businesses, the largest of which is Google. Alphabet's mission is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. Alphabet is committed to building helpful products for everyone, and the company aspires to give all users the tools they need to increase their knowledge. The company is committed to doing its part to continue to keep the digital ecosystem safe, reliable, and open to free expression. Alphabet design. I've never heard of Alphabet before. Is this well known that like Alphabet? I've always heard Google owns all of these companies, but apparently Alphabet owns Google. I don't think. Did you guys know that? Yeah? Huh. Interesting. Alphabet's business model depends on being a useful source of information for everyone and a home for users of all backgrounds. As a result, Alphabet has a natural long-term business incentive to apply and develop its politics consistently, impartially, and independently, meaning we're just going to kowtow to whoever's in power at the time. The committee and its investigation. The company appreciates the accountability from the House Judiciary Committee, led by Chairman Jim Jordan, and its critical role in advancing the core American value of freedom of expression. The company has a commitment to freedom of expression. This commitment is unwavering and will not bend to political pressure. Transparency regarding government interactions with private platforms is essential for fostering public trust and upholding principles of free expression. The committee's investigation brought to light new information that enhanced public understanding in this respect. The Biden administration and Alphabet. The COVID-19 pandemic was an unprecedented time in which online platforms had to reach decisions about how best to balance freedom of expression with responsibility, including responsibility with respect to moderation of user-generated content that could result in real-world harm. Senior Biden administration officials, including White House officials, conducted repeated and sustained outreach to Alphabet and pressed the company regarding certain USCR-generated content related to COVID-19 pandemic that did not violate its policies. While the company continued to develop and enforce its policies independently, Biden administration officials continued to press the company to remove non-violative user-generated content. As online platforms, including Alphabet, grappled with these decisions, the administration officials, including President Biden, created a political atmosphere that sought to influence the actions of platforms based on their concerns regarding misinformation. This is obviously, Mark Zuckerberg came out with a similar letter talking about the fact that the Biden administration pressured them to censor people over COVID misinformation. Now they're saying the Biden administration pressed us, but nobody is ever actually saying that they like coerced them in any way, that they ever like had any sort of repercussions if they didn't do what they were told. And I think that that is what I'm looking for in all of this. Every time something like this comes out, all I'm looking for is, did they threaten you with anything? Did they say, if you don't do this, you will suffer X, or if you don't do this, you will suffer Y, or if you don't do this, we will do this, that, and the other. Like, I need those statements to be stated. I need somebody to say that in order for me to give a fuck about any of this. Because, yeah, without that, it's just them telling them what they would like them to do in a voluntary project. Like, the whole Biden administration, COVID-19, whatever you call it, thing, that this was all voluntary. So I don't know why anybody would care unless they pressured them in a coercive way.
Oh, crap.
Hi, Rachel. How are you?
I'm good. I thought you left for the rapture.
Yeah, it didn't work out.
What are you doing here?
Ooh, I see that you're all moved in.
Oh, yeah, we still got a couple things, but yeah.
Well, when are you gonna move back out?
What?
Funny story. It was just a false alarm. Now
Give me my house back.
Wait a minute, what you mean give you a house back?
The Eventbrite wasn't working, so they sent me back here.
Well, I'm not surprised. You seem like an insufferable person. What, they evicted you?
No, but you're about to be.
Excuse me?
Your house is haunted, by the way.
Okay, by who?
Me. I drove all this way.
I thought you gave your car away.
I walked all this way.
Okay.
Well, since you're not fully moved in, you can sell me the house back. I have $1.
Are you okay? I'm not giving you my house for $1. What are you talking about?
But that's all I have. I gave all my money away, remember?
Well, you can ask everybody in heaven if they got Klarna.
But wait, I think I see my air fryer in there.
You don't have an air fryer. You gave it away, remember?
What is this? Did people sell their houses for the rapture or something? Did people... Is this I don't know. Is this a thing? I haven't heard anything about this. So yeah, with this stuff, all I'm looking for is some sort of coercion. If some sort of threat. That's really all that matters. As online platforms, including Alphabet, grappled with these decisions, the administration officials, including President Biden, created a political atmosphere that sought to influence the actions of platforms based on their concerns regarding misinformation. You're allowed to influence. You're allowed to influence. That's part of politics. You're allowed to fucking influence. There's nothing wrong with this. Like, there's absolutely nothing wrong with this. You can see how carefully they're using their language to make sure that they're not actually making any, like, real accusations while making it sound like they're making accusations. Because, yeah, they're allowed to influence. Donald Trump influences all the time. Donald Trump pressures all the time. Donald Trump presses all the time. But he also coerces all the time, where he makes threats against them using the government to punish them if they do not do what it is he tells them to do. This is like when everybody freaks out about Kamala Harris saying that she wanted Donald Trump to get suspended from Twitter. And they're all like, yeah, look, this is anti-free speech. This is coercion. This is bad. No, she didn't say, you have to ban Donald Trump or you will face the wrath, or like, she didn't say any of these things. There was nothing problematic about any of it. You can disagree with the Biden administration's decision. You can say, hey, I don't think that they should have suspended people, or I don't think that they should have censored people, or I don't think it was as big of a deal as they made it. You can have that opinion. That's fine. But they didn't do anything that was against the First Amendment. They didn't do anything illegal like the Trump administration has done over and over and over and over. They continuously do illegal actions that have been set in precedent in the law, stated very clearly 1,000,000 times over. And yeah, the Trump administration just keeps breaking those laws. This is not comparable in any way. It is unacceptable and wrong when any government, including the Biden administration, attempts to dictate how the company moderates content, and the company has consistently fought against those efforts on First Amendment grounds. No matter the political atmosphere, YouTube will continue to enable free expression on its platform, particularly as it relates to issues subject to political debate. Political debate and discussion are in the public's interest, which is why YouTube expanded its approach to educational, documentary, scientific, and artistic content on the platform. In contrast to other large platforms, YouTube has not operated a fact-checking program that identifies and compensates fact-checking partners to produce content to support moderation. YouTube has not and will not empower fact-checkers to take action on or label content across the company services. So just so people understand, this was not a right-wing thing. Just so you guys get it. I know that every fucking LARPer out there, every grifter out there ran around saying that they were going after right-wingers and blah, blah, blah. I got suspended 3 or 4 different times for COVID misinformation. Destiny got suspended numerous times for COVID misinformation. So much so that me and my editor started having conversations with Destiny and his editor about like what it is that we could do to try to fix this and try to avoid getting suspended all the time over COVID misinformation. And the idea that we came up with is, before we ever publish any videos that have anything to do with COVID on our platform, like if we ever mention COVID on streams or anything, private those fucking videos immediately after. And then if you want to publish a video after that's like of articles, of you reading studies, like anything talking about COVID at all, always upload that video to another channel first. Upload it to the other channel. Just make another channel that you don't even use. It can get all the strikes in the world. You don't give a fuck. Upload it to that channel first and just let it sit. Just let it sit and wait a couple of days, because there were tons of times where videos that I had from like a year, sometimes 2 years before, all of a sudden got me a strike and got me suspended. And then there was other times where it was like 2 weeks after I uploaded a video, got me a strike, got me suspended. So yeah, it was much better to like upload videos and just wait a while, see how it went, and okay, I guess I'll test the waters now and see how this goes. But it was hard to do anything related to COVID at the time for anybody. In contrast to other platforms, YouTube has not operated a fact-checking program that identifies and compensates fact-checking partners to produce content. Oh wait. I don't know if I read this part. So, no matter the political atmosphere, YouTube will continue to enable free expression on its platform, particularly as it relates to issues subject to political debate. Political debate and discussion are in the public interest, which is why YouTube expanded its approach to educational, documentary, scientific, and artistic content on the platform. Okay, I did read that. In contrast to other large platforms, YouTube has not operated a fact-checking program that identifies and compensates fact-checking partners to produce content to support moderation. YouTube has not and will not empower fact-checkers to take action on or label content across the company's services. That's true to an extent. What they did do is they started adding labels at the bottom that would give you information about something. So if your content even mentions COVID or even mentions the 2020 election, they would immediately have a banner at the bottom of your channel that says, find out more about the 2020 election, or find out more about COVID misinformation, or find out more about the risks and what studies say about the vaccines. And like, it was always there. You just had to mention something and it would immediately pop up under your channel. So YouTube also began offering a feature on YouTube beginning in June 2024 that allows users to add notes to prevent relevant, timely, and understandable context on videos. The pilot is available on mobile in the US and in English, and YouTube continues to collect feedback on features on the feature. YouTube also features an extensive comment section where viewers can comment and share their views on content posted by creators. The company terminated channels for repeatedly violating its community guidelines on election integrity content through 2023 and COVID-19 content through 2024. Today, YouTube's community guidelines allow for a wider range of content regarding COVID-19 and elections integrity. Reflecting the company's commitment to free expression, YouTube will provide an opportunity for all creators to rejoin the platform if the company terminated their channels for repeated violations of COVID-19 and election integrity policies that are no longer in effect. YouTube values conservative voices on its platform and recognizes that these creators have extensive reach and play an important role in civic discourse. The company recognizes these creators are among those shaping today's online consumption, landing must-watch interviews, giving viewers the chance to hear directly from politicians, celebrities, business leaders, and more. The committee has taken important investigative steps to highlight that onerous obligations under laws such as Digital Services Act and Digital Markets Act may stifle innovation and restrict access to information. These laws place a disproportionate regulatory burden on American companies, and the company has long expressed its concern about the risk that the DSA may pose to freedom of expression within and outside of the European Union, depending on how certain provisions may be enforced. The DSA could be interpreted in such a way as to require Alphabet and other providers of intermediary services to remove lawful content, jeopardizing the company's ability to develop and enforce global policies that support rights to free expression and access to information. The DSA may open avenues for substantive regulation of lawful speech, including through risk mitigation, the use of codes of conduct and crisis protocols, and the out-of-court dispute settlement mechanisms. Alphabet remains mindful of these risks and continues to be vigilant in its defense of these rights. Jim Jordan then says, YouTube also admits the Biden admin's censorship pressure was unacceptable and wrong, confirms that the Biden admin wanted American censorship for speech that did not violate YouTube's policies, details when YouTube began rolling back its censorship policies on political speech after the judiciary GOP began its investigation, states that public debate should never come at the expense of relying on authorities, promises to never use third-party fact-checkers, warns that Europe's censorship laws target American companies and threaten American speech. So this is the thing. That last part, that last part is the most important part. That is the most important part. A lot of people are going to put this on coercion from the Trump administration, and that may be an aspect to this, but the important part to this is not the Trump administration coercing them or even Jim Jordan coercing them. It is that the EU is forcing them to do so much more work on their platforms and moderate so much more shit because the laws are way more restrictive in the EU and in the UK. And so they are forcing YouTube to add all of this technology and support to their platforms that they probably don't want to have to deal with. It's just a lot more work for them. It's a lot more money. And so they want defense. They want somebody to defend them. They want the United States government to defend them. They want the United States government to have their back. And there were numerous CEOs and people who were upset with the Biden administration and the government under Biden, saying that while other countries were coming after them and making their jobs almost impossible, that while tech industries and tech companies were the titans of American innovation at the time and the biggest companies in the world, they should have been like really important to Americans and American government, and the American government should have had their back and protected them because they are very important to our economy and to our country. And they were all really pissed off that nobody helped them. Nobody had their back. Nobody defended them. And so now the Republicans have taken up that mantle and said, okay, we'll defend you. We got you. We're going to go like work with the EU. We're going to work with the UK. We're going to work with all of these different countries and try to negotiate with them to get them off of your back and try to make it easier for you. And so, yeah, that is the main thing that has gotten Zuckerberg and Google and all of these different companies to kind of start working with them a bit more. So over the past few years, we have uncovered massive scandals relating to big tech censorship. And he links the Facebook files, but these are not scandals or like real censorship, but okay. During the Biden-Harris years, under White House pressure, YouTube changed its policies to censor political debate on COVID and elections. Today, YouTube admits that the censorship pressure from the Biden admin was unacceptable and wrong. Now, to make amends to the American people and because of our work, YouTube is rolling back its censorship policies on political speech, including topics such as COVID and elections. I wonder who's going to get unbanned because of this, because I can't think of any big channels that lost their channels because of COVID misinformation. And I wonder how far they're going to take this. I wonder if it only applies to COVID. I wonder if all of a sudden people like Steven Crowder are going to get remonetized. I wonder if Fresh and Fit are going to get remonetized. I wonder if some of the, crazier white nationalist people are going to get remonetized. And so, yeah, I wonder how far they're going to take this to try to appeal to the right now. But I don't know of anybody who got suspended over COVID misinformation that lost their entire channel. I don't know of anybody who lost their entire channel over this shit. So them saying, yeah, we'll give people back their channels if they lost it over COVID misinformation. Like who? Who? What does that mean? Whether you were an established YouTube presence with massive following like Dan Bongino, or just were starting out to express political views there, you will have an opportunity to come back onto the platform if you were censored for engaging in political speech. So the person that I think of that had maybe Brett Weinstein, I was about to say, the person who was the worst about COVID misinformation was Brett Weinstein. And I don't think he ever got banned. He still has his channel. He never got banned for it. So I'm fairly positive he's still there. Yep, there he is. Yeah, he never lost his channel. So he was by far the worst of anybody putting out misinformation on COVID. So if he's still there, then I feel like nobody got fucking banned over this shit. This is another victory in the fight against censorship. In August of 2024, Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg wrote the committee a letter admitting, 1, the Biden admin pressured Facebook to censor Americans. 2, Facebook censored Americans. 3, Facebook throttled the Hunter Biden laptop story. Even as Meta admitted Biden-Harris censorship was wrong, others in big tech were reluctant to go on the record. Now Google is acknowledging for the first time that it too faced censorship pressure from the Biden White House and and that pressure was unacceptable and wrong. But that's not all. YouTube is making changes to its platform to prevent future censorship. YouTube is committing to the American people that it will never use outside so-called fact checkers to censor speech. No more telling Americans what to believe and what not to believe. YouTube also is trying out community notes. As Elon Musk was ahead of the curve, Meta followed suit, and now YouTube. And YouTube confirms that Europe is targeting American speech and innovation. Here, it admits that European social media laws place a disproportionate regulatory burden on American companies. YouTube warns that Europe could force companies to remove lawful social media content and could risk freedom of expression within and outside of the EU. That's right. Europe wants to censor your online speech, even if you aren't in Europe. So they're not actually censoring you on the entire platform. YouTube does have the ability to censor stuff based on what country you're in. I can show you even my stream from last night. I'll show it to you. My stream from last night had tons of copyrights on it. And those copyrights are different based on they change based on the country. So some of these will say partially blocked. And when you click on it, it says this is blocked in some countries or for some age groups. It specifically changes like who can see your content based on laws in different countries. So it's not, these are all of the copyrights that are still left on my stream from last night. A lot of it was from the TikTok videos that we watched, and a lot of it was from the audio clips that we were listening to see like what audio I could download for my soundboard. A lot of those got me copyrighted, and some of those are making it to where my entire stream is blocked in some countries. But there's only, this is only the ones that are left. It gives you a lot of options to deal with these, thankfully. And so every time I get copyrighted and I'm not able to monetize my streams, I'm blocked in certain countries, most of the time I will go and click take action. And then I can choose, it'll replace the song with a different song. I can trim out the entire section and it will just edit it out so that somebody who watches it afterwards, it literally just skips past it and they're immediately among it. Or I can erase the song, which will just mute that part. And sometimes it's even really good to where it will only mute the song, but not me talking over the song. So it even says remove the claimed song while keeping other sounds such as speech or mute all sound. And so yeah, this is normally the one I like to go with. And I'll just erase song. This is
work family, they have a work everything. So
this is what it'll sound like.
That person at work.
You guys remember that one? They had music blasting the entire fucking time in that one. And now they have it erased.
They have a work cat, they have a work family, they have a work everything. So just be aware of that. That person.
It's so funny. You can literally hear their like clothes moving around and everything. It mutes the song so seamlessly to where you still hear them talking. Fucking great. But then yeah, when I hit preview, it changes it to where
they have a work family, they have a work everything.
Yeah, anyways. So yeah, so you can change it. And once I confirm it, it cuts out that audio. There's no way to put it back. There's no way to change it again later. And now it'll start editing that part. You can only do one on a video at a time. Sometimes it takes a couple hours, so it's kind of annoying because I have to keep going back. You can't even stack them up to say, like, then start on this one after that one, then do this one after that one. You can't do it. It's really fucking annoying. So once I click that one, I have to wait and come back to this in a couple hours to add another one. I've already done 4 today from yesterday's stream, and I will keep adding more till I get my monetization back on it. But yeah, they give you a lot of options, and they make it to where it's pretty easy, but they already have things censored based on the country in the first place. It's just making it to where, yeah, lots of stuff that if you put it in your video, it will not be seen in Europe. That's it. Google and YouTube credit Judiciary GOP for bringing transparency of and accountability for big tech censorship. We will continue to hold big tech accountable. Read Google's whole letter to the committee here. Oh crap, I wish I had clicked on that first. I didn't know that there was a bunch missing. So this is what, 1 through 3. The next page is 4 through 10. Then the next page, oh, starts at 20. Yeah, that's 20 through 24. And then the last page is 27. Shit. Okay. Well, yeah, I'm not going to start over and read this because, yeah, that's... that's obnoxious. Fuck. Fucking shite, mate. Pop Bass on Twitter says Disney announces Jimmy Kimmel Live will return on Tuesday. Last Wednesday, we made the decision to suspend production on the show to avoid further inflaming a tense situation at an emotional moment for our country. It is a decision we made because we felt some of the comments were ill-timed and thus insensitive. We have spent the last days having thoughtful conversations with Jimmy, and after those conversations, we reached that decision to return the show on Tuesday. So there you go. They're all playing this video over and over and over of him. They love fucking playing this clip of him, dude.
Tell us what you think of the statue. I mean, do you think that she's attractive or not? Take another look at her.
Steven Crowder quote tweeted this. He said, "What would you rather do tonight than watch Jimmy Kimmel? I'll go first. Take a Spirit Airlines flight with a female pilot." Good one. Ah, so good. Yeah, they keep posting stuff like this, showing that like other shows have gotten canceled because of people saying disgusting things, like Roseanne Barr getting fired for saying a bunch of fucked up shit about the Jews. And Jimmy Kimmel replied and was like, yeah, she said some really gross shit. Like, that's kind of her fault. She got fired for it. And now they're like, see, you guys are hypocrites. Like, we're not complaining anytime somebody gets fired for something or anytime somebody gets censored in any way whatsoever. It's when there's government overreach. That's what we care about. We care about the government stepping in and coercing businesses into censoring speech. That is the problem. But yeah, all of these people are too stupid to know the difference. So they just see speech gone. Same thing.
Of course, every race has its racist, awful people. The problem is we keep comparing the worst 10% of one race with like the best 10% of another race. Right? Which is obviously a mistake. Because what we should be doing is we should be getting the worst 10% of every race. And comparing that, so we can figure out which is the worst race. In fact, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do it right now. Yeah, let's do it right now. Let's figure out which is the worst race. Right now. Okay? You guys up for it? All right, go.
Yeah, I did a couple of what were they called? Where you had like a tier list? I did race tier lists back in the day, where I would pick all my favorite races, the best race, the worst race. Obviously, Jews were the best. Just obviously, Jews, Asians, white people, and then black people were in last. So.
Okay, cool. On 3, I want you to shout out which race you think is the worst. All right? Okay. No. Don't worry. We'll all do it together. I'll join in. Of course, I'll join in.
You guys ready?
Right?
Everybody ready?
Don't worry. This is a comedy show. This is a safe space. We asked you to put your phones away for this moment right now. Now's the time to let it out.
You guys ready?
This is it. Don't bottle up and go crazy outside. Demons out now. All right? Okay.
Here we go.
You don't even
Get
have
ready.
to be specific. Okay, just shout a color.
Type it up. Get ready to hit enter.
Okay. Guys, we all know what the answer's gonna be. Who are we fooling you? All right. Okay. On 3. Worst race. On 3. Okay. 1. This is happening. Whether you join in or not, you might as well say something. Even if you don't believe it, just as a creative exercise. Just lay it out. It's like speaking in tongues. Just go. All right. Okay. On 3. Okay. Worst race. On 3. All right. Okay. 1. Worst race. 2. 3. If you said anything, you're the worst 10% of your race. That was fucking disgusting. Bunch of goddamn racists coming to my show in New York City. Completely missing the point of that joke. Of course, every race has its...
Yeah, the edging is kind of the whole point. Yeah. The edging is kind of the whole point, because, yeah, it's not actually going to do it, so...
To be honest, I don't want to live in the United States of America if it's not majority white.
Hey Arval, I know your community is whites only, but could you make exceptions for us 2 Negroes? We're not even full sub-Saharan. We are over 40% white. And Arval says this: God bless the Hodge twins. But no.
That's the fucking ethno-state that's happening in the Ozarks. They asked if they could be let in.
Yeah, what do you thought was about to happen?
Yeah, this video comes from O'Shea Duke Jackson.
Now, the Hodge twins started off on YouTube doing, in my honest opinion, bodybuilding and satire, and they built a really big fan base. They sold out. And how did they sell out? Well, they started making conservative media content. This is a lot of their content. Look at this one. The black trans-genders are always the worst. So basically what happens is that the Hodge twins went from a comedic duo to an anti-black conservative duo in order to make money once their comedic duo started going down.
Now, if I'm being generous to the Hodge twins, I don't think they would say they're anti-black. They'll probably say something like, we just believe in accountability. We think there's issues. And
they're black critical. They're not anti-black. They're black critical, guys.
We want to see the black community. That's what they would say. So
it just so happened that they were reacting to the Eric Arval video, and they were reacting to this new all-white town documentary, and they said something that was interesting.
To be honest, I don't want to live in the United States of America if it's not majority white. Once it becomes majority non-white, it's, man. So I understand the fear of white people want to live in a country that's majority non-white.
But they're not the only guys that talk like this.
America is a nation, not just from an economic standpoint, but we also have an identity too, a cultural identity. And I'll tell you guys this too. As someone who's a first-generation American, my family's from Sudan, etc., I should not be saying this stuff, but I'm going to be honest. A lot of these guys that come from the third world, to include my old homeland, come here and scam. And the reality is, if we want America to stay America, we got to keep it majority white. We got to keep it the way it was founded.
But there was a time where Myron, who was trying to defend white races, got into a battle with a guy, basically calling him a saying N-word.
But you're sitting behind a Anon account, can't even stand behind what the you're saying. You got the nerve to talk to me when I got my real name out there, my real face out there. I'm live every day talking about actually contributing to the fight, and you got the gall to sit there and call me a stand, you piece of shit. I hope you wake up and have the replay, and I hope I come on a space I can see your dumb and actually talk to you. This is the problem that we have in these spaces. We got these stupid, autistic that will sit there and say, well, you're not white, so you can't talk about this, or you're... And it's like, okay, Reed, you want to go ahead and have this fight by yourself where no one's going to take you seriously because they're going to just think you're a kid member? That's the problem.
Because they think you're the Triple K a member. Didn't you put on a hood and do their salute, you fucking goofy-ass loser?
White voters, 56% lean Republican, 41% lean Democrat.
Member. Didn't you put on a hood and do their salute, you fucking goofy-ass loser? Wasn't that him?
Going on a platform that is white extremists and calling them autistic because they're not inclusive, it's crazy.
It is. That is actually
crazy.
Good point.
It's like you're at McDonald's wondering why it smells like fries. That's crazy.
Yeah.
The people that are allowing you in these spaces and letting you talk are laughing in your back when your back is turned. They're like, this is this clown. Look at this.
You're being generous. Back.
Yes, I am.
They're back. They literally.
Yes, no, the real racists call Myron a race traitor. The real racists call Myron a race traitor. People like Nick Fuentes and Groypers, when I go and debate them, they'll say things like, no, I think Black Lives Matter is dope, dude. I think Black Lives Matter is fucking dope. They stick up for their own fucking race. This is what white people should be doing. This is how white people should react when one of their own get killed. This is how they should react when one of their own is getting fucked with. But they don't. White people are a bunch of fucking pussies. Black people, they actually care about their race. They actually stand up for each other. They actually want the, you know, this cohesion within their communities. They actually make sure that they all live around each other and that they all congregate around each other. White people are all trying to get more black people and Mexicans and Indians to come live with them, but black people, they're not trying to invite white people into their neighborhoods. They don't want white people living in their neighborhoods. They like that they actually have a culture that is cohesive. And this is what white people need. But whenever white people are trying to appeal to all these black people, they're fucking race traitors. And whenever there's a bunch of black people coming over to the white side saying, hey guys, I hate black people too, they're fucking race traitors.
He looked him in his eye and says, at the end of the day, you're still an N-word. You're a dirty...
One person said that.
No. There was a whole spaces where they were saying that about him. Some of them challenged me into fights, saying, listen, we don't want you here.
Myron, you were in my space the other day, and I said, you know, you're doing a great job calling these Jews, but, you know, if we take this country back, we want it for white folks, and would you go home? And you said, I was born here, and I'm not going anywhere. And this is where I think the problem is with working with non-whites, is that once you think you help us, that you're just going to stay in our country. Why do you Browns think you could stay in my country?
Hell, Nick Fuentes, who he's very good friends with, his politics are that whites should be the majority people in power.
Yeah.
It is really this simple. We need white men in charge of everything again. That's it.
Hey, help us now, but pack your bags and go back to Sudan, you dirty.
It's like the house ninja that thinks he's gonna get a position by staying in the house. It's like, no, they don't like you either.
Yeah.
And you know what's also funny? I'm one of the biggest advocates for white people being able to practice and say white power, be able to maintain their relationship with white women, etc. I'm actually one of the biggest proponents of white people being able to say, hey, I want to keep my race white. I actually respect that, and I fight for their ability to say that. Then you get kids like this guy that come in and try to on one of their biggest advocates that has a platform that's of the other color saying this stupid. Idiots like you make me realize, damn, I shouldn't even be defending these.
That's crazy.
Okay. We just gotta appreciate this, how like buck broken these guys are. Okay, but you understand, definitionally speaking, that means that they want to exterminate you or they want you out of their fucking country. I'm not going to sit here and then do some kind of movement that's anti-Ethiopian and then be surprised when people with foreheads like mine get exterminated. You know, you're easy to spot. You made it clear what it's about. Shit, my shit's kind of shiny today, too.
It's always shiny.
No, I put coconut oil today.
No, but usually you sweat a lot.
Touche.
But I mean, it was summer and now it's fall, so I mean.
I still sweat. Don't matter what season it is.
This is where the Hodge twins get their Negro wake-up call. So the Hodge twins go on to Twitter, and then they put this message. Hey, Arval, I know your community is whites only, but could you make exceptions for us two Negroes? We're not even full sub-Saharan. We are over 40% white. And Arval says this. God bless the Hodge twins. But no.
Yeah, what do you thought was about to happen? You black too. What you thought? That it was... I don't even know how I got to explain this to people.
Yo.
You black.
Yo, I don't say this very often, but you're genuinely just, you're simping for white supremacists.
Yes.
The same way these motherfuckers are on their OnlyFans paying and losing all their bread to like touch her bathwater, they don't even want to let you into their hood.
We respect what you say because we say the same thing, but you're part of the things that we say and we stay against, so no.
That was so fucking pathetic. We're 40% white. Ugh. Also, actually, this is one question I want to ask. I want to ask, okay? For the white people watching, when you see guys like this, what does it feel like? I wonder what it feels like for them when they see dudes who are this buck broken worshiping their whiteness. If I was white, I'd be like, probably putting on some sunscreen and be like, yeah, we are superior. It's like RPGs, you know, when you get your racial traits, you guys need sunscreen. We need bulletproof vests. It's actually so impressive because even though you did this disgusting ass shit, right? Guess what? Most of the black communities will still take you in. Fucking pathetic.
40% white is black.
Let's keep going.
You're black. Myron's black. If they're building an all-white community, they don't want you there. Myron knows it. Hodge twins knows it. The Hodge twins, they're getting paid from it. Myron's not even getting paid from it, but anything to be closer to white zaddy. Closer to white zaddy. If you don't want...
White zaddy. Crazy. I don't have a problem with black conservatism, but be principled and have a logical worldview that includes your existence in it. That's the bare minimum. That's like white people who spend all their day saying there should be no white people. I don't respect them either. That's fucking stupid. The worst part is like these motherfuckers are disgusting enough to birth kids into a world, and if they get their way, their kids are going to be the ones who suffer the most. How can I respect that?
Hodge twins are demons, bro. They have millions of followers. They've been on YouTube and they've been on social media for over 10 years, and they built their platform basically by bashing black people, and they decided to use their platform to attack a 17-year-old, a young man, not even an adult yet.
Well,
they keep doing this too. All of these people love just spreading so much misinformation about Carmelo Anthony and his family. They are just so... They're so fucking gross in the way that they keep going after Carmelo Anthony and his family. Keep making up rumors about what it is that they spent on their house, what it is that they spent on new cars. This is already a wealthy family, guys. Just get this straight, okay? This is already a fairly wealthy family, but obviously, like the case that he was involved in, they weren't like filthy rich to where they were able to go like buy super expensive lawyers, and so they were able to raise. They also, just to be clear, the money that was raised for Carmelo's family, they did not post these things. They did not post a bunch of like GoFundMe's and shit for their family. So these were put up on their behalf from other people, and now everybody keeps just running around making a big deal about the fact that they got money and that they're spending the money and shit like that, when like they already had fucking money. But on top of that, even the majority of shit that they're saying, where they're saying they bought a new house in a gated community. Kind of, they did go and rent a house in a gated community that other people from their church are helping them with, because they're being threatened by people like you motherfuckers who keep making up shit about them. But yeah, like they are doing some of these things in some ways, but not in the ways that they're kind of trying to paint it. It's just over and over these people are going after this kid and his family. It's so weird.
Their platform to attack a 17-year-old, a young man, not even an adult yet.
Well, okay. Oh my God, I can't believe these guys are making me do this. They're using their platform to attack a black kid. Yes, who's alleged to have murdered somebody in cold blood.
Yeah.
You know, there's a bit of context missing there. I'm sorry. I'm not going to exactly feel bad.
It's not any.
It was a lie! It was a lie! Dude, read the freaking screen, bro. Read the screen!
Ariana tipped $15. This is to fund you to keep supporting Carmelo Anthony and his family.
Let's go. Thank you, Aaron M. Sound. We got to protect our own, homie. We got to protect our own. We're under 25 minutes on the stream, and we got $5 to go on the goal. Thank you, Arian. Or sorry, did I say Aaron? Arian for the $15 tip. If you guys want to help support the channel, there is a link in the description for Stream Elements where you can post tips. Is the bot not here today? Where the fuck is the bot? Oh, there it is. There's a link pinned at the top of stream, or is at the top of chat. So make sure you click that link and help support me and my family as we go through these difficult times. Yeah, read the fucking post. It says Carmelo Anthony is from the Hodge twins. This says Carmelo Anthony and his family has purchased a fully loaded Cadillac Escalade valued at $150,000. This comes after Anthony's family received $500,000. And then it says here, spreading lies about Carmelo Anthony. So this is, it's not like, they're not saying like, oh, hey, he's just going after somebody who's black. How dare he? And they're like, what? Well, I mean, he is a murderer. I mean, it's okay to go. No, it's misinformation. They're lying about the guy. They're lying about the guy, and they're willing to just lie about people who are black and make a big deal about anything that they do because they're black so that they can show that they're one of the fucking good ones. But this is not them just attacking somebody who's black, dude.
A kid. Yes, who's alleged to have murdered somebody in cold blood.
Yeah.
You know, there's a bit of context missing there. I'm sorry. I'm not going to exactly feel bad for a 17-year-old who's rocking around the school with a knife. There's an angle for something. There's a legal case that has to unfold, fine. But making him this like super sympathetic, oh, he's just a
It's not just that.
To be honest, I don't want to live in a
Yeah, I don't know why the fuck Abba and them are just kind of ignoring that part of the post.
United States of America if it's not majority white.
If you take a second and you step back, if these idiots who profess conservative values are really wanting a conservative country, they think it only happens if it remains majority white. First off, there's a huge segment of the white population that votes very liberally. 1. 2, immigrants, by and large, are more conservative than whites in terms of their values and their politics. Agree or disagree?
Yeah, I tend to agree.
The reason why a lot of immigrants who are conservatives still vote...
Aram Sound tipped $10. So you're saying the Hodge twins aren't Down syndrome sufferers? News to me. Wow. Yeah, so. Yeah. So. Not Down syndrome, huh? Wow, so. Yeah.
Well, I was close. Aaron did donate, just not $15. He donated $10. So what's we got the fucking goal. Let's go. Let's get some cheers in chat. Appreciate the donos, guys. We're at 30 now. I will add the 3 hours to the clock. Thank you.
vote liberal is not because they love everything they say.
It's just because they want to be included.
But these guys are so buck broken. They're so obsessed with trying to appeal to whiteness that they'll just say the goofiest shit even if it means their own erasure. Are you stupid?
You're a second-class citizen in that space.
That's what they want. The benefit of being on YouTube and being consistent for the last 9 years is you get to observe the landscape change. You get to observe the trends. Culture change, you see the content change. 2015, I was deep into stand-up comedy, doing the arts, and so I was going to a lot of events, and I was in a lot of left-leaning spaces. And at that time, there was a lot of weirdness around blackness in left-leaning spaces because the way that they were patronizing, the way that they would belittle you with a lot of their, very soft-spoken racism, right? And when I spoke out about against this stuff, I got labeled a right-winger oftentimes. Never bothered me, because I knew in my heart of hearts, I don't look at black women and say bad things. I don't look at my nieces and nephews and don't go out of my way to make sure that they celebrate their blackness. I know my values, so I'm okay. But I did recognize that over time, after I did a lot of this repeated content, the kind of people that would be drawn to it would be people who would often say horrible things about black people in general. And I started looking at it very, very differently, because sometimes you cannot be part of a movement, but if you operate online in the same way that that movement does, then you might as well just be another agent for them.
You're a contributor.
And I get it too, because online, I'll be honest with you guys, if you're on YouTube, you want to get the quickest paycheck, be a minority, talk shit about the minority, you'll get a right-wing audience like this. If you're even half funny and charismatic, you'll shoot up to millions very quickly. And I've seen it with other creators where they are one way, then they start doing this kind of content. And what happens is that insidiously, very in the back of their minds, something starts creeping in where it's audience capture. You get this backlash from the audience, which is incredibly positive, which maybe with backlash doesn't work, but you get what I'm trying to say. And then you're constantly reaffirmed that you're correct and that you're based and that you're blah, blah, blah. And then you start redoing that content and it gets bigger and bigger. And by the time you know it, you're like captured by your audience. That's why a lot of these guys can't say anything bad about their side openly, because the kind of feedback they get is so negative that they're almost pressured to do that. I'm incredibly proud.
It's okay, guys. I have been canceled by my own audience 3 or 4 times now, to where, I will never be smart enough to be audience captured, okay? You guys can rest assured I will never be smart enough to be audience captured, so it's all right.
When I put out a video and you guys disagree with me, and I don't take it down, and I don't feel bad. Now, if I'm wrong, I'll do another follow-up video and I'll admit it. But I will never be mad by the fact that I'm not beholden to you, the audience, when it comes to my values. These people will sell their soul, they'll sell their kids' future, they'll sell anything, because the feedback loop they get for being different is too strong. And the last thing I'll say is, a lot of these people who do this kind of content, you'll notice a very particular trend.
Thomas captured by Mantis and Zeke. That was the argument of the last one. That was the argument of the last cancellation, is that I was audience captured by one audience member, and that everybody else hated that audience member. Everybody else wanted that audience member gone, even though that audience member had just won like top chatter of the year like a month before. Less than a month before, yeah.
Black people when I was growing up treated me badly. Black women rejected me. It's a lot of that stuff. And I personally, this is my own theory, a lot of these guys had negative experiences with black people growing up. And so they go into adulthood and they carry that on. And when it starts to come into their content, it seeps in. And then they get positive reinforcement and like, damn, this is the first time that I can openly say this shit about the people who hurt me when I was a kid and feel rewarded. But you only have that experience because generally you're going to be around black people. So it's natural that they're going to be the ones that are going to go after you or make fun of you. I have friends who grew up around only white people, black friends, and they got made fun of. They heard racist comments from them. I had other friends who grew up only around Asians, and they got it from those folks as well. People often look towards the race of the person hurting them, not recognizing, like, bro, if you're in a community, that's why black on black or white on white crime or Asian on Asian is always the highest percentage. It's not because you get targeted because you're Asian or you get targeted because you're white. You're around other people who look like you. And you never say anything positive. None of the progress, you don't talk about it. It's only negative. To me, that's some of the lowest form of content.
That's what I have a problem with them. It's just because, like, I went through the same things as them.
Did you?
Yeah.
Talk that shit.
Black people made fun of me. Oh, that's that corny dude in high school that was there.
Yeah.
They was like, oh, that's the corny dude. Black man was making fun of me because I was either dancing with girls. Oh, that's gay. I've been called that name for a long ass time, and that's why I don't care about it right now. You know what I mean? Black women, the same thing. I was too corny for them. I was not that, but I was made fun of by white people too, and depending of what circumstances, I had some racist stuff from the white folks. I had the corny stuff and the I've I was too white for the black and too black for the white. So I was like in an in-between thing. But like later on, Ross and stuff used to happen to me, and I was like, well, they're all like that. And that was that person.
Yeah.
And there are some other people like him, but it's not everybody that's like that.
Yep.
Same thing with black people, same thing with anything, basically. I was not like putting everybody in the same box because one thing out of that group happened to me. That's why I got an issue with it. I'm like, yo, you got to think more than that. I'm in the same position as them. I was not the gangster guy. I was not I was polite, nice, raised well by two parents and stuff. So I was not the go-to guy that I didn't have like.
You didn't have the suede.
But my mama didn't want to buy me the suede.
Yeah, but you didn't have the suede.
You think it's a suede?
So you don't have the answer, suede?
That's you stupid.
You ain't got the answers, man.
It's just weird when I see it. I'm like, are you okay?
Yeah.
And because I went through the same thing as them, I'm like, it ain't that bad. Relax. Consult. I don't know. Do something. Jeez.
This is just a video I saw and it jumped out to me. And I'm seeing a lot more of these kinds of guys. And every time I see it, I just roll my eyes even harder. I'm like,
oh, brother.
The behavior by
Harrison H. Smith. I'm not going to name names, but I was told someone close to Charlie Kirk that Charlie thinks Israel will kill him if he turns against them. Oh no. Well, don't name names, but it's good. It's good that you're letting us know that someone feels this way. Thank goodness we now have the truth and we all now know and understand. Because you put out your tweet.
9 months ago, he'll be speaking to world leaders, allies, and adversaries about ending the wars in Ukraine and Gaza. Pressure is mounting on Israel as some of America's closest allies, including France, Britain, Canada, and Australia, are recognizing the state of Palestine.
I feel very happy to be up here with you, nevertheless. And that way you speak more from the heart. I can only say that whoever's operating this teleprompter is in big trouble. Hello, Madam First Lady. Thank you very much for being here. And Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, First Lady of the United States, distinguished delegates, ambassadors, and world leaders. 6 years have passed since I last stood in this grand hall and addressed a world that was prosperous and at peace in my first term. Since that day, the guns of war have shattered the peace I forged on 2 continents. An era of calm and stability gave way to one of the great crises of our time. And here in the United States, 4 years of weakness, lawlessness, and radicalism under the last administration delivered our nation into a repeated set of disasters. 1 year ago, our country was in deep trouble. But today, just 8 months into my administration, we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. And there is no other country even close. America is blessed with the strongest economy, the strongest borders, the strongest military, the strongest friendship.
We're the hottest country in the world, bruh. Hottest country in the world, dude. Prices are going up. Radicalization going up. Political murders going up. How could things get any better? I can't imagine things ever being better than this.
And the strongest spirit of any nation on the face of the earth. This is indeed the golden age of America.
The golden age.
We are rapidly reversing the economic calamity we inherited from the previous administration, including
as the economy is getting fucking worse. You guys are doing such a good job at reversing the calamity of low inflation, lower prices. Thank goodness. Thank God you guys really fixed that. We almost had low prices again. That would have been disastrous. No way.
Including ruinous price increases and record-setting inflation. Inflation like we've never had before. Under my leadership, energy costs are down, gasoline prices are down, grocery prices are down, mortgage rates are down, and inflation has been defeated. The only thing that's up is the stock market, which just hit a record high. In fact, it hit a record high 48 times in the last short period of time. Growth is surging, manufacturing is booming. The stock market, as I said, is doing better than it's ever done. And all of you in this room benefit by that, almost everybody. And importantly, workers' wages are rising at the fastest pace in more than 60 years. And that's what it's all about, isn't it? In 4 years of President Biden, we had less than $1 trillion of new investment into the United States. In just 8 months since I took office, we have secured commitments and money already paid for $17 trillion.
Show it.
Think of it, 4 years, less than $1 trillion.
Show us. Months, where is it?
Much more than $17 trillion.
So much more.
Is being invested in the United States. And it's now pouring in from all parts of the world. We've implemented the largest tax cuts in American history and the largest regulation cuts in American history, making this once and again the best country on earth to do business. And many of the people in this room are investing in America, and it's turned out to be an awfully good investment during this 8-month period. In my first term, I built the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had the best economy ever. History of the world.
In the history of the world.
Same thing again, but this time it's actually much bigger and even better.
And even better, yeah.
The numbers far surpass my record-setting first term. On our southern border, we have successfully repelled a colossal invasion. And for the last 4 months, and that's 4 months in a row, the number of illegal aliens admitted and entering our country has been 0. Hard to believe, because if you look back just a year ago, it was millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, from prisons, from mental institutions, drug dealers. All over the world they came. They just poured into our country with the ridiculous open border policy of the Biden administration.
The open border policy, yeah.
Our message is very simple. If you come illegally into the United States, you're going to jail, or you're going back to where you came from, or perhaps even further than that. You know what that means. I want to thank the country of El Salvador for the successful and professional job they've done in receiving and jailing so many criminals that entered our country. And it was under the previous administration that the number became record-setting, and they're all being taken out. We have no choice. And other countries have no choice, because other countries are in the exact same situation with immigration. It's destroying your country, and you have to do something about it. On the world stage, America is respected again like it has never been respected before. You think about 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, or 1 year ago, we were a laughingstock all over the world. At the NATO summit in June, virtually all NATO members formally committed to increase defense spending, at my request, from 2% to 5% of GDP, making our alliance far stronger and more powerful than it was ever before. In May, I traveled to the Middle East to visit my friends and rebuild our partnerships in the Gulf and those valued relationships with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE, and other countries are now, I believe, closer than ever before. My administration has negotiated one historic trade deal after another, including with the United Kingdom, the European Union, Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, Malaysia, and many, many others. Likewise, in a period of just 7 months, I have ended 7 Unendable wars. They said they were unendable. You're never going to get them solved. Some were going for 31 years, two of them, 31, think of it, 31 years. One was 36 years. One was 28 years. I ended 7 wars. And in all cases, they were raging with countless thousands of people being killed. This includes Cambodia and Thailand, Kosovo and Serbia, the Congo and Rwanda, a vicious, violent war that was.
Oh, man.
Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, and Armenia and Azerbaijan. It included all of them. No president or prime minister, and for that matter, no other country has ever done anything close to that.
So true.
And I did it in just 7 months.
7 months.
It's never happened before. There's never been
Some of them he did before he was even in office. It was amazing.
Like that. Very honored to have done it. It's too bad that I had to do these things instead of the United Nations doing them. And sadly, in all cases, the United Nations
Oh my goodness.
try to help in any of them.
Oh my goodness.
I ended 7 wars, dealt with the leaders of each and every one of these countries, and never even received a phone call from the United Nations offering to help in finalizing the deal. All I got from the United Nations was an escalator that on the way up stopped right in the middle. If the First Lady wasn't in great shape, she would have fallen. But she's in great shape.
This is 7 wars, guys. 7 wars. So many. 7 wars. Obviously. Just 7.
Stopped about 5 wars. I stopped 5 wars. I've ended 6 wars. Stopped 6 wars. 6 wars. I settled 7 wars. Stopped 7 wars. 7 wars. 7 wars. We've stopped 7 wars, and really the number is actually 10.
Mindestens. Also eher 11. Eher 11, wenn nicht 50.
You stopped about 5.
Trump's probably threatening that German show to get rid of them. He's probably threatening that German show. You better take them off the air or we'll take your license. It's probably what he's doing at the UN right now. Is threatening that you guys better get rid of this German show being mean to me.
We're both in good shape. We both stood. And then a teleprompter that didn't work. These are the 2 things I got from the United Nations, a bad escalator and a bad teleprompter. Thank you very much. And by the way, it's working now. Just went on. Thank you. I think I should just do it the other way. It's easier. Thank you very much. I didn't think of it at the time because I was too busy working to save millions of lives. That is the saving and stopping of these wars. But later I realized that the United Nations wasn't there for us. They weren't there. I thought of it really after the fact, not during these negotiations, which were not easy. That being the case, what is the purpose of the United Nations? The UN has such tremendous potential. I've always said it. It has such tremendous potential, but it's not even coming close to living up to that potential. For the most part, at least for now, all they seem to do is write a really strongly worded letter and then never follow that letter up. It's empty words, and empty words don't solve war. The only thing that solves war and wars is action. Now, after ending all of these wars and also earlier negotiating the Abraham Accords, which is a very big thing for which our country received no credit, never receives credit. Everyone says that I should get the Nobel Peace Prize for each one of these achievements.
Everybody says.
But for me, the real prize will be the sons and daughters who live to grow up with the mothers and fathers, because millions of people are no longer being killed in endless and unglorious wars. What I care about is not winning prizes, it's saving lives. We saved millions and millions of lives.
Millions and millions.
Wars. And we have others that we're working on, and you know that. Many years ago, a very successful real estate developer in New York, known as Donald J. Trump,
oh, boy.
I bid on the renovation and rebuilding of this very United Nations complex. I remember it so well. I said at the time that I would do it for $500 million, rebuilding everything. It would be beautiful. I used to talk about, I'm going to give you marble floors.
Marble.
They're going to give you terrazzo. I'm going to give you the best of everything. You're going to have mahogany walls. They're going to give you plastic. But they decided to go in another direction, which was much more expensive at the time. on which actually produce a far inferior product. And I realized that they did not know what they were doing when it came to construction, and that their building concepts were so wrong, and the product that they were proposing to build was so bad and so costly. It was going to cost them a fortune. And I said, and wait till you see the overruns. Well, I turned out to be right. They had massive cost overruns and spent between $2 and $4 billion on the building and did not even get the marble floors that I promised them. You walk on terrazzo, do you notice that?
They didn't even get marble floors.
As far as
dude.
I'm concerned,
Damn.
frankly, looking at the building and getting stuck on the escalator, they still haven't finished the job. They still haven't finished. That was years ago. The project was so corrupt that Congress actually asked me to testify before them on the tremendous waste of money, because it turned out that they had no idea what it was, but they knew it was anywhere between $2 and $4 billion as opposed to $500 million with a guarantee. But they had no idea, and I said it cost much more than $5 billion. Unfortunately, many things in the United Nations are happening just like that, but on an even much bigger scale, much, much bigger. Very sad to see. Whether the UN can manage to play a productive role, I've come here today to offer the hand of American leadership and friendship to any nation in this assembly that is willing to join us in forging a safer, more prosperous world. And it's a world that we'll be much happier with. A dramatically better future is within our reach. But to get there, we must reject the failed approaches of the past and work together to confront some of the greatest threats in history. There is no more serious danger to our planet today than the most powerful and destructive weapons ever devised by man, of which the United States, as you know, has many. Just as I did in my first term, I've made containing these threats a top priority, starting with the nation of Iran. My position is very simple. The world's #1 sponsor of terror can never be allowed to possess the most dangerous weapon. That's why shortly after taking office, I sent the so-called Supreme Leader a letter making a generous offer.
So-called Supreme
I extended a pledge of full cooperation in exchange for a suspension of Iran's nuclear program. The regime's answer was to continue their constant threats to their neighbors and U.S. interests throughout the region, and some great countries that are right nearby. Today, many of Iran's former military commanders, in fact, I can say almost all of them, are no longer with us. They're dead. And 3 months ago, in Operation Midnight Hammer, 7 American B-2 bombers dropped the 14 30,000-pound each bombs on Iran's key nuclear facilities, totally obliterating everything. No other country on earth could have done what we did. No other country has the equipment to do what we did. We have the greatest weapons on earth. We hate to use them. But we did something that for 22 years people wanted to do. With Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity demolished, I immediately brokered an end to the 12-day war, as it's called, between Israel and Iran, with both sides agreeing to fight no longer. As everyone knows, I have also been deeply engaged in seeking a ceasefire in Gaza. Have to get that done. Have to get it done. Unfortunately, Hamas has repeatedly rejected reasonable offers to make peace. We can't forget October 7th, can we? Now, as if to encourage continued conflict, some of this body is seeking to unilaterally recognize a Palestinian state. The rewards would be too great for Hamas terrorists for their atrocities. This would be a reward for these horrible atrocities.
Ah, that's why he's here. Okay. That's what he's here for.
October 7th, even while they refuse to release the hostages or accept a ceasefire. Instead of giving to Hamas and giving so much, because they've taken so much, they have taken so much. This could have been solved so long ago. But instead of giving in to Hamas's ransom demands, those who want peace should be united with one message: release the hostages now. Just release the hostages now. Thank you. Thank you. As we have got to come together, and we will come together, got to get it done. We have to stop the war in Gaza immediately. We have to stop it. We have to get it done. We have to negotiate. Immediately have to negotiate peace. We got to get the hostages back. We want all 20 back. We don't want 2 and 4. As you know, I got, along with Steve Witkoff and others that helped us, Marco Rubio, we got most of them back. We were involved in all of them. But I always said the last 20 are going to be the hardest, and that's exactly what happened. We have to get them back now. We don't want to get back 2, then another 2, and then 1, and then 3. Have this process. No, we want them all back, and we want the actually 38 dead bodies back too. Those parents came to me and they want them back, and they want them back very quickly and very badly, as though they were alive. They want them. They want them every bit as much as if their son or daughter were alive. I've also been working relentlessly, stopping the killing in Ukraine. I thought that would be, of the 7 wars that I stopped, I thought that would be the easiest because of my relationship with President Putin, which had always been.
Yes, we're aware. Yes, we are aware. You said that you would stop it on day 1. It would be so easy. You talked so much crap about how Joe Biden didn't do enough, that he wasn't smart enough, he wasn't capable enough, and that it would be so easy for you to do it on day 1. Yes, we are. We are well aware, sir.
Been a good one. I thought that was going to be the easiest one, but you know, in war, you never know what's going to happen. There are always lots of surprises, both good and bad. Everyone thought Russia would win this war in 3 days, but it didn't work out that way. It was supposed to be just a quick little skirmish. It's not making Russia look good. It's making them look bad. No matter what happens from here on out, this was something that should have taken a matter of days, certainly less than a week. And they've been fighting for 3.5 years and killing anywhere from 5,000 to 7,000 young soldiers, mostly soldiers, on both sides, every single week, from 5,000 to 7,000 dead young people, and some in cities, much smaller numbers, where rockets are shot, where drones are dropped. This war would never have started if I were president. This was a war that should have never happened.
Should have never happened.
It shows you what leadership is.
Joe
what
Biden started it.
Do to a country. Look
Yeah.
what happened to the United States.
Oh, man.
And look where we are right now in just a short
Yep.
period of time. The only question now is how many more lives will be needlessly lost on both sides. China and India are the primary funders of the ongoing war by continuing to purchase Russian oil. But inexcusably, even NATO countries have not cut off much Russian energy and Russian energy products, which, as you know, I found out about 2 weeks ago, and I wasn't happy. Think of it. They're funding the war against themselves. Who the hell ever heard of that one? In the event that Russia is not ready to make a deal to end the war, then the United States is fully prepared to impose a very strong round of powerful tariffs, which would stop the bloodshed, I believe, very quickly. But for those tariffs to be effective, European nations, all of you are gathered here right now, would have to join us in adopting the exact same measures. I mean, you're much closer to this. We have an ocean in between. You're right there. And Europe has to step it up. They can't be doing what they're doing. They're buying oil and gas from Russia while they're fighting Russia. It's embarrassing to them, and it was very embarrassing to them when I found out about it, I can tell you that. They have to immediately cease all energy purchases from Russia. Otherwise, we're all wasting a lot of time. So I'm ready to discuss this. We're going to discuss it today with the European nations, all gathered here. I'm sure they're thrilled to hear me speak about it, but that's the way it is. I like to speak my mind and speak the truth. As we seek to reduce the threat of dangerous weapons today, I'm also calling on every nation to join us in ending the development of biological weapons once and for all. And biological is terrible, and nuclear is even beyond, and we include nuclear in that. We want to have a cessation of the development of nuclear weapons. We know, and I get to view it all the time. Sir, would you like to see? And I look at weapons that are so powerful.
So powerful.
We just can't ever use them. If we ever use them, the world literally might come to an end. There would be no United Nations to be talking about. There would be no nothing. Just a few years ago, reckless experiments overseas gave us a devastating global pandemic. Yet despite that worldwide catastrophe, many countries are continuing extremely risky research into bioweapons and man-made pathogens. This is unbelievably dangerous.
Unbelievable.
To prevent potential disasters, I'm announcing today that my administration will lead an international effort to enforce Biological Weapons Convention, which is going to be meeting with the top leaders of the world by pioneering an AI verification system that everyone can trust. Hopefully, the UN can play a constructive role, and it will also be one of the early projects under AI. Let's see how good it is, because a lot of people are saying it could be
one of the
great things ever. But it also can be dangerous, but it can be put to tremendous use and tremendous good, and this would be an example of that. Not only is the UN not solving the problems it should, too often, it's actually creating new problems for us to solve. The best example is the #1 political issue of our time, the crisis of uncontrolled migration. It's uncontrolled. Your countries are being ruined. The United Nations is funding an assault on Western countries and their borders. In 2024, the UN...
The fact that this weirdo is even allowed to talk in front of the United Nations is just so strange, dude. He's sitting there complaining about the fact that the escalator turned off on him, and this is some sort of conspiracy against him. They turned off the teleprompter. This is a conspiracy against him. Just an eternal victim.
UN budgeted $372 million in cash assistance to support an estimated 624,000 migrants journeying into the United States. Think of that. The UN is supporting people that are illegally coming into the United States, and then we have to get them out. The UN also provided food, shelter, transportation, and debit cards to illegal aliens. Can you believe that? On the way to infiltrate our southern border. Millions of people came through that southern border.
Millions.
Just a year ago, millions and millions of people were pouring in, 25 million altogether over the 4 years of the incompetent Biden administration. And now we have it stopped, totally stopped. In fact, they're not even coming anymore because they know they can't get through. But what took place is totally unacceptable. The UN is supposed to stop invasions, not create them and not finance them. In the United States, we reject the idea that mass numbers of people from foreign lands can be permitted to travel halfway around the world, trample our borders, violate our sovereignty, cause unmitigated crime, and deplete our social safety net. We have reasserted that America belongs to the American people, and I encourage all countries to take their own stand in defense of their citizens as well. You have to do that because I see it. I'm not mentioning names. I see it, and I can call every single one of them out. You're destroying your countries. They're being destroyed. Europe is in serious trouble. They've been invaded by a force of illegal aliens like nobody's ever seen before.
Like
illegal
no one's ever seen
aliens
before.
are pouring into Europe. Nobody is ever, and nobody's doing anything to change it, to get them out. It's not sustainable. And because they choose to be politically correct, they're doing just absolutely nothing about it. And I have to say, I look at London, where you have a terrible mayor, terrible, terrible mayor.
Terrible, terrible.
And it's been so changed, so changed. Now they want to go to Sharia law. But you're in a different country. You can't do that. Both the immigration and their suicidal energy ideas will be the death of Western Europe if something is not done immediately. This cannot be sustained. What makes the world so beautiful is that each country is unique. But to stay this way, every sovereign nation must have the right to control their own borders. You have the right to control your borders, as we do now, and to limit the sheer numbers of migrants entering their countries and paid for by the people of that nation that were there and that built that particular nation at the time. They put their blood, sweat, tears, money into that country. And
Wait, that built the country? What? Wait, hold on, I gotta play that again. What?
Suicidal energy ideas will be the death of Western Europe if something is not done immediately. This cannot be sustained. What makes the world so beautiful is that each country is unique. But to stay this way, every sovereign nation must have the right to control their own borders. You have the right to control your borders, as we do now, and to limit the sheer numbers of migrants entering their countries and paid for by the people of that nation that were there and that built that particular nation at the time. They put their blood, sweat, tears, money into that country, and now they're being ruined. Proud nations must be allowed to protect their communities and prevent their societies from being overwhelmed by people they have never seen before, with different customs, religions, with different everything, where migrants have violated laws, large.
Are we talking about white people? Like, what are we talking about?
False asylum claims or claimed refugee status for illegitimate reasons. They should, in many cases, be immediately sent home. And while we will always have a big heart for places and people that are struggling and truly compassionate, answers will be given. We have to solve the problem, and we have to solve it in their countries, not create new problems in our countries. And we are very helpful to a lot of countries that are just not able to send their people anymore. They used to send them to us in caravans of 25, 30,000 people each.
They're not sending their
Massive
best.
Caravans of people pouring into our country, totally unchecked and unvetted. But not anymore. According to the Council of Europe in 2024, almost 50% of inmates in German prisons were foreign nationals or migrants. In Austria, the number was 53% of the people in prisons were from places that weren't from where they are now. In Greece, the number was 54%, and in Switzerland, beautiful Switzerland, 72% of the people in prisons are from outside of Switzerland. When your prisons are filled with so-called asylum seekers who repaid kindness, and that's what they did, they repaid kindness with crime. It's time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to end it now. See, I can tell you, I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell. In America, we've taken...
I'm really good at this stuff, guys. I've got just the most simplistic ideas one could possibly imagine. Oh, there's people coming over the border? How about we build a wall? Nobody's ever thought of that before. Nobody's ever thought of that before. I'm really good at this stuff, guys. I'm really, really good at this stuff. Oh, we have a bunch of racists in our country who get mad when brown people come in. Just stop letting them in. I'm really good at this shit. I got all the best words and all the best ideas. It's easy for me. You guys wouldn't understand.
Taken bold action to swiftly shut down uncontrolled migration. Once we started detaining and deporting everyone who crossed the border and removing illegal aliens from the United States, they simply stopped coming. They're not coming anymore. We're getting a lot of credit, but they're not coming anymore. This was...
Yeah, when you guys going to get to that 20 million? What are they at right now? It's like, what's the... What are the estimates at? I think last time we checked, it was not even close to 1 million in deportations. He's supposed to be at 20 million in 4 years. And he's not even close to 1 million in almost a year now. Right? Am I... During former president's first term, since his return to office January 2025, his administration has significantly increased deportations with a total of 400,000 deportations deported in the first 250 days. They're gonna get to 20 million, guys. They're gonna get there. They'll make it.
It's a humanitarian act for all involved, because on the trips up, thousands of people a week were dying.
Thousands and thousands.
Nobody's ever seen anything like it.
Nobody's ever seen anything like it, dude.
Beaten, raped. On the trip up, the journey up, it was a long walk. It was a long, arduous journey, indeed. And it was also a historic victory against human trafficking throughout the region. What we did was a victory, and we saved so many lives of people that wouldn't make the journey. That journey was loaded up with death. Loaded up with death. Dead bodies all along the roads of jungles. To get up, they go through jungles, they go through areas so hot you couldn't breathe. They were dying of suffocation, areas so hot that you couldn't breathe. Dead bodies all over. By them not coming, we're saving tremendous numbers of lives. My people have done a fantastic job in doing what they did, and the American public agrees with it. I mean, I was very proud to see this morning I have the highest poll numbers I've ever had. Part of it is because of what we've done on the border. I guess the other part is what we've done on the economy. Joe Biden's policies empowered murderous gangs, human smugglers, child traffickers, drug cartels, and prisoners from all over the world. The previous administration also lost nearly 300,000 children. Think of that. They lost more than 300,000 children, little children, who were trafficked into the United States on the Biden watch, many of whom have been raped, exploited, and abused, and sold. Sold. Nobody talks about that. The fake news doesn't write about it.
And they were sold.
With many others, young children, who are missing or dead. And we've...
This guy, I can't imagine. How can you be this fucking stupid to be duped by this shit? He's talking about just the smallest amount of stuff. These are things that are good to get rid of. These are things that are good to go after. It's kind of fucked up that he continues defunding the programs that were going after child traffickers. But the fact that he uses all of this to fearmonger at people when it's such a insignificant number of people. Like, even if we were talking about 20 million illegal immigrants coming into the country over the course of 4 years, we're talking about, like, what does that make it? Like 7% of the overall population, I think? 6% maybe? Like, it would be such a small and insignificant number that you wouldn't even be able to notice. But all of these people run around now saying, oh, we can tell. Have you not been outside? I mean, and it's possible that in some places like Texas or California, they probably had a lot more than everybody else. But there's people literally in the Midwest acting like they're affected by fucking immigration. There's people in like Oklahoma over here acting like they're getting inundated with immigrants and Mexicans and people in Nevada, like these, or I guess Nevada probably would be as well. But yeah, the Nebraska, that's what I was trying to think of. People in Nebraska acting like they're getting tons of illegal immigrants coming into their fucking state. These people have probably never even seen an illegal immigrant, let alone would they know if they did. It's just so easy to fearmonger to these losers. It's so easy to use their racism to fearmonger to them. And then they'll all act like, oh, it's not racism. It's not racism that we're acting like we can all tell a big difference with something that we couldn't possibly tell a difference in. It's not racism when all of the Midwest states who have no engagement with immigrants at all are saying that they're voting for Trump over immigration. It's not racism at all when they talk about all the crimes that are being committed by these people that are committing crimes at much lower rates than average Americans. It's not racism at all when they totally inflate the numbers from 2 million and just add a zero at the less than 2 million and then add a zero at the end to 20 million. It's not racism, guys. Not racism when they all hide under their fucking beds screaming for Daddy Trump to come save them from the mean brown man. It's not racism.
We found a lot of these children and we're sending them back, and we've been sending them back to their parents. They said, nobody knows who they are. They said, where do you come from? And they'll give us a country and we'll find out and we'll figure it out and we'll bring them back to their homes. And the mother and father rush to the door and their tears in their eyes. They can't believe that they're seeing their son or daughter, their little son or daughter again. We've done almost 30,000 of them so far. Any system that results in the mass trafficking of children is inherently evil. Yet that is exactly what the globalist migration agenda has done, and it's what it's all about.
We should send all the illegals to Tom City. Atlanta is not short on immigrants, bro. We are one of the states with like some of the most construction happening. And so we have lots of immigrants coming here pretty consistently, especially even, I've talked about the fact that when I was in jail in 2008, that under George Bush, they were constantly arresting more and more Mexicans and I was in there with tons of Mexicans who were helping me learn Spanish while we were in there. Billions and billions of them helping me learn hasta luego. ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? ¿Qué pasa, gringo? ¿Por qué? ¿Tú no sabes? Donald Trump? Yo sé.
In America, those days, as you know, are over. The Trump administration is working, and we are continuing to work to track down the villains that are causing this problem, and also, as I said, to get back the 30,000 we've already returned. Now I think we're going to have
Donald Trump.
You're not going to find all of them. 300, more than 300,000. They're lost or they're dead. They're lost or they're dead because of the animals that did this. To protect our citizens, I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as and you see this, and you see it happening right before your eyes. Let's put it this way: people don't like taking big loads of drugs in boats anymore. There aren't too many boats that are traveling.
Oh, I know people who like taking big loads.
On the seas by Venezuela. They tend not to want to travel very quickly anymore. And we virtually stopped drugs coming into our country by sea. We call them the water drugs. They kill hundreds of thousands of people. I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as foreign terrorist organizations, along with two bloodthirsty transnational gangs, probably the worst gangs anywhere in the world, MS-13 and
Probably the worst ever.
Tren de Aragua is from Venezuela, by the way. Such organizations torture, maim, mutilate, and murder with impunity. They're the enemies of all humanity. For this reason, we've recently begun using the supreme power of the United States military to destroy Venezuelan terrorists and trafficking networks led by...
I went through all that, got the fucking video back up without dying, and then once I got it up, then I fucking died, of course.
Nicolas Maduro. To every terrorist thug smuggling poisonous drugs into the United States of America, please be warned that we will blow you out of existence. That's what we're doing. We have
He hasn't shown any evidence of this, dude. He keeps attacking Nicolas Maduro and just throwing everything at him. Always complaining about Maduro. Always acting like Maduro's doing everything. Maduro, Maduro, Maduro. And never shows any evidence of Maduro actually doing anything to the United States. Just keeps trying to make him like enemy number one. And there's just no evidence of the motherfucker doing anything to the United States. He doesn't seem to give a fuck about the United States or have anything to do with our problems. But Donald Trump sees something happen and is immediately like, oh, Maduro.
Choice. Can't let it happen. They're destroying.
Can't let it happen.
I believe we lost 300,000 people last year to drugs. 300,000. Fentanyl and other drugs.
No. Actually, we saved 1 billion lives. Trump. We saved 1 billion lives with the amount of fentanyl that we got rid of. Did you guys know this? Did you guys know this? We saved 1 billion lives.
But amazingly, Trump hasn't been firing administration officials all that much because partly, most of them have really learned a lesson about staying on his good side. Let me show you how bad it can get. 3 days ago, Pam Bondi was on Fox News making an outrageous claim about Trump's success stopping fentanyl deaths.
Since Donald Trump has been in office, DEA has seized over 21 million fentanyl pills. That's 21 million lives saved, in my opinion.
Bro, this channel, they fucking copied my background. Do you see this? You guys see this, right? You guys see this shit, yes? They fucking stole my fucking branding. They stole my shit. You see this? You see this? They stole my branding, dude. I literally have like exactly that. That exact like color pattern and everything. They stole my shit.
21 million people. 21 million people. Just for context, 70,000 people die from...
Oh my goodness. I hate Facebook Player.
People. Just for context, 70,000 people die from fentanyl in an entire year. But we're supposed to believe that in 3 months, Trump prevented 21 million fentanyl deaths. I guess a lot more people were planning to try fentanyl this year, huh?
Fentanyl?
Were you guys? Because if everyone's doing it, I'll do it. I'm not a pussy. All right. This audience is pro-fentanyl. Now... To be fair to Bondi, she must have realized these numbers were way off because 2 days later, she corrected herself.
Since he's been in office, DEA has taken 22.2 million fentanyl pills off the streets. This is 119 million lives. Donald Trump.
119 million lives, dude. It's a big correction. Not a billion anymore, but 119, over a third of our countries doing fentanyl.
Trump has saved since January. Pretty remarkable.
Pretty remarkable.
119 million?
Bro, dude, her fucking face at the end is just so pretty remarkable. She's so stupid, dude. She is so dumb, bro.
Donald Trump has saved since January. Pretty remarkable.
I need to get that as a soundbite. I need that as a fucking soundbite, dude. That's just little, you know, just pretty remarkable. I need that shit, dude. That's fucking great.
Oh my God! 119 million? He saved 100 more million lives in 2 days? Wow.
When's this bitch gonna get fired? He says she's doing a great job, dude. He says she's doing a great job. She's doing an amazing job right now. I mean, how could you fire her when she's just saved billions and billions of lives?
Keep in mind, the entire population of the United States is 340 million. So she's crediting Trump with saving the lives of a third of the entire country.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Pam, what are you talking about? Are you on the fence? Because you sound high as right now. Okay?
Sounds normal to me.
All right. But you know what? Bondi sobered up, she checked her math, and she realized something was off again. Because during Trump's cabinet meeting yesterday, she came back and corrected herself one more time.
Okay, good.
President Trump, your DOJ agencies have seized more than 22 million fentanyl pills, which saved, are you ready for this, media? 258 million lives.
You ready for this, media? 258 million lives. That's like 85% of the country, dude. So she was trolling? No, she's not trolling. She's being serious. She's this stupid, dude. She's not trolling. She's just actually this dumb. She thinks it makes sense to say that they saved 258 million American lives, bro. She's not kidding. And more importantly, again, they have my fucking borders and shit, dude. Look at this. It's all over the fucking... It's all over the screen, dude. This is shameless. This is just fucking shameless, dude. They're just straight ripping off Tom Foolery show. Look at that. Do you see this? You see this right here? I literally have that exactly. They literally, like, that exactly. They stole My shit exactly. Look at this. Look at this. See the white blue? Right there? This is mine. See this? That's theirs. You see that? This is theirs. This is mine. Now, check this. See this red on the purple in the background? You see this? This is theirs. Look at that. Look at that crap. This ain't right. This ain't right. They literally are ripping off my stuff, dude. This is the same thing. This is the same thing. They're just stealing my crap. It's shameless. Look at that. Comedy Central
have seized more than 22 million fentanyl pills.
Ready for this, media?
Are you ready for this, media?
Ready for this, media?
58 million lives.
258! 258 million lives? What is happening here? At the rate Trump is saving lives, death will cease to exist by August. Man, you gotta love the way she turns to the camera like, are you ready for this, media? No, we weren't ready for that. We were not ready. There is no way anybody could...
Bro, and then they have a fucking American flag. They have an American flag in the background. Sorry, not an American flag. A map of America in the background. They literally have a map in the background. They are stealing all my shit, dude. This is insane.
Ever have been ready for the number you were about to say. Even J.D. Vance wasn't ready. Look at his face when he hears her say that shit.
Are you ready for this, media? 258 million lives. Kids are dying every day.
It's so good.
I've never seen a man blink. What the f is this woman talking about? But of course he knows it's bullshit. He went to Yale, right? It's no Harlem University, but they know math. The point is, by the time we're done with the next 100 days, Trump will have saved, and are you ready for this, media? 347 bajillion lives.
And this is how a Facebook marketplace deal
Amazingly,
should go down. Straight up, this guy.
Fucking ridiculous, dude. This is a clown show.
Each boat that we sink carries drugs that would kill more than 25,000 Americans. We will not let that happen. Energy is another area where the United States is...
What did he just say?
Each boat that we sink carries drugs that would kill more than 25,000 Americans. We will not let that happen. Energy is another area where the United States is now thriving like never before. We're getting rid of the falsely named renewables. By the way, they're a joke. They don't work.
By the way.
They're too expensive. They're not strong enough to fire up the plants that you need to make your country great. The wind doesn't blow. Those big windmills are so pathetic and so bad. So expensive.
They're killing the whales. The wind doesn't even blow. And it's killing the whales, guys.
Expensive to operate. Then they have to be rebuilt all the time. They start to rust and rot. Most expensive energy ever conceived. And it's actually energy. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. You lose money, the governments have to subsidize. You can't put them out without massive subsidies. And most of them are built in China, and I give China a lot of credit. They build them, but they very few wind farms. So why is it that they build them and they send them all over the world, but they barely use them? You know what they use? Coal. They use gas. They use almost anything, but they don't like wind. But
the windmills are eating your cats and dogs.
Europe, on the other hand, has a long way to go, with many countries being on the brink of destruction because of the green energy agenda. And I give a lot of credit to Germany. Germany was being led down a very sick path, both on immigration, by the way, and on energy. They were going green, and they were going bankrupt. And the new leadership came in, and they went back to where they were, with fossil fuel and with nuclear, which is good. It's now safe. And you can
Again, the Biden administration had the most drilling of oil, the most barrels per day of any administration ever. He was able to shut down tons of oil rigs all over America while putting out more than any country ever. And this is you know, something that he ran on to fix. He was going to fix the problem with the Biden administration putting out more oil than any other country ever. The setting records for American oil. It might not be more than any other country ever. It might be, I might be wrong on that one, but I do know that it's by far the most that, fuck. It's more than America has ever put out.
do it properly. But they went back to where they were, and they opened up a lot of different plants, energy producing plants, and they're doing well. I give Germany a lot of credit for that.
So one of the things with windmills is that there's places that have trouble getting like the same amount of energy as efficient. So that especially when we're talking about like out in the middle of nowhere where you're close to the border and you're close to the ocean where the wind is blowing non-fucking stop, that like these are places where it's definitely beneficial. There's not everywhere is beneficial to have windmills, but there are a lot of places where it's definitely like your best option. And if you've ever been to Texas, I have a ton of videos of when I was driving through Texas and California, and the insane amount of like they literally have thousands of windmills just lined up all out there, thousands of them in a row. It is an amazing sight to see. Like it actually is fucking crazy. These are monstrosities. These huge fixtures just sitting in the ground, and all just rows and rows and rows for as long as you can see. You'll drive for about 2 hours and you're still seeing nothing but windmills. Forever. Like it is fucking crazy. But it's about the long term that it's supposed to be beneficial. It's not right after you buy them, when you spend a lot of money and they use like a lot of like graphite and shit like that to build them to where it does have more emissions in the moment. That's fine. Long term, it's supposed to be pretty beneficial. So
they've said this is a disaster, what's happening. They were going all green. All green is all bankrupt. That's what it represents. And it's not politically correct. I'll be very badly criticized for saying it, but I'm here to tell the truth.
All green is all bankrupt. Meanwhile, you've got numerous countries that have gone green and have been able to save on energy to ridiculous amounts and are way ahead of the curve compared to most other countries, especially like the United States. And when we're talking about like, you know, non-reusable fossil fuels that are just gonna like run out one day, and he's sitting here just acting like that's not even part of the calculation. It's just, well, what makes the most money? Like, sure, nobody's like wanting to have absolutely no fossil fuels right now, but in the future, that's kind of the hope, is that we'll be prepared for when that's necessary. But he doesn't even seem to consider that part, so whatever.
Truth, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I'm in New York City. I'm feeling a lot safer. Crime, we're getting crime down. And by the way, speaking of crime, Washington, D.C. was the crime capital of America. Now it's a totally, after 12 days, it's a totally safe city. Everyone's going out to dinner. They're going out to restaurants. Your wife can walk down the middle of the street.
What a fucking idiot, dude. This guy, bro. This guy is a clown. He is a fucking clown, dude.
With or without you, nothing's going to happen. My people have done a fantastic job. And yes, I called in the National Guard. And the National Guard took care of business. And they weren't politically correct, but they took care of business. We got 1,700 career criminals out, brought them back to where they came from, the countries where they came from, or put them in jails. Washington, D.C. is now a totally safe city again, and I welcome you to come. In fact, we'll have dinner together at a local restaurant, and we'll be able to walk. We don't have to go by an armor-plated vehicle. We'll walk right over there from the White House. They've given up their powerful edge, a lot of the countries that we're talking about, in oil and gas, such as essentially closing the great North Sea oil. Oh, the North Sea, I know it so well. Aberdeen was the oil capital of Europe. And there's tremendous oil that hasn't been found in the North Sea. Tremendous oil. And I was with the Prime Minister I respect and like a lot, and I said, you're sitting with the greatest asset. They essentially closed it by making it...
It hasn't been found? What the fuck is he talking about? Is there a way that this makes sense? Outside of, like, common vernacular? Is there a way that anything he just said actually makes sense? There's tremendous oil that hasn't been found. He knows it's there somehow. Somehow he knows it's there, but it hasn't been found. Did somebody drop a bunch of oil into the sea or something? And we're trying to find it, like the Titanic or some shit? What? No? This doesn't make sense? Okay. I was about to say, I don't know if there's some sort of, like, term for, like, finding oil that's, like, they know that there's oil that should be there based on some sort of calculation. They just can't find it, or...
so highly taxed that no developer, no oil company can go there. They have tremendous oil left, and more importantly, they have tremendous oil that hasn't even been found yet. And what a tremendous asset for the United Kingdom. And I hope the Prime Minister is listening, because I told it to him 3 days in a row. That's all he heard. North Sea oil, North Sea, because I want to see them do well. I want to stop seeing them ruining that beautiful Scottish and English countryside with windmills and massive solar panels that go 7 miles by 7 miles, taking away farmland. But we're not letting this happen in America. In 1982, the executive director of the United Nations Environmental Program predicted that by the year 2000, climate change would cause a global catastrophe. He said that it will be irreversible, as any nuclear holocaust would be. This is what they said at the United Nations. What happened? Here we are. Another UN official stated in 1989 that within a decade, entire nations could be wiped off the map by global warming. Not happening. You know, it used to be global cooling. If you look back years ago in the 1920s and the 1930s, they said, global cooling will kill the world. We have to do something. Then they said... It's really... It makes it so that you can't trust scientists when they start with information and build on it and get more information. It's like, damn, dude. Yeah, if you're not going to know everything right off the rip, like, you just can't even be trusted anymore. You have to know, like, everything immediately and use technology that hasn't even been invented to understand certain aspects of things. Like, otherwise, yeah, I'm just not going to trust you. Global warming will kill the world, but then it started getting cooler, so now they could just call it climate change, because that way they can't miss. It's climate change, because if it goes higher or lower, whatever the hell happens, there's climate change. It's the greatest con job ever.
Wait, Wasn't it Dick Cheney who started the term global warming? Wasn't it always called climate change? Or wasn't it Dick Cheney who came up with the term global warming? Because they said that sounded a lot scarier, so they would be able to push like a lot more propaganda to the dumb Republicans who were all about their fifis, and as long as they just made it sound scarier, they knew that they would all not believe in it. You're thinking of Al Gore? No, I'm not thinking of Al Gore. I am thinking of Dick Cheney. Guys, let me get some. I want some.
Perpetrated on the world, in my opinion. Climate change, no matter what happens.
What do you mean no? Okay, I'm gonna have to get clear of all these motherfuckers so I can look up what the fuck I'm talking about, because yeah, I'm fairly certain I'm correct. It could be a different term, but yes, there was during the Bush administration, I believe it was Dick Cheney who started using these terms to try to make it sound scarier, and then the entire like Republican media apparatus just went full-fledged into using global warming instead of climate change so that they could make it sound bigger and scarier. Former Vice President Dick Cheney, along with other members of the George W. Bush administration, were accused of orchestrating a campaign to mislead the American public and downplay threats of global warming. Critics, former insider, alleged that Cheney promoted an industry disinformation campaign while blocking federal action on climate change. Okay. Yeah, I don't see it right now. I'll try to find it once I die, because I'll have to look up something more specific here.
You're involved in that. No more global warming, no more global cooling. All of these predictions made by the United Nations and many others, often for bad reasons, were wrong. They were made by stupid people that have cost their countries fortunes and given those same countries no chance for success. If you don't get away from this green scam, your country is going to fail. And I'm really good at predicting things, you know. They actually said during the campaign, they had a hat, the best-selling hat. Trump was right about everything.
They had a
hat. I don't say that in a braggadocious way, but it's true. I've been right about everything. And I'm telling you that if you don't get...
I don't say that in a braggadocious way, but it's true. I've been right about everything. They really were eating your cats and dogs.
Away from the green energy scam, your country is going to fail. And if you don't stop people that you've never seen before, that you have nothing in common with, your country is going to fail. I'm the president of the United States, but I worry about Europe. I love Europe. I love the people of Europe. And I hate to see it being devastated by energy and immigration. This double-tailed monster destroys everything in its wake, and they cannot let that happen any longer. You're doing it because you want to be nice. You want to be politically correct, and you're destroying your heritage. They must take control strongly and immediately of the unmitigated immigration disaster and the fake energy catastrophe before it's too late. The carbon footprint is a hoax made up by people with evil intentions, and they're heading down a path of total destruction. You know, the carbon footprint was a big, big thing a few years ago. I remember hearing about the carbon footprint, and then President Obama would get into Air Force One, a massive Boeing.
Okay, goodbye global warming. Why environmental terminology matters. What the fuck? All of which is not to say that climate change as a term does not have flaws. The 2019 Oscar Best Picture nominee offers a viewpoint on this through the lens of another right-wing U.S. politician. In the movie, its protagonist, former vice president and experienced oil company executive Dick Cheney, attends a focus group on the topic. A Republican pollster asks the group, instead of global warming, which we all call sounds... which we all agree sounds very scary, we call it climate change. Okay, so it was the opposite. It was apparently the opposite way around, and that it was climate change instead. The suggestion being that the shift from global warming to climate change was influenced by the Republican Party and, by extension, the U.S. oil and gas lobby. And arguably, Cheney was more covert in his channels of influence than Trump is today. But this still seems conspiratorial. Perhaps we will see more than the director Adam McKay next project, which he has strongly suggested will focus on climate change. If climate change is also problematic, what else is there? Terms like climate breakdown or environmental breakdown, if you widen the scope, leave less room for positioning a positive. Increasingly, the phrase is given a prefix as in man-made, catastrophic, or dangerous climate change, which do a similar job. Okay.
747, and not a new one, an old one with old engines that spew everything into the atmosphere. He'd talk about the carbon footprint, we must do so. Then he'd get in and he'd fly from Washington to Hawaii to play a round of golf. And then he'd get back onto that big, beautiful plane, and he'd fly back, and he'd talk about, again, global warming and the carbon footprint. It's a con job. At extreme cost and expense, Europe reduced its own carbon footprint by 37%. Think of that. Congratulations, Europe. Great job. You cost yourself a lot of jobs, a lot of factories closed, but you reduced the carbon footprint by 37%. However, for all of that sacrifice and much more, it's been totally wiped out and then some by a global increase of 54%. Much of it coming from China and other countries that are thriving around China, which now produces more CO2 than all the other developed nations in the world. So all of these countries are working so hard on the carbon footprint, which is nonsense, by the way. It's nonsense. You know, it's interesting. In the United States, we have still radicalized environmentalists, and they want the factories to stop. Everything should stop. No more cows. We don't want cows anymore. I guess they want to kill all the cows. They want to do things that are just unbelievable, and you have it too. But you know, we have a border, strong, and we have a shape, and that shape doesn't just go straight up. That shape is amorphous when it comes to the atmosphere. And if we had the most clean air, and I think we do, we have very clean air. We have the cleanest air we've had in many, many years. But the problem is that other countries, like China, which has air that's a little bit rough, it blows. And no matter what you're doing down here,
we have all the best air.
Here tends to get very dirty because it comes in from other countries where their air isn't so clean. And the environmentalists refuse to acknowledge that. Same thing with garbage.
The environmentalists refuse to acknowledge it. He knows. Trump understands this shit. He knows the air is immigrating here, and he's the only one who can stop it, okay? He's got to stop the immigration of the air from China. Yes, let's go. Wait, why are you coming back over here, bitch? What the fuck? Why did you just go back the other direction? We both could have had our fair share.
In Asia, they dump much of their garbage right into the ocean, and over about a
wind blows. What was the term that Trump used back a while ago? The wind sucks. What did he say? The wind is dumb. The wind is stupid. What did he say? What was the term that he used a while ago? The wind is retarded. What the fuck did he say? Oh, it was such a good line. Nobody remembers? What was the fucking line? Ah, fuck. I don't know. What the fuck is happening? I'm having like so much trouble controlling this thing right now. China is polluting U.S. air, not kidding. No, I understand that it makes a difference. I understand that it makes a difference. No, the fact that he's saying that the environmentalists refuse to acknowledge this is the fucking funny part. Is that like nobody else knows this? Trump gets it. Trump's the one who understands it. His environmentalists, they don't understand that, you know, the air is affected by everybody. There's reasons why all of the countries are working on like giant UN projects together and signing on to big things like the Paris Accords for everybody to get on board with cleaning up the air. But he's standing there in front of all the people who have been signing all of these fucking agreements and writing these agreements saying, yeah, they won't acknowledge it, but I understand this. I know it's actually, it does affect us, and nobody else will talk about this except for me, as they've all been dealing with this shit for decades. Like he's standing there talking about some of the most simplistic ideas, acting like he gets it. So stupid. This is fucking insane. What was the... Alright, I'm going to ask this one more time. What did Trump say? He said the wind is dumb. That's right. Isn't that what he said? The wind is stupid. Wind is stupid or something. What did he say? What the fuck is happening?
Wind is a very expensive form of energy. It's very bad for your beautiful surroundings, the plains and the valleys, and the birds are dying all over the place. You know, the whole thing is a disaster. They're almost exclusively made in China. Not that I have anything against China, because I don't have a great relationship with President Xi, but I asked him, how many wind farms do you have? He makes them, but they don't have a lot of wind farms, I'll tell you, very, very few. And wind is tremendously expensive and is very ugly. And if you own a house that's inside of a windmill, your house is worth less than half. And you hear noises. And interestingly, in New England, you probably read where for 50 years they had 2 whales washed up. 50 years. And last summer,
there you go, the whales
washed up. Now, I'm not saying that's the wind farm that was built, but maybe it is, right? Probably is. It's tremendously expensive. And it can only be done with subsidy. You know, I know a man that's in that business, and one of the biggest in the world actually runs a company that builds these stupid windmills. And he said, I hate the business because it's the only energy where you need subsidy. He said, energy shouldn't need subsidy. You should make money with energy. So wind. The other one is the solar, those big solar fields. They're taking our farmland. Our farmers are like mortified by it. They hate it. It's very, very inefficient and very ugly too. You know, probably better than a windmill, but you go around and you see all these things that are 3 miles long by 3 miles wide, and you say, what the hell is that? And it's a lot of plastic from China. It's plastic, black plastic from China. Now, we want to be smart. We're going with... look, China right now is building 58 coal-fired plants, 58 big ones. They have 62 on the books to build. We've reintroduced clean, beautiful coal, because you know you can do a lot with coal now, clean, beautiful coal, and natural gas, and all of the other things that we have. But we don't want wind, and we don't want solar, because they're a blight on our country. They hurt our country very badly, and smart countries don't use it. Solar sounds good, I will say, and I like on occasion you'll see a roof which is made out of solar brick, but it's a smaller use. We need the kind of thing that's going to fire up our plants, and it's not going to be wind. You know, that is very intermittent, as you probably know. But they've spent a fortune. They've spent trillions of dollars on this stuff, and I'll just give you one other story. A friend of mine is a very successful guy. He went back to see his mother in Minnesota. Hadn't seen her in a long time. And he wasn't back for 10 years, which isn't a nice story. I mean, you don't see your mother for 10 years. She's got some difficulties, which I know the guy, he does have some difficulties. He's very successful, but probably not the nicest person. It was actually longer than 10 years, but he went back and he told me he wanted to go and look at the valley. There's a valley in Minnesota that he thought was so beautiful. And I hadn't seen it in a long time. He's driving along the road and said, oh my, did it look like a junkyard? You had 159 windmills. They were all over the place. Some were old, some were newer. Different companies, different shapes, different sizes, different colors. Many of them were terminated. Terminated meaning closed. You can't take them down because the environmentalists don't let you bury the blades because they're made out of a fiber they say is bad for the earth. So they want you to put them up, but they don't let you take them down. But many of them were turned off. He said it looked like a junkyard. Go to Palm Springs, California, and take a look at that pile of junk. You go into a wealthy neighborhood. Before you get there, you have to ride through hundreds of windmills that are, most of them are turned off, they're rotting, they're rusting, they're 30 years old, 20 years old, and they have a very short life. You know, those windmills have a very short life, especially the ones that are in the nice salty Atlantic Ocean and Pacific Ocean where the salt just gets under that steel and decimates it. No, it's a horrible, horrible thing for our country. And I speak out. It would be nice to say wind, because it sounds so good, doesn't it, Doug? Wind, wind. But it's not. It's these ugly machines. And they're all made, you got to see, some are a little taller, a little shorter. They're made by different companies. They have different stocks. They have different blades. They have different everything. It is so horrible. And if you look at smart countries, they don't use it. Smart countries don't use it. And we're now a smart country. We're a brilliant country. We're not smart. We're brilliant now. We're going to be a brilliant country. We have to be, because we have to catch up for some really stupid people that did a bad job. Yes.
Fuck. Yeah, I guess I don't know where the fuck the clip is.
It's a very expensive form of energy.
I think this is it, actually. I think this is it.
An economy based on wind. I never understood wind. You know, I know windmills very much. I've studied it better than anybody. I know it's very expensive.
Better than anybody, dude.
China and Germany mostly. Very few made here, almost none. But they're manufactured tremendous, if you're into this, tremendous fumes, gases are spewing into the atmosphere. You know, we have a world, right? So the world is tiny compared to the universe. So tremendous, tremendous amount of fumes and everything. You talk about the carbon footprint. Fumes are spewing into the air, right? Spewing. Whether it's in China, Germany, it's going into the air, China, everything, right? So they make these things, and then they put them up. And if you own a house within vision of some of these monsters, your house is worth 50% of the price. They're noisy. They kill the birds. You want to see a bird graveyard? You just go. Take
kill
a look.
The whales.
Bird graveyard. Go under a windmill someday. You'll see more birds than you've ever seen ever in your life. You know, in California, they were killing the bald eagle. If you shoot a bald eagle, they want to put you in jail for 10 years. A windmill will kill many bald eagles. It's true. And you know what? After a certain number, they make you turn the windmill off. That's true, by the way. They make you turn it off. And yet, if you killed one, they put you in jail. That's okay. But why is it okay for these windmills to destroy the bird population? And that's what they're doing. I'll tell you another thing about windmills. And look, I like all forms of energy. And I think really they're okay in industrial areas, like you have an industrial plant, you put up a windmill, you know, et cetera, et cetera. I've seen the most beautiful fields, farms, most gorgeous things you've ever seen. And then you have these ugly things going up. And sometimes they're made by different companies. You know, I'm like a perfectionist. I really built good stuff. And so you'll see like a few windmills made by one company, General Electric. And then you'll see a few made by Siemens. And you'll see a few made by some other guy that doesn't have 10 cents. It looks like so you see all these windmills are all different shades of color. They're like sort of white, but one's like an orange white. It's my favorite color, orange. And you see these magnificent fields. And they're ruined. And you know what they don't tell you about windmills? After 10 years, they look like hell. You know, they start to get tired, old. You got to replace them. A lot of times people don't replace them. They need massive subsidy from the government in order to make it. No, we're doing it right. We're doing it right. And you know, our numbers environmentally right now are better than they've ever been before, just so you know. Because I'm an environmentalist. I am.
I want the cleanest water on the planet. I want the cleanest air anywhere.
Fuck. I'm almost positive Aaron is the one who told me about this. I'm almost positive Aaron is the one who told me about this, and Aaron was the one who told me to go and pull this up. And I always wanted that as a clip if I ever got my fucking soundboard, is him saying the wind is dumb or the wind is stupid, and then yeah, now I have no fucking idea where this clip is. Fuck.
1 week and 2 week journey. It flows right past Los Angeles. You've seen it. Massive amounts of garbage, almost too much to do anything about. Flowing past Los Angeles, past San Francisco, and then somebody would get in trouble because he dropped a cigarette on the beach. The whole thing is crazy. The primary effect of these brutal green energy policies has not been to help the environment, but to redistribute manufacturing and industrial activity from developed countries that follow the insane rules that are put down to polluting countries that break the rules and are making a fortune. They're making a fortune. European electricity bills are now 4 to 5 times more expensive than those in China, and 2 to 3 times higher than the United States. And our bills are coming way down. You probably see that our gasoline prices are way down. You know, we have an expression, drill, baby, drill. And that's what we're doing. We're going to be much lower in a year from now. But they've come way down over the last year. As a result, every air conditioner is like very uncommon to see one in some of these countries because the electric cost is so high. So while the U.S. has approximately 1,300 heat-related deaths annually, that's a lot, Europe loses more than 175,000 people to heat deaths each year because the costs are so expensive you can't turn on an air conditioner. What is that all about? That's not Europe. That's not the Europe that I love and know. All in the name of pretending to stop the global warming hoax. The entire globalist concept of asking successful industrialized nations to inflict pain on themselves and radically disrupt their entire societies must be rejected completely and totally, and it must be immediate. That's why in America I withdrew from the fake Paris Climate Accord.
The
by the
fake
way, America
Paris
was
Climate
paying so
Accord.
much more than every country. Others weren't paying. China didn't have to pay.
Literally part of the the Paris Climate Accord was that they were trying to stop, make sure that all of these countries were signing on to lowering emissions at the same time so that they didn't have the problems that he's discussing here. And now while he's telling everybody that the Paris Climate Accord was a hoax, he's also just kind of repeating the entire point of the Paris Climate Accord. So
Until 2030, Russia was given an old standard that was easy to meet, a 1990 standard. For the United States, we're supposed to pay like $1 trillion. And I said, this is another scam. The fact is, the United States has been taken advantage of by the world for many, many years, but not any longer, as you probably noticed. I unleashed massive energy production and signed historic executive orders to hunt for oil. But we don't have to do much hunting because we have the most oil of any nation anywhere, oil and gas in the world. And if you add coal, we have the most of any nation in the world. Clean, I call it clean, beautiful coal. You can do things today with coal that you couldn't have done 10 years ago, 15 years. So I have a little standing order in the White House. Never use the word coal, only use the words clean, beautiful coal. Sounds much better, doesn't it? But we stand ready to provide any country with abundant, affordable energy supplies if you need them, when most of you do. We're proudly exporting energy all over the world. We're now the largest exporter. In the United States, we want trade and robust commerce with all nations, everybody. We want to help nations. We're going to help nations. But it must also be fair and reciprocal. The challenge with trade is much the same with climate. The countries that follow the rules, all their factories have been plundered. It's really sad to watch. They've been broken. They've been broken by countries that broke the rules. That's why the United States is now applying tariffs to other countries, and much as these tariffs were for many years applied to us, uncontrollably applied to us. We've used tariffs as a defense mechanism under the Trump administration, including my first term, where hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs were taken in. And by the way, we had the lowest inflation, and now we have very low inflation. The only thing different is that we have hundreds of billions of dollars flowing into our country. But this is how we will ensure that the system works for everyone and is sustainable into the future. We're also using tariffs to defend our sovereignty and security throughout the world, including against nations that have taken advantage of former U.S. administrations for decades, including the most corrupt, incompetent administration in history, the sleepy Joe Biden administration. Brazil now faces major tariffs in response to its unprecedented efforts to interfere in the rights and freedoms of our American citizens and others, with censorship, repression, weaponization, judicial corruption, and targeting of political critics in the United States. I have a little problem saying this because I must tell you, I was walking in and the leader of Brazil was walking out. We saw him and I saw him, he saw me, and we embraced. And then I'm saying, can you believe I'm going to be saying this in just 2 minutes? But we actually agreed that we would meet next week. We didn't have much time to talk, like about 20 seconds. They were in retrospect, I'm glad I waited because this thing didn't work out too well. But we did talk. We had a good talk, and we agreed to meet next week, if that's of interest. But he seemed like a very nice man, actually. He liked me, I liked him. But if you, and I only do business with people I like. When I don't like them, I don't like them. But we had, at least for about 39 seconds, we had excellent chemistry. It's a good sign. But also in the past, Brazil, can you believe this, unfairly tariffed our nation, but now because of our tariffs, we are hitting them back, and we're hitting them back very hard. As president, I will always defend our national sovereignty.
The wind is bullshit. That's what he said. That's what he said. That's what it is. The wind is bullshit. See, the top one goes right back to this.
So we've ended the war on American energy. The United States is now the #1 producer of oil and natural gas anywhere in the world, and that all happened over the last 2 years. Big difference. Hillary wanted to put up wind. If you have a windmill anywhere near your house, congratulations, your house just went down 75% in value. And they say the noise causes cancer. You tell me that one, okay? You know, the thing makes it so... And of course, it's like a graveyard for birds. If you love birds, you'd never want to walk under a windmill because it's a very sad, sad sight. It's like a cemetery. We put a little statue for the poor birds. It's true. You know, in California, if you...
I don't think this is it.
Eagle, they put you in jail for 5 years.
Yeah, I don't think this is it. Fuck, dude. I don't... Why is this so hard to find? This should be like a clip that is all over the place. This should be like one of his most famous fucking quotes. The wind is bullshit. It should be one of his most famous fucking quotes. And the fact that this is so hard to find is so obnoxious. Okay. Yeah, I can't find it anywhere. What the fuck did they do? Did they make everybody take this down or something? U.S. presidential candidate Donald Trump took his campaign against wind power to a bizarre new level at a Pennsylvania rally, describing it as bullshit and lashing out at rusting and disgusting turbines he claimed are collapsing everywhere. Former President Trump has a long history of making...
And yet the windmills wipe them all out. It's true. They wipe them out. It's terrible.
I'm gonna get fucking pissed. Alright, I give up. I fucking hate everybody. I hate everybody right now. Ryan, re-up the Fools 2, let's go. I fucking hate everybody right now. I hate fucking everybody right now. Why? This should be such an easy clip to find. This should be such a fucking easy clip to find, dude. This is so stupid. This is so dumb.
Sovereignty and the rights of American citizens. So I'm very sorry to say this, that Brazil is doing poorly and will continue to do poorly. They can only...
1 million Chinese people still live in caves. I don't know if that's still true. I don't think that's still true. An estimated 30 to 40 million people live in cave dwellings, or Yaodong in China, a number that has been declining but remains substantial. These subterranean homes are particularly common in the Loess Plateau region, is that including Shaanxi, Shanghai, and Henan provinces. I don't know, these are some nice fucking caves, bro. They got some nice caves, I'm not gonna lie. These are fucking sick.
They do well when they're working with us. Without us, they will fail, just as others have failed. It's true. Next year, the United States will celebrate the 250th anniversary of our glorious independence, a testament to enduring power and American freedom and spirit. We will also be proudly hosting the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and shortly thereafter, the 2028 Olympics, which is going to be very exciting. I hope you all come. I hope that countless people from all over the globe will take part of these will be great celebrations of liberty and human achievement, and that together we all can rejoice in the miracles of history that began in July 4th, 1776, when we founded the light to all nations. And it's something really that an amazing thing came out of that date. It's called the United States of America. In honor of this momentous anniversary, I hope that all countries who find inspiration in our example will join us in renewing our commitment, values, and those values, really, that we hold so dear together. Let us defend free speech and free expression. Let us protect religious liberty, including for the most persecuted religion on the planet today. It's called Christianity. And let us safeguard our sovereignty and cherish qualities that have made each of our nations so special, incredible, and extraordinary. In closing, I just want to repeat that immigration and the high cost of so-called green renewable energy is destroying a large part of the free world and a large part of our planet. Countries that cherish freedom are fading fast because of their policies on these two subjects. You need strong borders and traditional energy sources if you are going to be great again. Whether you have come from north or south, east or west, near or far, every leader in this beautiful hall today represents a rich culture, a noble history, and a proud heritage that makes each nation majestic and unique, unlike anything else in human history or any other place on the face of the earth. From London to Lima, from Rome to Athens, from Paris to Seoul, from Cairo to Tokyo and Amsterdam to right here in New York City, We stand on the shoulders of the leaders and legends, generals and giants, heroes and titans who won and built our beloved nations, all of our nations, with their own courage, strength, spirit, and skill. Our ancestors climbed mountains, conquered oceans, crossed deserts, and trekked over wide open plains. They charged into thunderous battles, plunged into grave dangers, and they were soldiers and farmers and workers and warriors and explorers and patriots.
They took over the airports in the Revolutionary War, dominated the airways.
They built towns into cities, tribes into kingdoms, ideas into industries, and small islands into mighty empires. You're a part of all of that. They were champions for their people who never gave up and who never, ever gave in. Their values defined our national identities. Their visions forged our magnificent destiny. Everybody in this room is a part of it in your own way. Each of us inherits the deeds and the myths, the triumphs, the legacies of our own heroes and founders who so bravely showed us the way. Our ancestors gave everything for homelands that they defended with pride, with sweat, with blood, with life, and with death. Now the righteous task of protecting the nations that they built belongs to each and every one of us. So together, let us uphold our sacred duty to our people and to our citizens. Let us protect their borders, ensure their safety, preserve their cultures, treasure, and traditions, and fight, fight, fight for their precious dreams and their cherished freedoms. And in friendship and really a beautiful vision, let us all work together to build a bright, beautiful planet, a planet that we all share, a planet of peace and a world that is richer, better, and more beautiful than ever before. That can happen. It will happen. It will happen, and I hope it can happen and start right now, right at this moment. We'll turn it around. We're going to make our countries better, safer, more beautiful. We're going to take care of our people. Thank you very much. It's been an honor. God bless the nations of the world. Thank you very much. Bye.
We've been listening here to President Trump giving his first address to the UN General Assembly since returning to office. The president is touting American strength around the world, saying the U.S. has the strongest military, strongest borders, and strongest relationships of any nation. He also at times criticized the very body he is addressing, saying the UN has tremendous potential but just writes letters, and letters don't end wars. He also blamed the UN for what he calls uncontrolled migration. On the war in Gaza, the president says moves by U.S. allies to recognize a Palestinian state.
I truly don't know much about the UN. I do know that there's like tons of memes about the peacekeepers and the fact that they'll send people when there's like a war to just go and like watch and look at the things that are happening, and that like people think this is really fucked up, that like they don't actually get involved or fuck. Dude, I don't know what's happening with my fucking brain today. I have no fucking idea what is happening with my brain. I'm getting more and more pissed off.
They're all over the place. That gorgeous, beautiful Pennsylvania countryside. They got these big,
This is where it happened. Okay, so it happened in Pennsylvania.
ugly suckers hanging down. They're rusting and rotting. Half of them weren't spinning, and the ones that were going so slow. They were going, it's not too windy, but, you know, they're going like slow. The other ones were just dead. But they're all rusting and disgusting looking. And then, you know, the environmentalists say that it's also, very importantly, the most expensive form of energy there is. You cannot get more expensive. The wind, it sounds so wonderful. The wind is bullshit, I'll tell you.
Let's go, dude. Let's go. Mantis W. Hell yeah, dude. Mantis fucking W. Hell yeah. Thank you, Mantis. We got it. We fucking got it, dude. Sheesh.
You cannot get more expensive. The wind, it sounds so wonderful. The wind is bullshit. I'll tell you, it's horrible. So expensive. It's just too expensive. It doesn't work.
The wind is bullshit, dude. That was so good. So fucking good. W Mantis. Let's get some fucking W's in chat. Cheers for Mantis. Let's go. She got the clip.
Looking. And then, you know, the environmentalists say that it's also, very importantly, the most expensive form of energy there is. You cannot get more expensive. The wind, it sounds so wonderful. The wind is bullshit. I'll tell you, it's...
He doesn't like the wind because it blows his hair up all the fucking time and it pisses him off because people can see how bad his comb over is. So he gets really frustrated by the wind. That's why he wears hats all the time now. I would never wear a fucking hat. Just to be clear. I would never wear a hat. Okay? Never gonna happen.
He called that a reward too great for Hamas after October 7th, equating it to giving in to Hamas's ransom demands.
Just FYI, we got an hour and a half left. We're under an hour and a half now, ladies and germs. We got $20 to go to hit the $50 mark. If you guys are new to the stream, the way that we do it is we have goals, and as long as we hit all of those goals, we add time, and if we hit all of the goals, then we eventually get an 8-hour stream. So I have a bunch of members. There's people who pay for content. They pay monthly. So we're going to make sure that we always do 3 hours at the beginning, one way or the other. We get 3 hours because awesome members pay $5 a month. Every time. So we always do the 3 hours at the beginning. During those 3 hours, we have a $25 goal. And if we get to the end of the 3 hours and the $25 goal has not been hit, then I get off. If it has been hit, we add 3 more hours. Okay, so now we got 6 hours. Okay, so now we get another $25 goal there. We got $50 in total, but another $25 goal for the next 3 hours. And if we hit the $25 goal, then we add 2 hours. So 3 hours, 3 hours, 2 hours. That is an 8-hour stream. Only $50. Super cheap. Super cheap. Could you? Can you imagine getting paid $50 for 8 hours of work? I'm a very charitable person. I want to make sure that you guys get to see my beautiful face.
Bald_Phoenix tipped $10. The wind is bullshit.
Yes. The wind is bullshit. He literally sounds like a fucking kid when he says it too, dude. Just like his inflections and everything. The wind is bullshit. Like, it just sounds like something that you would see from like a 5-year-old talking about. The wind is bullshit. It'd just be one of those cute clips of like kids saying the darndest things. Just everything he said, the way he says it and everything. Just the wind is bullshit. But yes, consider donating to the channel or becoming a member. You know, you can start. We have super cheap memberships. The first one is only $1.99. Psh. Psh. What the fuck? $1.99? That's easy. Like, but nobody wants to get $1.99, okay? $1.99 is bullshit. Well, fuck. I thought there would be like a thing here that I could just click on that. Okay, yeah, there we go. I guess not. But anyways, you get all of these cool emotes. We have 18 emotes. We just added the Omega Lol to it the other day. But we have tons of cool emotes. Thomas Fair, True, Surprise Pikachu, the Ooh Fish, the Based, the Baste with a chicken baster on it. We got all the based emotes. So and then you get all these cool badges. The longer that you're with us, the more your badges change to different colors of the Tomfoolery Show logo. And currently, the longest logo that we have is the gold logo, okay? You see a couple of people in chat with the gold names next to their, the gold badges next to their names. Very fancy, okay? Very, very fancy. And you don't want to miss out, okay? You do not want to miss out. You could eventually have the gold badge as well, but yes, the $1.99, super cheap, super simple, but you don't want to get that one. That's for cheapos, okay? You want to get the $5 one, okay? $5. $5. Again, stream about almost every single day a month, okay? I've taken more days off in the last month, but most of the time I get around 28 streams per month. 28 streams per month, okay? Consider that, okay? If you did the $20 membership, you wouldn't even be spending $1 a stream. Not even $1 a stream. And we have numerous members in the top brackets spending $30 to $50 a month. Awesome fucking members. But pick whatever fits you best. And get all the cool emotes. And then also make sure you guys check out the store. We got a bunch of new stuff on the store. You can find it on the top of the Tomfoolery Show channel. We got hats on here. But we also have very cool designs, okay? Our designers are working all the time to put out some of the greatest jackets that one could want within modern fashion. And yeah, who wouldn't want this? Who would not want this? Even after the Daily Show is and Comedy Central are copying my jackets. This is a banger, dude. Who wouldn't want to wear that? Look at this, baby. Look at that. Isn't that cool? So cool. And then we got a bunch of cheaper stuff on here as well, just like hats, mugs, shirts, pants. We got all the best stuff. Check out the store. Consider buying something. We'll probably add some more like little stuff like keychains. Tom, that's ugly. You're lying. You are lying. You think this is ugly? You think this is ugly? How are you doing in sales? Great. Amazing. We're getting all the sales. All the sales. Millions and millions. Some say even billions. You don't think this is ugly, fam. You do not think that is ugly. Alright? Shut the fuck up. What's shipping to UK cost? I know the people have gotten it from Canada. They said the shipping was pretty cheap and that they literally got it within like 2 days. I don't know of anybody who's gotten stuff from the UK. I'll have to double check on that. But I don't know of any UK sales. But if you are having trouble with shipping or something like that, you want to buy something, but the shipping is the problem, send me a DM. I might be able to help with shipping costs. So sometimes I'm able to get like coupons and crap like that and help people with certain items. So yes, if you want to get something but it's a little too pricey or there's issues there, just send me a DM and I'll see what I can do to help you out. There's the obviously the point in the store is to help the channel out and help us make money, and you get something in return. But we also want people to have the merchandise. We want to make sure that people are getting some of the stuff that they want. And so yeah, if you're having issues with any of this, just send me a DM and I will I will see what I can do to help you out. What is wrong with you, Fad? Seriously. What happened to you? What happened to you? You don't think any of this is ugly. You don't. You're lying. That's gorgeous. That is so pretty. Who hurt you? Ah, so pretty. Why the turtleneck? They're joggers. They're track jackets. I like track jackets. I wear a lot of them. Like they have the it's not a turtleneck, it's a jacket. So big ass jester on the back. Yeah, on that one. And then there's beanies as well. We got a Nike hat. We got the W hat with the Under Armour W hat on it. And then we got regular hoodies and shirts and stuff on them as well. And then a mug at $13. Yeah, I'll put some more stuff on there soon. If there's something specific that you want as well, just let me know. Something specific that's in the like our branding or something that that you want, or even just an idea. You have a concept of a plan, but you would like to see what it looks like or something. Yeah, hit me up. Let me know, because I'm looking to add a lot more stuff. So.
He also says the world should be united under one message: release the hostages now. On the war in Ukraine, the president says he thought it would be the easiest conflict to resolve and has been surprised by that challenge, but that the war is...
Yeah, this is the branding. Like the mesh in the stripes and everything. This is Tomfoolery Show branding. This is what we got here as well. In the background.
Making Russia look good, and he says he is willing to impose a very strong round of powerful tariffs against Russia, but that European countries have to stop buying oil from Russia first, adding they are funding the war against...
I want a hat with the red guy. The other people have said to put the red guy on there. The problem is that it is YouTube that made the red guy, so I don't even know if I'm allowed to like steal that or if there's some sort of copyright on it or anything, but don't go in the sales, Tom.
Themselves. Now the president is expected to meet with Ukraine's President Zelensky and Arab countries on the sidelines at the UN. And ABC senior political correspondent Rachel Scott is there.
I've got the old podcast shirt on from back when this was the logo. And it had a website as well. Website's gone. Shirts were sold on there, but
Here at the UN tracking it all for us. Rachel, how high are the stakes for President Trump today, with so many U.S. allies now recognizing the state of Palestine and pressuring him for more action on Ukraine?
Yeah, well, this was a really highly anticipated speech by the president of the
make him blue and pink. I don't think I could make him blue and pink, but I could probably give him bloodshot eyes.
United States here at the United Nations, because he has not been shy about making it clear that he has a direct line not only to Russian President Vladimir Putin, but also to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, two leaders that are really the focus of so much of the conversations that are happening here, not only as these leaders give these addresses out in front of the United Nations, but also on the sidelines as they discuss how to move toward
$40 for a beanie? Is that expensive? Let's see, what's Destiny selling a beanie for? So his hats are 45. What was my hat? What are my hats at? 42 and 30? And no, the beanie is 23. Wait, where the fuck did you get 45 for a fucking beanie? The beanie was $23. Yeah, I don't know where the fuck you got 45 for a beanie. This is 23. Whoa, don't look to Molestany for sales advice. How many has he sold? I literally pass people wearing DGG shit. I've been in person with probably 20, 30 different people wearing DGG stuff, so I don't think, first off, Abigail, I don't think you understand. So don't go into sales, because this is obviously not your forte, but when it comes to like merchandise, it's not, as I said just like 10 minutes ago, is that these aren't just like merchandise that you're just buying, but it's also a way to help the content creator. You're buying it through them and paying them for it so that they are able to make money as well, just as like people send donations and they get memberships. Just this is a way that they get things in return. And so you're wrong about this being $45. You're wrong acting like there's no reason to look at what Destiny has, act as though his beanies are $45. So his beanies are $45. So yeah, I need to up my fucking prices over here, but joggers. Yeah, so I know somebody with these joggers right here. But yeah, like that's the point of it, is that they're supposed to have like a price up just a little bit so that the content creator is able to make money off of it and people are able to get things that they would like. What the fuck does this say? Duders. Oh, okay. Mappuccino, cappuccino, pappuccino, ripperino, duderino. Okay. Whatever. Gay. Yeah, Abigail's got to be a fucking conservative to be that fucking dumb. Be wrong that many times in a row. Got to be a conservative. What's the sizing like? Like, what size would the purple jacket be for you? For me? Who are you? What are you talking about? I always buy oversized stuff anyways, so it's usually good for me. I don't know. It's my weight has fluctuated a lot over the last couple of years, but I'd say I normally like things like tighter, so I would probably wear like a medium. A medium or a large. It depends. Well, you didn't at me, so lots of times if I reply to things that you guys are just saying out into the ether and act like it's to me, you guys are like, Tom, oh my goodness, we're not talking to you, so I have no way. Yeah, but yeah. Normally like a medium.
Peace. But you heard the president there. He was very clear in addressing this growing support that we are seeing from many of our allies, including most notably and recently France, saying that they would support Palestinian statehood. The president saying that that would be a reward for Hamas, saying that they need to unite around this message of releasing the hostages. And Diane, it could not be understated, the president going after the United Nations, saying all they do is put out letters that have empty words. Empty words do not solve wars. The president said that is a drastic difference and definitely a distance to where previous administrations have been with the United Nations, a body that encompasses over 190 nations committed to world peace. Diane.
ABC's Chief Global Affairs Correspondent Martha Raddatz. Martha, you were just in Ukraine with President Zelensky and at that Alaska summit between President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin. What did you make of President Trump posing this tariff threat against Russia, but only if Europe, in his words, stops funding the war against themselves?
Well, Diane, he has said that before, that he wants all European nations to stop buying Russian oil and gas. We, of course, have Turkey and Hungary, Slovakia, in addition to China and India, of course. But to have them
Okay. Let's see what this is. I have some other stuff that we're going to get into, but I want to make sure that I cover this today and don't just put it on the back burner again. So
when I was maybe 7 or 8 years old, I overheard a conversation among adults about a movie. They said it was rated R, but that they thought that it was even too graphic for that rating. I had no idea what graphic meant in this context, but I was really intrigued to know that there were more movie ratings than I'd previously heard of. Rated R was already shorthand for horrible and scary and gross beyond belief in my mind, so the concept that there were ratings even worse than rated R was shocking to me. I went to my parents and asked what the rest of the movie ratings were, and they told me. When they mentioned the rating X was a thing, I was pretty excited because I thought...
I was just telling somebody about this the other day, so I have a video. Because just a couple days ago, somebody was saying that the left is responsible for the cancel culture that's on the right today. And that the fact that the right is just constantly canceling people, constantly trying to get their jobs taken away, constantly trying to dox them, constantly trying to get them kicked off platforms, just over the fact that they hurt their feelings. Literally, that's it. Just like they said something that hurt their feelings, not something that was offensive, not something that was hateful, not something that was like just hurt their feelings. That's it. And so they're freaking out about it. So I don't even like Jimmy Kimmel. Can't stand him. Don't think he's funny. Was kind of annoyed that they even picked him to be the host when what's his face left. Like, just across the board, not a fan. But this, like, I am very happy that they brought him back. I'm very, very happy that they did not cave to the Trump administration. I'm very happy that somebody is finally willing to kind of put their foot down. If you guys were here earlier, the ABC put out a statement saying that they wanted to take his show off the air just during a time where tensions were heightened, and they didn't want to make things worse, and so they just wanted to take a step back and allow things to cool down. And now they are bringing him back, which means they took him off for a week. That's it, just a week. Like, they took him off for like some of that was over the weekend, so I think it was like 3 days, maybe 3 episodes. thanks for reviving him. Yes, like this is probably a massive boost for him, and this is gonna be huge. He has. I thought this said 20,000 subscribers for a second. I was like, okay, maybe they shouldn't have brought him back. 20,000 subscribers. This is 20.9 million subscribers. 20.9 million subscribers. All of the Fox News hosts coping over the fact that he doesn't make money, that it's a losing show, that they're tanking. This is just not true. This is just not true. We've gone over the numbers a number of times. They are doing very well, especially in consideration of how much network television and cable TV is tanking. They are doing better than the majority, and like not tanking as hard as the majority. And again, you have to take it in consideration with how everybody else is doing. And they're also doing very well on TikTok. They're doing very well on YouTube. They're doing very well on the internet, on Twitter. Like this is just a bunch of misinformation. So
The media have said.
Oh, fuck this guy. He got 3 of us in here. Oh, fuck this guy. Oh, ho, ho. Oh, ho, ho. Yeah, fuck this guy.
We're going to ban you from the airwaves if you don't say what we like. That will end up bad.
Oh, sorry, I just realized you guys couldn't see the fucking game, so. Okay, that made no sense to you. Alright.
For conservatives.
I don't think I've ever said this before, but Ted Cruz is right. He's absolutely right. This affects all of us, including him. I mean, think about it. If Ted
I'm actually, like, I'm blown away that Ted Cruz is doing this, but you know, we talked about this a number of times when Ted Cruz just had his podcast recently with Tucker Carlson, is that like he is not the demon that Donald Trump is. He is not the insane nut job that Donald Trump is, and he has a lot more principles. He's willing to stand up to Trump a lot more. He's you know, he has definitely caved on a lot of things and been insanely cowardly in a lot of ways. He is still a fucking Republican, but I don't know of any other Republicans who said anything like this. Does anybody know any other Republicans who actually stood up for Jimmy Kimmel? Like the fact that I used to say this all the time when I was a Christian, and I would talk to people like Andrew Wilson, who at the time went by Big Papa Fascist. And we had arguments about the fact that I would say, like, dude, you understand that if we set a precedent to where we're just taking away freedom of speech from all of these other liberals and like socialists and all of these other people that you just don't like, you realize that like there's Christianity is waning in the United States, and they will come for us as well. We're going to set a precedent to where this is okay and normal. And if you think that we're not going to be fucked in the end, like you are sadly mistaken, sir. Ted was on Jimmy a few times back in the day. Jimmy called him Blobfish, I think. That makes sense. He does kind of look like Blobfish. Megyn Kelly? Megyn Kelly did not stick up for him. No, she did not. No, she did not. I'm like 90% sure she literally said the exact opposite. Am I crazy? I'm almost positive she said that like she was glad he got fired, that he deserved it, that that ABC was finally doing the right thing, and that she was surprised that they would actually do you know, make the right move or make the smart move. Am I crazy here? Are you sure? Megyn Kelly? She spoke up against hate speech. Sure, I know that a lot of conservatives spoke up against hate speech. That is true. Tons of conservatives spoke up against Pam Bondi wanting to have hate speech laws, including like even Steven Crowder, and yeah, tons of conservatives spoke up against the hate speech shit that Pam Bondi was pushing. You really have to understand, like, it really does take courage for people with big names and big platforms to actually speak up against this administration. It's no small ask. Like, it really isn't. I don't want to... I know a lot of us liberals are talking about how pussy all of these networks are for not standing up to Trump, and we have to, like, realize this is no small ask. The Trump administration is willing to completely ruin people, ruin their careers, ruin their lives, ruin their businesses. They are willing to take everything from people over the smallest things. When they're willing to end Jimmy Kimmel's career and threaten to take away ABC's licensing and stop a merger from going through, there is no end that is too far for them. There is no repercussion that is too extreme for them. So it's no small feat for these big corporations to actually stand up to the Trump administration. But honestly, their careers are less important to me. Most of them are going to be okay in the end. Most of them will be able to... Most of them have more than enough money to fucking retire on. And I think it's the future of the country that I'm more concerned with. So, yeah, I want to make sure, like, we all understand. We're not talking about some fucking small potatoes here when we're asking this shit. For those of you who saw me on Radical Coders the other day, one of the things that they brought up is they're like, dude, all he said was that it wasn't, that MAGA was refusing to say that it was one of them, that they were just like pointing the finger and immediately politicizing this and saying he wasn't one of them. And if you saw me on there, I was like, that is not true. That is not true. He did say that he was one of them. And they're like, are you sure? I was like, yes, I'm positive. I have the fucking clip. I'll go pull it up. Like, I'm positive. He said he was one of them. And they're like, I don't think he did. And then I went and checked. He never said that. He never said that. And I've been pretty clear about it since then. But I did think he said that he was MAGA. I did think that that's what he said. Not just like a small implication like what he had, but I thought he literally said he was part of MAGA. And so, and I remember the day that it aired, like a lot of us were here, like talking about it and saying, like when we went over the clip, like, yeah, it's kind of dumb for him to say that like he was part of MAGA. And even people called in and said like, yeah, it was kind of dumb. He shouldn't have said he was part of MAGA. But yeah, he never said it. And so I don't know, maybe it was just my coverage of it that like I thought he said that. And so because I was acting as though he said it, everybody else thought he said it as well. But yeah, he never, I just want to make sure like I'm very clear on this. He never said it. It didn't happen. He didn't say it. So yeah, it's I was completely wrong on this. Donald Trump has made this a massive fucking show. So one of the only successful things he's done in this administration is completely revamp this show, because that there will be people watching just for the shots at Trump now, just to fuck with Trump, just to give him the middle finger, just to have it as a patriotic duty I do not have to cancel my Disney and Hulu accounts. I'm in the middle of watching Ray Donovan, and that would have been a huge blow to my Netflix and chill. So thank you guys for bringing it back. I did not want to have to stop watching Ray Donovan, so thank you. It's pretty fucking based. That was pretty fucking based. He's using a bunch of polling that says that the majority of Americans want these things, but it is stuff that Donald Trump is against across the board. And just pointing out that, yeah, the majority of Americans want all of this stuff, but Donald Trump is trying to get rid of all of it. Yeah, conservatives believe that words are violence. They have said it over and over. It's so fucking funny, dude. It's so funny. I've literally had conservatives on Twitter while arguing that liberals are the reason that that Donald Trump and Charlie Kirk were shot at and everything. That they're literally sitting there saying liberals are stupid because they think words are violence. And they're literally using the same exact fucking, like, they're over there saying liberals are stupid because they believe in stochastic terrorism. And they're literally, they're sitting there using all of the fucking arguments. Like, they just, this is why I say, like, as a conservative, I left conservatism when I realized how much I was being lied to and how much I was being gaslit, that, like, everything was just, they just made up everything. Every belief that they said Democrats had was just a massive straw man. This is literally, like, they have no fucking idea what they mean when they say that, like, words are violence. They have no idea what stochastic terrorism means, but they use all the same fucking ideas across the board. They believe in these concepts. They believe in the terms. They just have no idea what the fuck they mean. So is that I was thinking when I saw that clip that looks exactly like the escalator that he came down when he first announced that he was running for president, coming down the fucking golden escalator. Where did they do? Yeah, New York, but was it different escalator? Okay. All right. They look so much alike, dude. It looks just like the fucking golden escalator he came down. So I was like, wait, are they in fucking Trump Tower doing the fucking UN meeting right now? This is just such a fucking disgusting level of coercion, or sorry, corruption, that we're not even mentioning it anymore. It's just gotten so fucking ridiculous that this is one of the lower levels.
Don't worry, you'll cover for Katmura's broke ass.
Hey yo, let's fucking go, boy. Thank you, Ryan. It's you know, it would be better if you did it through tips, but Katmura also does everything through super chats as well. So thank you, sir. All right. Well, I think that's what is that? That's $10 or that's $50. Thank you, Ryan. Let's get some cheers in chat.
Do you know how many subscribers we have on YouTube now?
20 million.
That's right. Yeah, that's why we're wearing these glasses. Thanks for being a subscriber. If you're not, help us get to 20 million and one.
Based.
Thought it might be a rating for
based as fuck. All right, this was not the video that I was saying earlier. I had on the list that I need to go ahead and watch. That was not it. I just happened upon it. I just happened to happen upon it, and so now we will get to the actual video.
Movies about extreme sports like skate. When I was maybe 7 or 8 years old, I overheard a conversation among adults about a movie. They said it was rated R, but that they thought that it was even too graphic for that rating. I had no idea what graphic meant in this context, but I was really intrigued to know that there were more.
Oh, that's why I went to YouTube. Okay, that's why I went to YouTube, because I was just talking to somebody about this last night. The other day when people were saying that, like, who cares if the right is doing cancel culture now? The left invented cancel culture. Totally not true. Again, and I said at the time, for anybody who grew up in the fucking 90s, we all know the right invented cancel culture. We all know Christians invented cancel culture. Christians are the ones who invented cancel culture. They're the ones who would go after people in their jobs for not saying Merry Christmas, instead saying Happy Holidays. We know that they're the ones who constantly tried to get people's music taken off the shelves, like Madonna or Eminem, that they went after the Dixie Chicks for saying fuck George Bush. They wanted them arrested for saying fuck George Bush. I'm not kidding. Like they went after NWA in the, I think, early 90s, if I remember correctly. They have always been the biggest proponents of cancel culture. Always, and still today. They are doing it bigger and better than everybody. There are no people with 5 million subscribers like libs of TikTok running around trying to get people fired from their jobs all the time, trying to dox people all the time, telling everybody to spam call their workplaces to get them fired. This is something, and it's not new for libs of TikTok. This is what libs of TikTok has always been. Libs of TikTok has always been doxing teachers for mentioning trans people to their kids or even to their students. But even sometimes they would just want the teacher fired for filming a TikTok in the school with no class, no students or anything. They would want the teacher fired just for talking about trans people with no kids around, sometimes even at home, because they would say that the teacher was a groomer, and they would then start harassing the teacher and calling their workplace. This is something that libs of TikTok has done for the longest fucking time. So it's not new that the right is now engaging in cancel culture. This is what they've always done. They've just always been fucking hypocrites about it. That's all. But there is nobody on the left with that much of a following that liberals would put up with doxing people and going after their jobs like that. Liberals would never deal with something like that.
Movie ratings than I'd previously heard of. Rated R was already shorthand for...
But anyways, yes, the movie ratings came from the Christians and the churches. I have a whole video on it, or a whole short talking about it on my channel, where dumb conservatives act like the left is all about cancel culture, and I talk about the fact that actually cancel culture came from conservatism.
Horrible and scary and gross beyond belief in my mind. So the concept that there were ratings even worse than rated R was shocking to me. I went to my parents and asked what the rest of the movie ratings were, and they told me. When they mentioned the rating X was a thing, I was pretty excited because I thought it might be a rating for movies about extreme sports like skating, which I've always been into. My parents let me down gently, saying that X-rated movies are not about that, and they're really for just really messed up adults. Keep in mind that this was probably in like 2001, and I had no way to search for or find anything age inappropriate. Telling me this was perfectly appropriate.
Oh ho ho! Good sir. You apparently did not have LimeWire or Morpheus. There was a whole lot of access to a whole lot of things. Not only age inappropriate, but age inappropriate for even adults.
At the time, I think. What kind of stuff is in those movies? I asked. With a candor typical of my mom, she simply replied, a lot of naked people. Absolutely appalled as a fundamentalist Christian child, I had to know, why would someone make a movie like that? Because the devil has a hold on their heart, was her response. I can still remember the vivid image that popped into my head when she said that. I saw a man sitting in a dark room at a wooden desk illuminated only by a single dim lamp, writing down what would become the movie script for an X-rated film. Lurched over him was a dark, snarling creature, possessing the man's mind and dictating every word of his screenplay. For years afterward, this is how I thought all sinful movies were created, through direct inspiration from demons. Fast forward to my early adolescence, when I started hearing a lot of negative talk about someone...
This is the way tons of things were explained to me when I was a kid. And it really is like haunting when you are a kid and everything is told to you to be like demonic and that it came from the devil and crap like that. Like it is the way that you view the world growing up in a fundamentalist Christian household is odd. I think I was maybe in my mid-20s by the time I realized that most people did not wait for marriage before having sex. Your world is just shrunk into this very tiny bubble and made to where, yes, you just have no idea what's going on outside of it. And it was really interesting. If any of you guys have ever watched those Mormon, or not Mormon, crap, I'm blanking on the name. The people who live without like electricity and live in Pennsylvania, especially like Yorktown. Amish. The Amish. Yeah. I had to think of Weird Al's Amish Paradise in order to get that one. But yes, I remember watching reality TV shows of Amish people where there's a day where like before you become an adult or you like become a man and you go through the celebration process or whatever, that you're allowed to leave and then come back. And that's the hope, is that you leave and come back because you've realized how bad the real world is. And I remember thinking, what, damn, if life for me was that mind-blowing to grow up and find out that everything was just so drastically different from the way that it was told to me when I was a kid. Man, I cannot imagine what it would be like for Amish people. And most of them didn't go too far. A lot of them went to they had like very specific house parties that they would go to, so they would just like give them a backpack and just be like, all right, adios, have your fun. And they would leave, and then they would go to house parties with each other, and there were always people who lived close to Amish places who knew that they were going to be coming out and doing their exploration, and because they would do it like once a year for everybody who turned 18 that year. So it would be like a group of them all at the same time who were like friends. And there were people who lived close to the Pennsylvania or close to the Amish places who would literally throw parties, bring all sorts of like meth and crack and all sorts of shit to the parties for these people to try on their little journey. And yeah, I can't imagine how different that would be, to be so sheltered for your entire life and then get thrown into like the most ridiculous parts of the world like that. That's that's got to be quite a culture shock. But yeah, anyways, I the way that he's explaining this is very reminiscent of my childhood as well. Because yeah, the parents always talking about things being demonic and shit like that just draws a very odd picture in your brain.
In politics named Hillary Clinton. I asked my parents who that was and why she was
a baby
so
murderer.
bad. They basically told me that she was a woman who wanted to make America really bad for Christians like us. When I asked why she would do that, they gave me a familiar answer. The devil has a hold on her heart. So not only was Satan controlling people to make disgusting, sinful movies, he was also controlling some of the most powerful people in our country in an effort to hurt Christians like me. Terrifying stuff. Now, as awful as all of that sounds, the Christian teachings I heard on a daily basis growing up were not usually so scary.
Oh, yeah.
We spent a lot of time cultivating love,
here.
compassion, gentleness, charity, and selflessness. We gave to the poor, we housed people in our community, we volunteered at homeless shelters, that kind of thing. I did develop some deeply seated irrational fears as a kid because of the demon stuff, but I also did a lot of moral reflection
First place, here
and
I
developed
come.
principles that I still hold on to this day. The Christianity I knew was not just about fearing and fleeing from darkness. It was also about being a light through loving unconditionally.
When I was younger, we volunteered all the time. My parents, I was one of 5 kids in my family. My parents had numerous foster children. I had tons of foster brothers and sisters. Sometimes it was very temporary. Sometimes it was long-term. Sometimes they were like my friends where their mom would get deported for coming here illegally, but they were born here, and my parents would go and adopt them, and they would live with us, and my parents would send them to college and buy them cars and take care of them. Sometimes it was that their parents died, and both their mom and dad would die within a very short period of time, and they were in their sister's custody, but their sister wasn't capable of taking care of them and had problems herself, and so my parents would take care of all of them, taking tons of kids at once. And, this YouTuber, his channel is called Genetically Modified Skeptic. But yeah, we volunteered at homeless shelters, we volunteered at soup kitchens, we volunteered at all sorts of places, at adoption centers. We did tons of stuff all the time. It was always like a really big deal to help people, and that's something that like I've still continued to carry on into my more secular lifestyle as well. If I have money and people ask for money or ask for help, I always give them whatever it is that I can, and normally try to offer people help before they even have to ask. And anytime I see people walking on the side of the road, offer them a ride. People are broken down, offer to help. This is the way that I was raised, and the way that my parents taught me, and the way that me and my siblings all continue to act to this day. Because yeah, it was the generosity is definitely a huge part of Christianity, and something that I think a lot of people don't even know about. Like, there's a very common sentiment that Christians only care about kids until they're born. They only care about babies until they're born. But then once they're born, they don't give a fuck about them. But it's Christians who are doing most of the adopting. It's Christians who are doing most of the giving most of the money to charities. It's Christians who are doing most of the charity pretty much across the board. And I think a lot of people not only take this for granted, Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. I was killing that one, dude. What place was I in? I never even checked. Was I in second? Oh, I was in third. Okay. But yeah, like there's like a lot that Christians do to really help communities and really help homeless people. We took in homeless people numerous times. There was a guy who lived with us for a long time, and I'm not kidding. Okay, so I was talking to Mantis about this one time, and she didn't believe me, and I literally called my dad and had my dad tell her, Mahatma Gandhi's nephew used to live with us, and he looked exactly like Gandhi. Exactly like him. We always had missionaries staying with us. Even like there were parts of my childhood where my parents were like really well off and really wealthy, and then there are parts where they're dirt fucking poor. But it didn't matter what one way or the other. The way that they like helped everybody else never fucking changed. Never changed. It didn't matter how well off we were or how poor we were. My parents have always been there to help other people, and it was a huge part of my upbringing and something that, yeah, I think that when you see how much Christians give to charities, how much churches give to charities, lots of times people will say, oh no, Christians don't actually donate that much. That's all just going into churches' offering plates. What do you think fucking churches are doing with the money? It's not all just like going into fucking people's pockets. Every church I've ever been to is constantly doing events for people to go donate. And this is always like a saying when I was a kid. You don't just donate money. Donating money is not enough. You have to donate your time. It's a huge part of it. You donate your time and your money. You got to do both. You got to make sure that you're always doing both. Donate time and donate money. And yeah, I just think of a lot of people who never grew up around Christians and never lived that way. All they hear is just kind of the like political propaganda that's put out about Christians, and a lot of it's just could not be more false. Especially when you consider that they only care about them until they're born. Like, well, who the fuck do you think is adopting everybody? Who do you think is taking care of all of these kids who are, when we're talking about like all these parents who aren't capable of taking care of kids, so they should be able to have abortions? Well, the ones who don't have the abortions, who the fuck do you think is taking care of those kids? It's in large part the Christians. They are the ones who are doing this shit on a large scale. And used to be that all adoption centers were just done through the Catholic Church. It was all taken care of through the Catholic Church, who were doing all of this with the church's offering plate money. So yeah, it's interesting to kind of, I don't know, see how differently people think about Christians in very liberal spaces like Twitch politics when I first got in.
One of the reasons I left the church was actually because they didn't live up to their supposed values. I share this with a lot of ex-Christians. As I've said on this channel before, leaving Christianity was one of the most Christian decisions I have ever made. Today, years after leaving, I'm a pluralist. If people believe in God or gods, if people are religious, I'm generally cool with that. I've spoken plenty about religious harm on my channel, which is a very real problem, but I'm not against religion inherently. And even though I'm not religious, don't believe in the supernatural, and think that's best for some people, I actually think being religious can be good for a person, depending on the person and depending on the form of religion. So, to the Christians watching, keep this in mind. This is not a video where an anti-theist talks about how every form of Christianity is inherently evil. There's a lot of talk of a meaning crisis happening right now, particularly among younger people, and that one way Gen Z men are increasingly seeking meaning is through Christianity. They're looking for a re-enchantment of life, where they can see significance and meaning in everyday things.
So when you have essentially a decline in religion and increasing the secular nature of society. For most people, they need something to fill that void.
We in the church have to do our very best to recover that sense of enchantment. Enchantment, in the way I use it, is simply the feeling that God is present and that everything has meaning, that there is ultimate transcendent meaning that we can know and relate to.
Again, if people want to do that, I don't inherently have a problem with it, and I actually wish them well in finding a sense of fulfillment in their lives. But what's up with young men, not young women, being more attracted to Christianity? So first of all, this idea that young men are converting to Christianity en masse is not backed up.
There's a revival happening, bro.
Clickbait articles from the New York Post.
He made this video before Charlie Kirk died. Again, this video came out 9 months ago, I think is what it said. So yeah, this video came out a while ago, but a large portion of this is him talking about Charlie Kirk and like Christians and conservatives and crap like that. But they I remember when I kept hearing them say that a revival is happening, or Trump said an old-time revival. This is an old-time revival. I remember when I was younger and I used to go to like church camps and stuff, they used to always say a revival is happening in America. We are going through a revolution of Christianity where souls all over America are coming to Christ and going back to church and blah, blah, blah. And going back and looking at it now, like I've seen the stats, they were all totally wrong. Like at the time, Christianity was dropping off a fucking cliff, and they were all just coping about it. It was definitely not the way that they made it sound.
Have published this idea, but one denomination with only a couple 100,000 members in the US, growing by maybe even double-digit percentage points, does not actually demonstrate a particularly large trend. What we do know is that Gen Z men are more religiously affiliated, particularly with Christianity, than Gen Z women. Are they converting? Are they just sticking to their family's religion more? We're not sure.
We just went over stats the other day that showed that Christian men are more likely to stay with the religion, and Christian women were more likely to leave.
Actually could be both. If this article in the New York Times is any indication, young women are less interested in the church because they feel it harbors prejudicial attitudes against minorities. However, they still score higher than men on measures of spirituality and attachment to God, suggesting that they are not necessarily abandoning their internal beliefs. Young men, meanwhile, are attracted to the church because, as one campus minister puts it, Christianity is perceived as one institution that isn't initially and formally skeptical of them as a class. Additionally, religion is right-coded and coded more traditionalist for young people. A final thing from this article, this is a Gen Z guy talking. Young men are attracted to harder truths, Mr. Ferrier said. Sometimes, he added, he wants to hear messages with a little wrath of God in them. So the boys want their Christianity a little rough, a little cranky.
A freaking soft generation. Physically soft, mentally soft, spiritually soft, relationally soft.
That is a little bit naughty. But dare I say, there might be a hint of truth in that one.
With all this said, you'd be correct to think that Gen Z men favor Trump, although sometimes this surprises people. 29 sources have reported on this, and the coverage varies quite a bit. While left-leaning sources frame this as an unusual phenomenon to be explained, right-leaning sources treat this more as an obvious fact that the left just doesn't understand. I discovered this story, of course, on Ground News, an independent app and website I've partnered with and trusted for years now to help me get a balanced view of the stories I'm researching. Their platform organizes every published perspective on an issue in one place with data on each outlet's political bias, credibility, and financial incentives. You can get 40% in my inbox to make sure I understand what's really going on. So, if you'd like to read the news skeptically, go to ground.news/skeptic or scan the QR code on your screen to get the same Vantage plan I use every day for just $5 a month. Right now is the perfect time to take back control of how you stay informed and find new trusted sources of information while you're at it. Okay, so young men may be attracted to Christian institutions because they perceive them to take an aggressive posture, presumably against supposed evil, and because Christian institutions do not typically place blame on men for that evil. I think certain far-right figures know this well and are seeking to offer young men a very specific solution to the so-called meaning crisis through a particular brand of Christianity. In the forthcoming book, The Shadow Gospel, How Anti-Liberal Demonology Possessed U.S. Religion, Media, and Politics, co-authors Whitney Phillips and Mark Brockway explore the history of a dark, politically expedient form of Christianity. This is where I found the term dark enchantment. As cultural theorist Daniel Wojcik emphasizes, religious apocalypticism is acutely appealing as a form of dark enchantment. Enchantment as a vernacular religious framework describes how humans create meaning, make sense of things, and enliven their existence in a world seen as drab, mechanistic, and soulless, and which is replete with randomness, adversity, and suffering. Dark enchantment is equally enlivening, Wojcik argues, but is derived from the perception of darker forces at work in human existence, including demons, evil conspiracies, and various flavors of apocalypticism. As Wojcik explains, it can be exciting to be thrust in the middle of a cosmic end times drama. One's life takes on newfound significance. And for those who are certain that they are the chosen ones, cosmic significance contributes to heightened self-esteem in the face of perceived evil. Few, if any, I'd argue, are more effective in and focus on delivering a sense of dark enchantment to young men than Charlie Kirk, who is arguably the most powerful, popular, and influential figure in Gen Z Christianity.
I'm Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action, together the largest conservative grassroots organizations in the country.
He started Turning Point USA in 2012, and today it has over 800 chapters and over 250,000 members. It started as a political organization to mobilize young people on college campuses to vote Republican, but now it's marketing itself as a Christian ministry in actual churches. Kirk went on to forge a relationship with Pastor Rob McCoy, head of Godspeed Calvary.
Everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button for me if you haven't yet. Make sure you subscribe. We just published a new video a little while ago on the showing the review of the Shoe on Head video that I put out the other day. I don't normally put out videos that I do of reviews. I normally like to only put out like original content that I do, which is like debates or something like that. But I feel like if I'm doing politics, and especially with the debates slowing down a lot more, I've got to find some way to put out more videos. So I've put out a lot of videos over the last couple of weeks. Some of them are debates. Some of them are just me reviewing debates, but yeah, make sure if you guys go to one of my videos, please do me a favor. Don't just click on it and hit the thumbs up and then leave. Make sure that you actually watch it, because yes, clicking on it and clicking the thumbs up and leaving tells YouTube, oh, people are not watching this video. Let's stop recommending it to people. So lots of times I'll publish a video within like 5 minutes. I've got like 20 thumbs ups on the video, and then I just don't get any fucking views after that. Like it's done. Like over with. No more views. And yeah, it seems to tell it like, hey, nobody's watching this shit. So while I appreciate the efforts, I really do. I truly do. That while I know that people are trying to be helpful, it tends not to be. Yeah, this one's doing fairly well. Insane text revealed from Tyler Robinson to roommate. This is in the indictment or the list of charges. If you guys didn't see the charges for this is fucking wild. Like, this is fucking wild. The thumbnail says grandpa's gun worked pretty well. It is the text messages are fucking crazy. Okay, so yeah, make sure you check that one out if you haven't seen it.
Calvary Chapel of Thousand Oaks in California, and together they founded Turning Point Faith. The effort reaches out to pastors nationwide to encourage them to embrace political messages as a church growth strategy, an initiative that has doubled as an engine for turning out the pastors' congregations for conservative candidates. The political messages Kirk and his allies espouse have also come to include constant defense of Trump, as well as Christian nationalism. McCoy has spread falsehoods about the January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol, for example, and has defended a member of his church sentenced to jail for his role in the insurrection. By the way, I have no relationship to Pastor McCoy here. I actually do have relationships to a few Pastor McCoys, but not this one. We might share a kind of cowboy-ass last name, but I don't know him. I don't condone him.
Cowboy-ass?
Just a brief look into Charlie Kirk's messaging to his primarily young male audience reveals an apocalyptic ideology obsessed with supposed evil.
Our form and structure of government was built for the people that believe in Christ our Lord. One of the reasons we're living through a constitutional crisis is that we no longer have a Christian nation, but we have a Christian form of government, and they're incompatible. So you cannot have liberty if you do not have a Christian population.
The fact that people are out here with a different religion than me is what's causing all the problems. You, watching at home, cannot be free until out here with
and they're incompatible. So you cannot have liberty.
Is this the place where this looks familiar? Is this the place where he says the stuff about killing all the fucking stupid Muslims and saying that that Gaza used to throw gays off of tall buildings, but they don't have any tall buildings anymore? Is this the same place?
If you do not have a Christian population.
The fact that people are out here with a different religion than me is what's causing all the problems. You, watching at home, cannot be free until everyone stops being different from me.
I'm sorry, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
Black people are a threat to our safety because DEI is giving them power over us that they don't deserve. Never mind that DEI initiatives don't mean putting people without training on a dangerous job just because of their race. Adjusting your hiring practices and doing sensitivity training does not mean regular training just doesn't happen. Obviously, Kirk is using this as an excuse to just shit on non-white people. This historic event will likely be one of the largest and most consequential in American history. The team at Trump Students and Turning Point Action are honored to help make this happen, sending 80-plus buses full of patriots to D.C. to fight for this president. Check out the date on this one. Yeah, Charlie Kirk deleted this tweet later, but it doesn't change the fact that he propagated buses full of patriots. Students and Turning Point Action are honored to help make this happen.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. He posted this on January 4th, 2021. So if you guys can't see it, I'm assuming you can't see it. This is January 6th.
Just doesn't happen. Obviously, Kirk is using this as an excuse to just shit on non-white people. This historic event will likely be one of the largest and most consequential in American history. The team at Trump Students and Turning Point Action are honored to help make this happen, sending 80-plus buses full of patriots to D.C. to fight for this president. Check out the date on this one. Yeah, Charlie Kirk deleted this tweet later, but it doesn't change the fact that he propagated the lie that the 2020 election was stolen by some imaginary evil and helped rile people up into an insurrection.
Joining us now is Steve Salier, who I find to be incredibly interesting and one of the most talented noticers in the country. Steve, welcome to the program. We like to say on the show that people committed the crime of noticing. You obviously started to, you popularized that, meaning using their brains and using pattern recognition. You might be one of the most talented noticers on the planet. What are some of the things that you noticed long before the national media did, and how have you been treated as a result?
For those unaware, the term noticer is a term that anti-Semites use for themselves. A noticer is an anti-Semite who notices supposed coincidences of an imagined international Jewish conspiracy.
I don't know if that's the way he was using it, though. Like, you can use noticer. I've used the term noticer for people who just notice things. Like, that's not always necessarily the case.
Steve Salier is a proponent of the white supremacist pseudoscience of
okay, never mind. All right, yeah, that was all right.
Racialism, also called race science, and a propagator of the Great Replacement conspiracy theory. Noticing is what he calls his work arguing for that absolute paranoid racist bullshit, of which Charlie Kirk is a big supporter. As this article in The Atlantic says, race science is hardly a new idea. During Jim Crow, the idea was used as justification for sterilizing black people. In Nazi Germany, the veneer of science and biology was used as a pretense for genocide. Kirk doesn't hide these views of his either. He's produced entire episodes of his show with titles like, Great Replacement is not a theory, it's a reality. Okay, last clip because I'm sure you're getting the picture.
So you love God. So you must love his law. How do you love somebody?
Here we go, folks.
You love them by telling them the truth, not by
Here we go,
confirming or
folks.
affirming their sin. And it says, by the way, Miss Rachel, you might want to crack open that Bible of yours. In a lesser reference
Here it
part
is.
of the same part of Scripture is in Leviticus 18,
Here it is.
that thou shalt lay with another man shall be stoned to death.
It's okay. So it's is this the? Is that how we found this video? Was because we were trying to find that clip and this video had the clip in it? I think that's how we found it.
Just saying. So, Miss Rachel, you quote Leviticus 19, love your neighbor as yourself.
Not noticing his bullshit, perhaps. The wind is bullshit.
Chapter before affirms God's perfect law when it comes to sexual matters.
If you weren't yet convinced that Kirk believes in and advocates for violence against minorities, then this should change that. His idea of loving your neighbor as yourself, in this case, is literally killing them. In preaching all of this, Kirk does offer a structure on which his audience may build meaning. He says, there's a great evil in this world. It's powerful. It's all around us. It's lurking in the people you don't understand and is coming to destroy everything you hold dear. It must be overcome, so join me in a crusade against it. This is a very lopsided Christian message. Like the Christianity in which I was raised, Kirk's Christianity includes a narrative of supreme evil. But unlike my former Christianity, it is entirely centered around the concept of evil. And any talk of goodness or love is twisted into promoting violence and hatred, feeding only his audience's darkest impulses. One of the reasons I think Christianity can be good for some people is that I've seen forms of it motivate love for the oppressed, charity to the needy, scorn of power and wealth, and the cultivation of a sense of purpose and meaning through making the world a better place for all people. Kirk's shadow Christianity is the exact opposite. Not only is this clearly dangerous to the meek who are supposed to inherit the earth, but I'd argue it's also dangerous for its believers. Hatred and rage are poison to those who cultivate them, especially in the long term. They damage one's character, which leads to the destruction of one's relationships. This, in turn, leads one to a life of loneliness and despair. Dark enchantment may provide young men a high in the short term, but in the long term, I believe it will take from them much more than it ever offered. Shadow Christianity, then, might actually drive a meaning crisis for young men in the long term. It thrives on male grievances, so it invents grievances for them. Then it offers them a solution that actually causes problems for them, effectively creating for them actual grievances which motivate them to fall deeper into dark enchantment. This is a vicious cycle that benefits no one but certain powerful figures and agitators like Charlie Kirk and his peers. My hope for all the victims of dark enchantment is that young Christian men come to realize that if there is any great evil in this world, its true form is found in those who demonize the meek so that the powerful and corrupt may inherit the earth instead. Thanks for watching. I've been Drew of Genetically Modified Skeptic. A special thanks to my patrons for their constant love and support. If you want to support my work, subscribe and check out the religious studies courses I produce with Dr. Joseph Laycock.
So yeah, we looked for that clip the other day, and this was like the only place that we could find it. And so it seems as though it may have been deleted. I'm not sure. But yeah, it seems as though like his channel may not even have the fucking clip of him talking about stoning gays anymore and the perfect law that Shoe on Head said he never said. But yeah, if you haven't seen my video, check that out later, because yes, she totally lies and acts like he never said this thing that he 100% said, but then says that like somebody initially said it. Stephen King, I think, is who she said it, and he did say that Charlie Kirk said this, and then he did apologize for it, and then said, yeah, I was wrong, he never said this, but he did say it though. Like, it's weird. Like, people are being harassed so much by conservatives right now that they're even willing to take back things that are just blatantly true. Like, he literally put the fucking video up with the evidence and then deleted it later. And Shoe on Head didn't even play the fucking clip that he supposedly lied about. She didn't even play the clip. She's just like, yeah, here's a tweet that he later deleted saying that Charlie Kirk said this thing with a video posted below. And then then he deleted it. And didn't even play the fucking clip. So it didn't say how he didn't say it, didn't explain like how it was a lie, didn't explain anything. And so yeah, it just seems like people are being gaslit into now just like denying obvious truths because these people are harassing them into it.
They should be attached to the video below. As always, if you are an apostate in need, there are resources linked in the description to help you find community and mental health support. Remember to be kind to others in the comments, and until next time, stay skeptical.
Yeah, so this guy's... Oh, fuck. Okay. This guy's channel is called Genetically Modified Skeptic. So if you guys want to check it out, there's the link.
Welcome back to Free Speech Friday, my series on the fight for free speech and civil liberties online. Today, I want to talk about political violence.
Charlie Kirk's murder is the latest high-profile example of political violence in the U.S.
The murder of Charlie Kirk is heightening concern about the rise in cases of political violence across the country.
Political violence has become all too common in American society, and this is not who we are.
This is yet another example of the sad reality of rising political violence in our country.
A few months ago, I made a video called Someone Needs to Do It about the popular meme encouraging someone to finally Trump. I don't even need to have to say it. You know what I'm talking about. In that video, I talked about how asking the public to uphold norms while our entire government and everyone in power flouts due process on a near daily basis and never holds themselves to the same standards is a farce. I cited a research report that found that more and more Americans endorse direct political violence and are expressing a plummeting faith in our political system and democracy. Josh Citarella, a researcher who studies...
Yeah, that again is because of dumb fucks like her running around pointing out bullshit that she says is evidence of corruption or evidence that politicians aren't doing their jobs or evidence that politicians aren't even trying to pass legislation that would be beneficial to Americans or what most Americans want. She is constantly making this stuff up along with all of the other populists in America and the ones on YouTube, which is what's completely ruining our country right now. Like this is, we're being honest, like this is what is ruining our country. This is what is causing all of our problems. It is the populists. It is the people who are coming up with all these conspiracy theories. It is the people who are acting as though there's all of these dark, shadowy groups who are constantly acting as though the politicians are working against you. Tom, do you eat sushi? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I love me a fucking California roll. Crunchy California roll. I get the salmon one, and I get the spicy tuna one. Baby, baby. Let's go. Public sushi is what they were talking about yesterday morning. I wish there were Publix in Louisiana. We have Publix everywhere here. I have, I think, 4 within 5 minutes of me. It's interesting, but people who don't live in the suburbs like I do, they don't understand just how close everything is to us. But when I talk to people, especially those who are in other countries, they have no idea what this is like. But yes, I have 4 Publix within 5 minutes of me. I have 3 Krogers, which are just pretty similar to Publix, just like a kind of, it's like the same exact grocery store, but the customer service is a bit less. And so everything is a bit cheaper. Whereas for Publix, the customer service is a bit higher. And so they charge a good bit more for everything. And I actually worked at a Publix when I was younger. And I remember getting in trouble for not smiling at a woman one time. My boss, this old lady, came up to me and she was like, Tom, you have to smile at these people, okay? When they come in. Anytime you see anybody, you greet every single person that walks by and smile at them. This is why you make $10 an hour. This is in like 2006, 2007. She's like, this is why you make $10 an hour and not $5 an hour like the people at Kroger, okay? You make $10 an hour because you smile at these people. These people come to Publix and get charged way more for the same exact products because they want us to smile at them. That's it. So you are getting paid to smile at people. So make sure you fucking smile. It was a big part of working at Publix. We charge a lot because we smile. But there's 4 Publix, 3 Krogers, I think 5, maybe 6 Walmarts within 15 minutes of me. It might even be 7, actually, now that I think about it. I think it's 7 Walmarts within 15 minutes of me. There's about 8 Waffle Houses, probably about 10 Taco Bells, about 10 McDonald's, 3 Burger Kings. Like, everything is very compacted, very close, very easy to get. I think there's 6 Subways within 5 minutes. So yeah, there's a lot.
Extremism told me, quote, the liberal project has basically failed. The enormous accumulation of wealth and power by oligarchs invalidates the rule of law. The end result is that you can theoretically have executions in the public square. That is what we're going back to. After Charlie Kirk was shot, every political leader and liberal pundit came out of the woodwork to condemn political violence. Charlie Kirk, who espoused some of the most violent, hateful ideology around, is already being treated as a martyr. Ezra Klein declared that while he and Charlie had their differences, you know, the whole black people and women are human beings who deserve rights thing, fundamentally they were, quote, on the same side. Trump.
Yeah, Charlie Kirk had Ezra Klein had some fucking dumb takes on this. His article says Charlie Kirk was practicing politics the right way. While I can appreciate to an extent what it is that Ezra Klein is trying to do, I can appreciate it to an extent. What he's doing in the end, because he'll say something like this, right? Charlie Kirk was practicing politics in the right way, and then he won't talk about the major things that he was doing, the things that he was most popular for, the things that he said, the messages that he pushed, the values that he had. He doesn't talk about any of that. He just says, you know, this guy was talking to other people, and he's having conversations and having debates, and that's what we need more of. Like, that is one very, very tiny part of what it is he's doing, and he's very, very selective about the people that he's willing to talk to. He is a very small group of people that he'll actually debate and that he'll actually engage with. He's out here talking about like academic topics all the time. I don't know of any debates he's ever had with an academic. He's had very few, maybe 2, with real debaters, and the majority of his debates are with college kids on college campuses who are not prepared and who are obviously not experts and not debaters. But Ezra is just kind of pushing this like bullshit idea that this is the right way, when he's really talking about a very, very small amount of stuff that Charlie Kirk did. And he's talking about more of the aesthetic of Charlie Kirk, not who Charlie Kirk is, not what Charlie Kirk does, not what Charlie Kirk says. So this is a very disingenuous framing. And again, I understand Klein is trying to appeal to more people. He's trying to be the good centrist, which is very odd because I used to think of him as like a crazy progressive when he was at Vox like 5-6 years ago. So it's very, very strange to see him doing this stuff. But yeah, he is. I do not respect this like respectability politics that all these people are doing. What did Kirk do that was so bad? Have you been under a rock for the last week? Most of the quotes I've heard were out of context or presented dishonestly. Like what? Give me one. Give me a quote that you heard that was out of context or presented dishonestly. Because every single clip that I've seen of him, there was maybe one or two that were out of context. And that was like the one where he supposedly called a Chinese woman a chink in the audience, when really he was just talking to Cenk Uygur, right? That was the one that was a lie that I can remember. There might have been one more, but yeah, that the majority of clips that I've seen of him where he's talking about the fact that, like, you know, Gaza used to throw gays off of buildings, but they don't have buildings anymore. Or they don't have tall buildings anymore because they're all blown up. And then he's like, yeah, well, you know, that's what you get, you stupid Muslims. He talked about the fact that, like, obviously he said that his daughter, if she ever got pregnant, even if she was raped, he would force her to have the pregnancy. He said that he wanted to get rid of the Civil Rights Act. Civil rights were a mistake. A patriot should bail out Pelosi's husband attacker. Both of those were not, neither one of those were out of context. Neither one of those were out of context. He did say those things. He did say those things. What do you mean? Neither one of those were out of context. What context do you think was missing from that?
And women are human beings who deserve rights thing, fundamentally, they were, quote, on the same side. Trump said that he would award Charlie Kirk the Presidential Medal of Freedom. The Yankees flew their...
Why do the far-left furries always go to child rape? You barely care about the unborn. You think I'm a far-left furry? I'm pro-life. You dumb fuck. I'm not far-left. Waffle Jackson, how the fuck do you watch this channel so often? You have no idea, like, what the fuck I talk about or what the fuck I believe. This is insane. He specifically said a patriot should bail him out and ask some questions, which actually changes the context significantly. Why leave that out? First off, I didn't leave that out in my video. That makes absolutely no difference. Why would that change the context? He was pushing a conspiracy theory that this guy was actually on the left, that he wasn't, that he was like Paul Pelosi's boyfriend, and that he wasn't when we knew that the guy was there to, like, attack them and kidnap them and try to get, like, information out of them about, like, Hunter Biden and crap like that. I ain't talking about you, but I'm the one who just brought it up. And right after I brought it up, you just responded by saying, why the far left furries? What do you mean? As Tom proved, isn't far left. So for you, I am far left. Okay. To you, with your broken Overton window depth perception, I am far left. To interrogate him, to find his true motives, that is significant. And on Twitter, you have a short video where you included that clip, but you left it out of your criticism because it's not relevant to the criticism. Okay, imagine this right now, okay? Cesius, I know that your brain is broken. I'm going to try to fix it with a very, very simple idea real quick, okay? What if I said that Tyler Robinson is actually a conservative. He's actually MAGA. The media is not telling you this right now. And if one of you guys want to be an October hero, one of you great patriots want to really be a huge hero, I say you go bail him out and ask him some questions. See what he has to say. How would you feel about that? You think that context matters, that I said ask him some questions and see what he has to say? Does that change things for you? Is that a very different statement for you? He murdered a man, no bail. Yeah, this guy didn't have bail either. He attempted to murder people, so it's not, he didn't have bail either, but doesn't make a difference. That's kind of the point. Every time I saw the clip, the ask him some questions part was left in. Yes, it's been left in on every single one that I've seen, because that's like one of the worst parts of the whole thing. So yes, absolutely, that part matters. It's still inflammatory, but yes, don't leave it out. Why? Okay, whatever. It makes no difference. It makes no difference. Like the problem is that the fact that he is pushing conspiracy theories, and so much so that he's willing to help get out a dangerous person who just attacked Democrats, and that he doesn't care about Democrats' lives. He doesn't care about their safety. He doesn't care about their well-being at all. Right after they just got attacked, and while her husband's still in the hospital, he is suggesting that people go bail this guy out. That is the problem. That is the issue. If you wanted to ask him some questions, you could just show up to visitors time and go ask him some questions that way. You're able to ask people questions while they're in jail. You're able to talk to people while they're in jail. But that's not what he wanted. That's not what he suggested. He suggested bail him out because him getting to the bottom of his conspiracy theory was more important than anybody else's safety. Let's say you do go and ask him some questions, and turns out he's like, yeah, I wanted to fucking murder those folks for hiding the truth about Hunter Biden's laptop. Like, what the fuck? Like, what do? You go, oh, okay, well, I'm going to go revoke my bond now and try to get my money back, so they're going to come back and lock you up. Like, it doesn't make a difference. The thing that people are pointing at, I think you're not understanding. And so you think that him asking some questions is different, but it's not. It's still the same exact thing, because the whole problem is that he would be okay with somebody bailing him out in the first place and risking other people's lives and not caring enough about Democrats to want to do this. That his getting to the bottom of his conspiracy theory is more important. That's the point. The fact that he would, right after this person is attacked, right, he's willing to bail the guy out. But the guy who kills a fucking Ukrainian girl on a train, that guy never should have been out in the first place. Why did they ever let that guy out? He got locked up for calling 911 too many times. He should have been in prison for life. Like, that is... And this guy, the guy that we're talking about that attacked the Pelosi's, also had a very long rap sheet as well. The fact that he was allowed to be out as well, yet he's still suggesting to go bail the guy out. Like, it made no difference. It was the fact that he was saying to ask him some questions actually makes it worse, because that is more important to him than people's safety. That it makes it so much worse that he is not even doing this because he cares about the guy. He's not doing it because he wants to help the guy. He's doing it because he wants to get to the bottom of his little conspiracy theory. It just makes it worse. What was the other one that he said? He gave he gave two examples. It was the civil rights were a mistake. Yeah, the civil rights was a mistake is not. That also didn't have any different context. We went and watched and we went and checked. It had no new context to add. It was, he was saying that the civil rights were a mistake, and that this was poorly implemented. And the issue is that what it is that people think he's saying there, okay? Just think about this for a second, okay? If what it is that you think he was saying there is what he's actually saying, would he ever say the civil rights were a mistake? No. No. He would say, I think that there's some small things that we should tweak about the Civil Rights Act. He would say, I think that there's some changes that we should possibly consider when it comes to the Civil Rights Act. Or I think that some of the case law has led to some bad precedents when it comes to the Civil Rights Act. But he didn't say that. That is not what he said. He said that he wanted to repeal the Civil Rights Act, that he thought the Civil Rights Act was a mistake, that he wanted to get rid of it. That's what he said. So it's not like that the little like tidbits that people want to add in there later saying, no, this is what he actually meant. It was totally, well, okay, he never would have said that the Civil Rights Act was a mistake then.
Flag at half-mast, as did a slew of government buildings. Liberal influencers posted teary eulogies to TikTok. I could go on, and I'm sure you've seen the posts, and there will be a lot more of these types of posts in the coming weeks. That he would award Charlie Kirk the Presidential Medal of Freedom. The Yankees flew their flag at half-mast, as did a slew of government buildings. Liberal influencers posted teary eulogies to TikTok. I could go on, and I'm sure you've seen...
Just to be clear, he did not post a teary eulogy, you fucking piece of shit. He was live when he found out about it and when he saw it. He didn't post that to the fucking internet. That just got recorded while he was live. He didn't go post this like, oh, I can't believe this. He just was live when this happened.
Seen the posts, and there will be a lot more of these types of posts in the coming weeks, I'm sure. But I want to talk more about political violence.
He basically said the Civil Rights Act started out good, but had been twisted in a weapon against white people. He was wrong. Yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Yes, exactly. It started out as a weapon against white people. This is exactly what I'm talking about, because that is what he's saying. That it started out as a weapon against white people. That is what he's saying. But he can't say that, right? He can't actually say that. So he starts off saying the Civil Rights Act was a mistake. And then the little bits that he can say to, tacitly justify it, he'll say those things later. But he, when it comes down to it, he is saying he wants to get rid of the Civil Rights Act. That is the prescription. That is the thing that he wants to do. So if his explanation really was that like, oh, later on it was turned into something that could be used against white people, well, you wouldn't need to get rid of the Civil Rights Act in order to do that. But that's what he says. So it's not, it's just a weaselly way for people to say things that they can pretend they're not saying. That's all it is. On the civil rights thing, he was specifically criticizing how nebulous and broad the law is because it was repurposed for LGBT purposes, where he disagreed with some real-world results. No, he did not just talk about the LGBTQ stuff. He talked about the fact that it was that it led to DEI and affirmative action, and that it was used to discriminate against white people. That it was like he's really dumb. Okay, he's really a fucking dumb person, because he talks about protected classes like there are specific classes that are protected. Like black people is a protected class. Being gay is a protected class. Being trans is a protected class. No, none of those things are protected classes. A protected class is gender. Gender and sex. Those are protected classes. Or race. Race is a protected class. Sexuality is a protected class. But gay is not a protected class. Black is not a protected class. It's sex and race or sexuality. Like, those are the protected classes. But yeah, they'll say stupid things like, you know, oh, being a woman is a protected class. No, it's not. Sex is a protected class.
Violence, because I think discussions of political violence and the way people in power continue to talk about it exposes a huge rift in our political environment right now. When political leaders and the media wring their hands about political violence, they're not actually talking about violence in any like universal sense. They're talking about violence specifically against elites or people who look like them or people who maintain these existing power structures. The violence that is already a daily feature of life for poor, immigrant, Black, disabled, and queer communities is completely invisible to them.
Tom whines about Trump moving the National Guard into cities, but then pretends civil rights is good. Yeah, it's crazy, right? Tom pretends he's in favor of freedom, but then allows the government to make it illegal to kill people. Tom acts like he lives in a free country while he's okay with them arresting people for robbing your house. Like, where'd those freedoms go? Where'd those rights go? Taking away our rights to rob people? Fucking shit.
To them. Police tear gassing a crowd of teenagers demanding accountability for the murder of George Floyd is never deemed political violence. Federal agents shooting pepper balls at medics in Portland is not seen as political violence. But the second a right-wing figure is harmed, it becomes a crisis for democracy on cable news. This double standard, of course, has always been there. And it's why so many people, especially in the Middle East and other countries that we've inflicted.
You're in favor of forcing white people to accept others? That's totally authoritarian. First off, I am not in favor of those things. I have talked many times about the goods of ethnostates and the benefits of ethnostates and the fact that they are not these like horribly racist things. I people in my chat, people that I've talked to, they all know I have talked about these things many times. But I have also talked about the fact that yes, America started off as like what was likely to be a white ethno-state project, and then over time turned into something else. And now we are way too far down that road to turn back, and so we are just moving forward with what it is. That's what I've said. And so yes, at this point, if you want to say force you, well, you just being born in America is forcing you, unless you want to talk about like just going and arresting anybody who's not white and tearing them out of the country. But you don't have to be forced into this. You can go to the fucking Netherlands if you want to. That's what civil rights are, laws that force white people to access others. Should actually be called the Dominate the Whitey Act. That's fucking retarded. People actually having equality to white people is the same as dominating whitey. That's a good one. Whoa. No, thank you, Taylor. Well, thank you. Sheesh. Was not expecting that when I open your eyes.
Horrific levels of violence upon, hate the American government. But cell phones and social media have finally made this hypocrisy crystal clear to members of the American public. And I'm not even just talking about atrocities abroad. After George Floyd's murder in 2020, millions of people took to the streets to demand an end to racist police killings. What they were met with, however, was an unprecedented wave of state-sanctioned violence. The Department of Homeland Security deployed tactical teams into cities. Police kettled and beat and arrested journalists. Protesters were shot point blank with less lethal munitions, losing eyes and sustaining permanent injuries. People died in protest-related incidents. But how many of those deaths were mourned by the mainstream media as martyrs of democracy? None. And just months after the peak of Black Lives Matter protests on January 6, 2021, a violent mob stormed the Capitol, calling for the lynching of elected officials and overturning the election. But their violence was excused. Those rioters overwhelmingly received lighter sentences than Black Lives Matter protesters. Some even used the event to launch their careers as influencers. Kyle Rittenhouse was acquitted of all charges for shooting anti-fascist protesters dead, while peaceful college students ended up in jail. And of course, none of this is new. You can look back at American history.
She is so fucking stupid, dude. She is so fucking stupid, bro. Acting like Kyle Rittenhouse getting arrested is wrong, him being acquitted, acting like that is wrong in any way is brain dead at this point. Anybody who thinks that there is anything wrong with Kyle Rittenhouse being found innocent has to just find the fucking brainworms, okay? I don't think RFK is going to be the one to help you find them, but it is completely unintuitive to think that the kid who is being attacked and assaulted over and over and over, having guns pointed at him and everything, that this is the person who's wrong in this scenario after everybody keeps attacking him. He took every chance to let people live, to run away from them, to try to get away from them, and they kept attacking him and kept assaulting him. Like, he put on a clinic of the most perfect way that you could deal with a situation where a mob is attacking you like this. I think most people in that scenario, when they have tons of people, crowds of people running at them like that, they're just going to fucking start mowing. Most people would just start mowing. This guy was very level-headed and did everything perfectly.
History and see the state enact violence on our own citizens over and over and over and over again. I think a lot of what happened in Standing Rock in 2016, the government, under Obama, mind you, sent armored vehicles and a militarized police force to attack indigenous people who were defending their sacred land and water. Protesters were blasted with high-pressure hoses in freezing temperatures. They had dogs set on them. People got concussions and other injuries. The media...
Mens rea? Mens rea? Are you kidding me? Did I not say Kyle Rittenhouse? Yeah, I said it. There is no evidence that he went there with any intent to kill people. No evidence of this at all. None. Nothing. The best evidence that anybody ever uses is the fact that he talked about somebody robbing a CVS one day and said that if he was there, he would have shot them. And then they say, yeah, so that's evidence that he showed up here this day to shoot these random people. What? That's not how that works. I say I wanted to shoot my fucking neighbor for throwing something at me one day. So now when I shoot somebody at a park, now you can say that I intended to do it because I wanted to shoot my neighbor for something totally different, totally unrelated, at a completely different time and place. Like, it's just not the same. Tomfoolery, even if Democrats win the next few elections, the far left has brain-broken your policies. It will be soft on crime. You'll have drug cities. You'll create another immigration crisis, riots. It's so amazing that you guys say this. The last two people that we voted in for president was Joe Biden, the person who put forward the crime bill that is responsible for arresting more people than any single piece of legislation, I think, in the the history of our parents and their parents' lifetimes. But then on top of that, we then voted in Kamala Harris, who was an attorney general who, like the right says, was always trying to lock up innocent people and always trying to lock up innocent black men and always trying to keep people locked up just for doing drugs and crap. Like, this is they keep using these narratives that they were too hard on crime. But then y'all turn around and be like, oh, Democrats, yeah, you guys soft on crime. Give me a fucking break, then.
Media framed the event as clashes.
He went out of his way to put himself in that situation, Tom, as is his right. So did you understand the people who attacked him also went out of their way to put themselves in that situation? That doesn't mean anything. You're not saying anything. You're saying literally nothing. The fact that he was attacked is all that matters. That's it. That's all that matters. You saying that he went there, therefore he had intent to murder people? The guy who was standing there handing out water bottles to protesters, the guy who was standing there offering first aid to people who were getting hurt by the police. The guy who said that he was in favor of the protests and there to just help these people. That's the guy. That's not how mens rea works. I don't think you've ever actually looked at mens rea. I don't think you actually understand what that is. But it is not like, oh, you went to a place and then you got attacked there. So therefore you planned for people to assault you so that you could fight back. That is not mens rea. Mens rea does not work that way.
But thankfully, we were able to witness what actually happened as it was live streamed on Facebook. When the COVID pandemic hit, violence against marginalized people was fully normalized. Immigrants, people of color, and the poor were and are currently being sent into deadly workplaces with no airborne disease protections. Prisoners are being left to die of COVID-19 in overcrowded facilities with, again...
Depends on the judge, Tom? Okay, show me one. Show me a case where the judge said mens rea... It's just them showing up. That's it, right? I don't want, like, they showed up and did 20 other things. Just mens rea. Give me a case where that happened. I don't need to in order to appeal their authority over yours. That's not what we're talking about. You said it depends on the judge. I'm saying it doesn't depend on the judge. That's not how that works. The law does not allow you, the mens rea does not change based on the judge. Now, there are parts of it that can be somewhat interpreted differently, but not based on whether or not you showed up there. There's no... That was your claim, is that it depends on the judge. I'm saying it does not depend on the judge. So you, in order to make that argument, you would have to give me an example where a judge ever ruled differently, because I'm saying that doesn't exist. It depends on the judge because they have the authority to interpret the law. You don't. Well, I'm sorry, it doesn't depend on the judge because they have the authority to interpret the law and you don't. Sorry.
Zero airborne disease mitigations, even today. Joe Biden successfully convinced liberals and even leftists to completely devalue the lives of people around them to the point that, again, even leftists today believe that it's morally neutral to infect and kill or permanently maim those around you by infecting them with airborne disease because you don't want to wear a mask. Killing and disabling millions of Americans by encouraging the spread of an airborne vascular disease is also violence. In Atlanta in 2023, when activists protesting Cop City were stalked, arrested, and even killed, these pundits mourning political violence were nowhere to be seen. Manuel Tehran...
Oh, brother. They were literally fucking terrorists. They were literally burning shit down. They were harassing people. They were like, they got, some of them got convicted with fucking, shit. I'm blanking on the word. Wait, is this what I was looking for? Okay. I think this is it. Sorry. Sorry, some of them actually got charged with RICO. So the fact that she's bringing this up as an example is ridiculous. LOL, nice one. Anything that bounces off me sticks to you like glue. So you just saying they have the ability to do something does not mean that it depends on the judge, because your statement is that there is a judge that changes whether or not that's the decision. That's your statement. You do have to show evidence that there is a judge that makes this decision differently than what it is that I'm saying. You do have to show that. You can't just say, oh, because they have the ability to do so, now it depends on the judge. Well, not if 100% of judges all make the decision exactly the same. No, it does not depend on the judge. So that it is your burden to show that it depends on the judge, and you're not going to find one, because it is not that simple to where they can just interpret the law however they want. That is not how that works. They don't get to just interpret things all willy-nilly. That's not how the law works. You have no idea what you're talking about. I don't have to do shit. Well, I'm saying in order for you to actually make a point, you would have to do that. Not that you literally have to act in a logical way. I'm not saying you have to be logical or have to act like a person with a brain or anything. I'm saying that in order for you to prove your point, you would have to do that. Yes.
Was shot and killed, and the state labeled them a domestic terrorist for peacefully resisting a police project. According to Mapping Police Violence, more than 1,000 people are shot and killed by the police every year, overwhelmingly people of color. When ICE...
You don't have to make sense either, man. You aren't. Okay, what part of what I said didn't make sense? Let's hear it. Why the fuck isn't this going through? Oh, there it is. Okay. The data doesn't back up Trump's claim that the left is more violent. President Donald Trump has justified his ramped-up threats against the American political left by citing its supposed unusually violent nature. He has launched an increasingly broad crusade against speech he doesn't like, culminating in a successful pressure campaign to get Jimmy Kimmel off the air. And Trump on Thursday signaled he would label Antifa, a loose collection of far-left activists, a major terrorist organization, which would be an unprecedented step against a domestic entity. In other words, the crackdown that Trump previewed mere hours after Charlie Kirk was killed last week is looking increasingly real. All of it, judges are given the authority to interpret law, so it will depend on the judge, not YouTubers. I never said it would depend on YouTubers. I'm sorry, I don't know how the fuck you came to such a retarded conclusion, but I never said it depended on YouTubers. I'm saying judges do not get to interpret the law however they want. You're wrong. You have no fucking idea what you're talking about. They don't get to just make up how they feel about mens rea. That is not how that works. And you, again, if you wanted to actually prove your case that it depends on the judge, you would have to show a case where they did interpret it differently than what it is that I'm saying. You did by trying to interpret the law. No, I'm not trying to interpret the law. I'm telling you that no judge has ever interpreted it the way that you are saying they did. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that they haven't and that they don't. And I can give an example like Kyle Rittenhouse's case. And so when you're saying, oh, well, it depends on the judge. All right, well, I have this case right here that shows that they did not interpret mens rea differently. So you are the one who would have to show that there are some judges that interpret it differently. That's how that works. That's how logic works. But that's a wild claim from you. Why do you ask me to disprove it? I'm not. I'm asking you to prove your claim. I didn't ask you to disprove my claim. I said you prove your claim. So as I said, I can give an example of a judge that did rule in this way, you only have to find one in order for your entire case to be proven. You only have to find one. That's it. Just one. In other words, the crackdown, which means it's a good time to take a closer look at what he claims is the entire basis for this effort. How do the right and left compare when it comes to 1, perpetrating violence, and 2, their support for it? The data, save for a few polls cherry-picked by the right, doesn't generally back up Trump's claims that this is a bigger problem on the left. In fact, it usually shows the opposite. I would love to see a cherry-picked poll or a study that says that the left is more violent, at least killing more people. Again, violence is like a very subjective term that it's really hard to nail down, because, like I said, like throwing stuff at buildings is like, that is violence, right? You are engaging in any sort of like property damage. This is violence, and that's going to be the majority of violence from the left. And how many people you include in that type of violence is really hard to consider, even if one person throws a Molotov cocktail, but there were like 100 people standing around cheering it on. That, like, this is a very hard claim to prove, which is why it's easiest to just stick to murders and say, oh, well, who murders the most people? Well, that's when we're going to get to like 90% of it is right wing, because it's very easy to just, oh, well, we'll look at convictions, who got convicted for murdering people on their political reasoning. Well, that's pretty simple. But yes, violence is such a hard term to nail down. Acts of violence. Let's take the first part first. Most of the violence is on the left, Trump said Tuesday. While our side of the aisle certainly has its crazies, Vice President J.D. Vance said on Monday while guest hosting KIRK's show, it is a statistical fact that most of the lunatics in American politics today are proud members of the far left. So, yeah, from my understanding, there isn't a single study out there that says that there are more murders from the left in the last like 40 years. There isn't a single one that says that the majority of them come from the left. The lowest one that I've seen is 90%. The highest I've seen is 99.7%. So there's a little bit of room there, but 90% of murders is right wing, or 90% of convictions. That's technically, we're saying that that's the same thing. That like the only way that we can figure out how many people murdered somebody is based on the convictions. It's kind of hard to say this person did a thing if they haven't actually been through a trial and have been found guilty by a jury of their peers. Like, that is kind of like the necessary component. Tom, I just linked 2 articles from The Economist with data on this and the polling of Americans' reapproval of political violence. You know, I'm reading an article on this right now. Thank you. So, the Cato Institute found about 54% right-wing and 22% left-wing. No, the Cato Institute did not find that. Murders in politically motivated terrorism, including 9/11. So this is the left is 10%, and the right is 63%. But if we're only looking at the left and the right for domestic terrorism, that would not include foreign Islamists from the outside, and we're being very charitable by not including Islamists like jihad attacks in right wing, right? That we're talking about domestic terrorism. When we're talking about the right versus the left, we're not thinking of ISIS, we're not thinking of Al Qaeda. We're talking about the right and the left, which is like American political stuff. And so look further down. It's 2020 onwards. Wait, so you're saying only from 2020 onwards? I'm still like fairly certain it's not even that high either. All ideologies since 2020, right versus left, 18 and 44. When did this come out? Let's see. Murders and politically motivated terrorism since 2020. So 18. I don't know how to do this fucking math. What is the... How do I do this? 18 plus 44 equals 62. And then what do I do that? I divide that by 18. Or no, that's not right. Is it? How do I do this? When the left is responsible for 18 murders and the right is responsible for 44, how do I do the math to figure out what percentage the right versus left is responsible? Yeah, again, you're talking about the right is responsible for 54% when you're including Islamists in the calculation. Add them up. I already did that. And then put 18 divided by that number. Okay, so 18 divided by 62. Okay, so yeah, the left would be responsible for 29%, which makes the right responsible for 70%, 71%. But yeah, that's 2020 on. The thing that we're personally, I'd say only 2015 through 2025 stats are relevant. Well, so that's what I was gonna say, is that the big difference is like Trump on, right? Like that's the big difference maker, is from Trump on. And so yeah, 2020 on wouldn't matter all that much, but so if we look at here, I have Cato Institute's stats by year, or for every decade really, so we would get exactly. Here it is.
And while our side of the aisle certainly has its crazies, it is a statistical fact that most of the lunatics in American politics today are proud members of the far left.
Okay, this is the ADL. This is from... I can't read this source. Gun Violence Archive. Reuters and The Trace. This is the ADL. Okay, this is Cato. Okay, so this is 1975 to 1984. Okay, so yeah, so this one is 45 to 18. Oh wait, that's not even 18. Fuck. Yeah, I don't know how many. I don't know how many that is for the left there. It doesn't. Let's just say proportion wise, it looks like maybe it's like 5 or less. So I'll just add 5. And then 20. Oh no, wait, sorry. That's 2005. I'm an idiot. Okay. So yeah, 37 to 107. So 144. That would be 25%. So yeah, again, it's they would be responsible for 75% of murders from 2015 to through 2025. The Atlantic did an article on this last week. For the first time in more than 30 years, attacks by the far left outnumber those by the far right. Is it attacks? Because I know they're... So like I said yesterday, from my understanding, the left got their first like mass shooting in like 30, 40 years this year. And I think because of that, they have more murders. But yeah, while our side of the aisle certainly has its crazies, Vice President J.D. Vance said on Monday while guest hosting KIRK's show, it is a statistical fact that most of the lunatics in American politics today are proud members of the far left. But this has not been the case with acts of violence, according to high-profile studies. A study from the Libertarian Cato Institute this year tracked about 3,600 murders from politically motivated attacks over the past 50 years. The vast majority of them, about 3,000 of the 3,600, came on one day, September 11th, 2001. Cato found right-wing ideology accounted for 391 of the 618 non-9/11 political murders. A clear majority left-wing ideology accounted for... a clear majority. Left-wing ideology accounted for 65. So right-wing ideology from 9/11 on is 391. And the left accounted for 65. Yeah, it doesn't look like they give it a percentage, so I'll add that one up now. 391 plus 65 equals 456. And then 65 divided by 456 is 14%. So that'd be 86%. That doesn't sound right. But I guess maybe. It feels like... Because when you do this, it gives you a 0.1425438,596. For me to know where to put the fucking decimal is kind of hard because it feels like it could be like 1%, 1.42, or 14.2, or yeah, it's OMG, what the fuck, I just read The Atlantic, lol. And Do these stats even include the Baton Rouge cop killing that was done by a TYT viewer? I don't know whether or not they watch TYT matters all that much. Like, if somebody went through my subscriptions after I killed somebody, they would find way more right-wing subscriptions on my account. Like, I'm subscribed to like all the Daily Wire people and the Daily Wire channel, Steven Crowder, you know, all the big name right-wing channels. Oh, she just wanted us to let us know that she read the article. So yeah, left-wing ideology accounted for 65, with other motivations like foreign nationalism, Islamism, and separatism accounting for the rest. In the last 5 years alone, the proportions are similar. 44 people died at the hands of those with right-wing ideology, a majority for all politically motivated attacks in this span, compared to 18 at the hands of those with left-wing ideology, according to the study. The data echo a study from the National Institute of Justice, the DOJ's research agency, last year found that since the 1990s, far-right extremists killed more than 6 times as many people in ideologically motivated attacks, 520 people as far-left extremists. Yeah, this is the one that Donald Trump ordered to be taken off of all their websites. The Department of Justice appeared to remove the NIJ study from its website this week. The DOJ said the page was removed as it was reviewing its website and materials in accordance with recent executive orders. Yeah, we also have, what's his name? Elon Musk saying that he's going to make it to where Grok stops telling people that the majority of murders came from the right. So we got Trump and Elon pretty out in the open admitting that they're doing the shit that they always accused the left of doing, but never had any evidence of. Yet they're just out in the open admitting that they are changing data and changing information based on whatever it is that they feel benefits them. So it's great. I thought I had it sitting here, but I guess not. But yeah, this is what Grok gave me recently, but it says, based on New America's data since 9/11 updated through recent years, among 138 deaths from far right or far left ideologies, far right accounts for 99%, 137, and far left 1%. That's the one that's like 99.7% is from the right, but this is, yeah, this ADL's 2024 report shows all 13 extremist murders by right-wing, none left-wing. 2025 data adds no left-wing incidents so far, and then the CSIS says the same thing. But yeah, obviously there have been some on the left this year, so they just haven't added them yet. just says that there's been an uptick, but it's still reporting what you're showing. So it doesn't say that the left has, for the first time, the majority of killings or attacks or anything like that. Was it Tali who said it? I thought it was Abigail who said that. Oh no, it was Tali. Talibots. I just got here. You know, The Atlantic just published an article claiming that for the first time in 30 years, political violence is more prevalent on the left than right. Okay, so they said political violence, but again, that's it's a very like random term to use. To even say it's more prevalent doesn't mean much. Yeah, these are very like broad and general terms that we're using. That doesn't mean much. Again, when we look at murders, like this makes sense. Or if we put it into like, if we put it into, what do you call it? Attacks on private property, like that would obviously, the majority of that would be from the left almost always. But yeah, they're just very different things. Okay. Yeah, the Department of Justice appeared to remove the NIJ study from its website this week. The DOJ said the page was removed as it was reviewing the website and materials in accordance with recent executive orders. So yeah, apparently executive orders telling them to review it and take it down. There is always some subjectivity in such studies. It can be difficult to place killer's ideology on the left-right political continuum, but the data suggests it's not terribly close between right and left. Yeah, see, that's part that we've talked about a bunch here as well, is that like trying to separate right and left is... Yeah, when she said for the first time in 30 years, I thought she meant just like this year. Is like, this is the first time this year. This year is the first time in 30 years that the left. Not that, I did not read what she said as being in 30 years. It is this year, basically. Okay, that's the way that I read what she said. So I did not read it as in 30 years. But yeah, it is true that like obviously right left distinctions are very subjective, but there's not enough for people to get it that wrong, right? Like when we're talking about like by far the majority, like there's probably going to be some few here and there where people might have some disagreements on whether or not that person was right or left. But when we're talking about like this amount of people, it's the subjectivity of right and the left doesn't matter all that much. If it was like 51 to 49%, then like, yeah, maybe we would get into like figuring out who's right or left based on that. But when it's this big of a difference, it's just not really relevant. Trump and allies have often cherry-picked, misled, and gone well beyond the evidence in trying to attach high-profile violence to the left. The fuller, more quantitative picture tells a very different story. Support for justified violence. The data on whether political violence can ever be justified is more mixed, but most of it has also has shown the GOP leaning towards more accepting of it. Yeah, so this is the thing, is that a lot of people keep showing the YouGov poll that says that the left says, it's like 25% of the left says that political violence is sometimes justified. That should be 100%. That should be 100%. Everybody should think political violence is sometimes justified. Like, everybody should be able to think of a scenario where political violence could be justified, right? That's not that's not like a hard scenario to imagine, especially when you live in the United States, where we had a Revolutionary War, and yeah, it's just it should be around 100% if we're talking about sometimes justified. But the fact that it's 25% for the left and then like 4% for the right, while the right is constantly saying, no, the YouGov poll said political violence for the sake of political gains. Yes, it said sometimes justified. That's what the answer that they gave 25% sometimes justified. Yeah. Everybody should be able to imagine a scenario where that could be justified. But anyways, the point is that the right keeps using this polling to say that, like, this is obvious that the left is more violent, when, again, the majority of the murders come from their side, so it's and they all of their fucking leaders always seem to justify them or find a way to act as though it's not that big of a deal. Whereas on the left, the leaders don't ever justify them, they don't ever downplay them, they don't ever act like it's not a serious thing. And so, just based on the leaders and the people that they're willing to support on the right, it seems pretty clear they don't have an issue with people supporting political violence. They don't have an issue with them acting like it or downplaying it pretty consistently. They don't have an issue with that at all. They don't have an issue with people making jokes about it, making memes about it, just flooding everybody with very insensitive bullshit about people who died, unless it's somebody on their side, and then they're the most soy fucking babies you've ever seen. But the point is that they're just lying. That when they say that they don't think it's sometimes justified, they're just fucking lying. That's all it is. Like, the left is just more honest than the right is all that is. That's an indescribable element, Tom, because trustworthiness is bunk. Okay. No, the YouGov poll, but I think the way they polled the people was in a specific context that wouldn't allow for interpretation like historical events. Okay. I went over it. I don't remember that being the case, but I don't know. I don't know how that's even possible. That you don't think, like, our historical events could happen again in the future, and that wouldn't be a scenario where you think, yeah, if that happened again, yeah, I'd totally be in favor of this. Like, I don't know. I don't know how that is even possible. Trump and his allies have often pointed to random people and occasionally more high-profile people celebrating Kirk's assassination or otherwise making light of it. Yeah, well, and then on top of that, the fact that they, the fact that, like, Trump literally let out tons of terrorists and gave them, I'm blanking on words all of a sudden. I don't know what's happening to my brain, but yeah, I can't think. But yes, Trump gave all the January 6ers a thing that got them out of jail and off scot-free. So yes, gave them pardons. Thank you. Yes, he gave them pardons to where they were able to get out. So yeah, it's not it's not hard to kind of read the tea leaves here and be like, oh, yeah, one side pardoned all the J6ers, the other side didn't pardon the, like, BLM rioters or anything. People on the left are much likelier to defend and celebrate political violence, Vance claimed on Kirk's show. This is not a both sides problem. Liberals celebrating Kirk's death has been a very real phenomenon, just like it was after the murder of United Healthcare Chief Executive Brian Thompson late last year. A CBS News YouGov poll back then showed 31% of Democrats said it was acceptable to react positively to the news compared to 19% of Republicans. The right has frequently pointed to a study last year that suggests support for assassinations and of prominent figures is higher on the left. The survey was from a group called Network Contagion Research Institute, an independent group that tracks misinformation and hate in association with Rutgers University. It asked people to rate the justification for the murder of Trump and Elon Musk on a sliding scale from 1, not all. Oh, that's right. That's what the 25% was. That's right. You're right. You're right, CCS. It was. They were asking about, that was the 25% one, is asking about the murder of Trump and Elon. Okay. Among those on the left, about half picked an option other than 1 for both Trump, 55%, and Musk, 48%. That means they felt there could be some justification for these actions. The poll didn't test prominent Democrats, but it did ask the same question more broadly about an unnamed political leader. In the case, 41% of Democrats picked an option other than 1, compared to 29% of Republicans. Those are striking findings, but they also came in the aftermath of last July's high-profile assassination attempt against Trump and the 2024 election. The study itself said its findings should be treated with caution, given elections can lead to heightened polarization for months and sentiments may be prone to change. Yeah, I would bet right now the numbers would be much higher. I would bet the numbers are much higher now that, even though we're 10 months out from the election, I would bet the numbers have gone up. And indeed, most other data in recent years has shown Republicans are more open to political violence they see as justified. The PRR study last year showed 27% of Republicans agreed that true American patriots may have to resort to violence in order to save our country, compared to 8% of Democrats. Republicans have been about 3 times as likely to agree with that sentiment dating back to 2020. An IPSOS poll conducted shortly after January 6, 2021 showed 39% of Republicans agreed that if elected leaders will not protect America, the people must do it themselves, even if it requires taking violent actions. That was more than double the 17% of Democrats who said the same. A year after January 6th, 40% of Republicans and 23% of Democrats agreed that it could be justified for citizens to take violent action against the government, according to a Washington Post University, Maryland poll. A December 2021 CBS YouGov poll showed Republicans were more likely than Democrats to believe violence could be justified to address election results. 38% for Republicans, 21% for Democrats, and gun policies, 37% to 22%. The same poll found similar numbers of Republicans and Democrats expected violence from the losing side in future elections. When those who expected such violence were asked whether they would be in favor of it, very few from either party said yes. But Republicans who expected violence were less likely to say they would oppose it, 67%, than Democrats, 82%, if it was their side that lost. Fucking shit. To the extent these findings reflect reality, they are always subject to change. It's possible, for example, the left could become more open to political violence they see as justified now that they are out of power. But for years, the data has suggested it's the right that has been more open to political violence and more likely to perpetrate it. Sheesh. Left-wing terrorism is on the rise. For the first time in more than 30 years, attacks by the far left outnumber those by the far right. No matter how hard ideologues, I hate the Atlantic's text. I really, really hate their fucking font, dude. No matter how hard ideologues try to exclusively blame their political foes for acts of political violence, the truth is that violent extremists today emerge from across the political spectrum. We have studied this problem and believe that our data can help illuminate an issue too often defined by partisan figure pointing. As part of a study to be published this week by the Center for Strategic and International Studies, we compiled and analyzed a data set of 750 attacks and plots in the United States from January 1st, 1994 to July 4th, 2025. Our research focuses only on incidents of terrorism, which we define as attacks or plots by a non-state actor attempting to achieve a political end and exert a psychological influence on a broad population. Among other details, the data set includes the type of weapons used, the intended targets, the number of fatalities, and the ideology of the perpetrators. We found that left-wing terrorism has increased since President Donald Trump's rise to political prominence in 2016. Indeed, 2025 marks the first time in more than 30 years that the left-wing attacks outnumbered those from the far right. Despite its recent increase, however, left-wing terrorism is not nearly as common today as it was in the 1960s and early 70s. Those years mark the height of groups such as Weather Underground and Symbionese Liberation Army, best known for kidnapping the newspaper heiress Patty Hearst. In the 80s and early 90s, left-wing terrorism declined while jihadist and right-wing terrorism rose, particularly in the forms of anti-government and white supremacist violence. Following that trend, according to our analysis, violence on the left accounted for 4 plots and attacks from 1994 to 2000 compared with 144 on the right. That difference narrowed in the following decades. But the right continued to account for significantly more attacks and killings than did the left. The year 2016 was a turning point for left-wing terrorism, even as right-wing incidents remained much more common. Trump's political ascent to the expansion of the MAGA movement seems to have re-energized left-wing violent extremism, which accounted for 37 incidents from 2016 to 2024, of them motivated by either anti-government or partisan sentiment. By July 4th of this year, far-left extremists had already been responsible for 5 terrorist attacks and plots, putting 2025 on pace to be the left's most violent year in more than 3 decades. So this is also different because most of the things that we read, they don't talk about attempts. And so we talked about this the other day, that like even if right-wingers and left-wingers had the same amount of attempts, the right would still almost always end up with by far the majority of murders, because the left, when they do assassinations or killings, they do one person or very like targeted attacks on very specific people, whereas the right is more likely to go into like a club, go into a mall, go into a school, and just fucking start mowing people. Whereas the left, we have people like Luigi Mangione that's going after the CEO. We have people like Tyler Robinson that's going after Charlie Kirk. We have the Mateen, I think was his, no, I can't remember, but there was the other person who also went after the two Israeli people outside of the embassy. And so, yeah, like they're very targeted attacks for against very targeted specific people, whereas the right, they're more likely to just kind of go at anybody and everybody. And so, yeah, this one's talking about attempts or like instances, which is, yeah, it's very, very different. On July 4th, for example, law enforcement officials say that an assailant shot and wounded a police officer who was responding to reports of a disturbance at a U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement detention facility in Texas. Meanwhile, another alleged assailant fired at ICE correctional officers. Authorities apprehended 14 suspects who now face federal charges, including attempted murder of federal officers and firearm-related offenses. Details about Kirk's alleged killer are still emerging, but preliminary evidence indicates that he had left-wing motivations and could add to this year's tally. How do you know, though? What evidence? How do you know? How can you be so sure? Yeah, I remember the video of the guy who was shooting at the ICE officers. I didn't remember ever hearing about it afterwards, though. Like, nobody even said much about it. There was just, like, videos of, like, the guy shooting as he was running away from behind the cars. And then I just never really heard anything else about it. And so I totally forgot about it or thought that it was just fake news. But, yeah, that's crazy. Favorite font? I don't really have one. I don't really. In many cases, categorizing the ideology of perpetrators is difficult, if not impossible. Some extremists pick from a salad bar of ideologies, as the former FBI director Christopher Wray once said, many of which don't fit the traditional right-left dichotomy. In other instances, such as the 2011 shooting of Democratic Representative Gabby Giffords, perpetrators' beliefs are so muddled that even calling them political exaggerates their coherence, despite the fact that the target is a political figure. A major shift in politics, however, can cause the losing side to become more combative. Just as Trump's election led to the rise in left-wing violence, President Barack Obama's election corresponded with a surge of violence from the right. From 2009 to 2016, right-wing extremists were responsible for 106 terrorist attacks and plots, nearly double the 58 right-wing incidents that occurred in the 8 years prior. These tend to be more lethal than left-wing attacks, which generally target specific individuals, such as the murders of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson last year, or the assassination attempt on Trump at his West Palm Beach golf course. Right-wing extremists, by contrast, are more likely to target whole groups. In the past decade in the United States, 36 left-wing attacks have killed 13 people, whereas 152 right-wing attacks have killed 12. Sorry, did I say 12? 112. Did I say 12? Welch and Tyler Robinson was heavily influenced by conservative religious. What does that even mean? He was heavily influenced. Yeah, you said 12? Okay, yeah. 112. The Biden administration took important steps to counter the rise of far-right extremism. After January 6, 2021, the U.S. government brought charges against more than 1,000 people disrupting violent right-wing networks such as Oath Keepers and Proud Boys. The administration also made right-wing groups a counterterrorism priority, taking measures to reduce the presence of extremists in the military. The far-right terrorist death toll fell under Biden compared with the previous 4 years, but lethal attacks persisted. Meaning for 18 years, he lived under the influence of religious conservative family. I'm sorry, that just doesn't mean much. I understand that for people who have just like lived their entire lives with whatever ideology their parents gave them, that might be important to you. But I think for me, and again for most people, it just doesn't mean much. The idea that, like, we just watched a guy just a minute ago who grew up in a very conservative family going after religious conservatives. You have me, also grew up in a very religious conservative family, going after religious conservatives. Again, the fact is that it is something that, like, has a correlate, but not high enough to ever make an assumption from it. Like, when we're talking about, like, black people being, like, 80% liberal, okay, then it kind of makes sense that you're gonna, like, maybe make some assumptions about black people when it's that high. It's actually like 86% or something like that. That makes sense. But when we're talking about, like, even a large portion of liberals grow up very Christian, then a large portion of Christians, half of them stop going to church once they turn 18. Then a large portion of those end up becoming liberals. Like, again, it's just not like an important statistic to where it has a high enough correlate to where it matters much. Saying that, like, again, the atheist guy that we just watched doing a video talking about how much he doesn't like, Christian religious people. He also grew up as a religious Christian person, saying that his conservative religious upbringing had some influence on him. Yeah, sure. He still is a young guy attacking fucking Christians on YouTube. I am also here as somebody who is not a Christian, but grew up very Christian, very conservative. Like, this is a large portion of my audience who all grew up Christian and conservative and are now very liberal people. So it's just not a high enough correlate to where you can actually jump to any sort of conclusions because of it. Many families are secular, especially since the 80s, and still religious conservative families raise people like Tyler Robinson. I'm sorry, that doesn't mean anything. I don't know if you're purposely saying nothing and trolling, but that is a very nothingness statement to make. Like, I don't know what that has to do with anything. Okay, Biden administration took important steps to counter the rise of far-right extremism. After January 6, 2021, the U.S. government brought charges against more than 1,000 disrupting violent right-wing networks, such as the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys. The administration also made right-wing groups a counterterrorism priority, taking measures to reduce the presence of extremists in the military. The far-right terrorist death toll fell under Biden compared with the previous 4 years, but lethal attacks persisted. This year, however, violence on the right has plummeted. Only one right-wing terrorist incident occurred in the first 6 months of 2025. The June assassination of the Minnesota state legislator Melissa Hortman and her husband. This extraordinary drop-off is too recent to allow for any definitive explanations, and the number of terror incidents often fluctuates over short periods. But Trump's re-election could be a key factor. That's that's an odd, because are we counting that as one incident? Like, it seems like they're talking about incidents when talking about the left, but then when talking about the right, they're talking about the number of people they killed, because he didn't just go after Melissa Hortman and her husband. He also went to the Hoffman's house as well and tried to kill them, shot the fucking husband, and then also was trying to go to Mike Wall's house to kill him too. Although I think there was, I assumed this was also counted, but I think there was also a person who went to Nick Fuentes' house and tried to kill him as well, right? His victory deflated election conspiracies that had once motivated many extremists. Since then, Trump has taken a maximal approach on some of the far-right's highest priority issues, particularly immigration. Enrique Tarrio, the former Proud Boy leader and a convicted seditionist whom Trump pardoned, recently summed up the president's potential psychological effect on the violent far right. We won. We've got what we wanted. I thought Trump said that he wasn't going to pardon them. I thought that they were giving them something else. I thought that they were giving, like, just like lessening the amount of time that they had to do, and that it was going to be like years before they got out. Did they really turn around and fucking pardon them? Under Trump, right-wing extremists may feel less need to mobilize because they sense that their interests are already being taken care of. But Kirk's death could change this calculus. Conservatives, including members of Congress and online influencers, have used the assassination to support the contention that the left is engaged in war. Trump himself has claimed that a network of political organizations fund and support violence and must be neutralized. This sort of rhetoric could encourage right-wing vigilantism or presage a government crackdown on left-leaning organizations, which in turn could inflame left-wing extremism and pose a grave threat to free speech. Exaggerated rhetoric across party lines helps explain why both Republicans and Democrats believe that more than 40% of the other side supports murder if it serves their political interests. In reality, less than 4% of Americans support partisan violence, such as assault or arson, let alone murder. Even that number is too high, of course, but it would surely drop if partisans stopped misconstruing their opponents. Actually staunching political violence. Well, I'm sorry, this misconstruing their fucking opponents, the exaggerated rhetoric across party lines. Fucking shit, dude. Actually staunching political violence will require Americans leaders to commit to fighting all forms of extremism, not just those associated with their opponents. The Trump administration has prioritized combating the rise of left-wing terrorism, but not right-wing terrorism, which remains a concern despite its decline this year. Developing the programs and expertise to suppress different forms of terrorism takes years, and ignoring a long-term threat to go after a more immediate one would be deadly over time. Condemning all political violence, especially when it emanates from one's own side or targets one's opponents, is also an important means of breaking the cycle of distrust. Many prominent Democrats have done this since Kirk's shooting. So did many Republicans after the assassination of Hortman and the attack on Paul Pelosi in 2022. Still, both sides need to improve, as evidenced by some left-wing celebrations of Luigi Mangione, the alleged killer of Thompson, the healthcare executive, and the failure of some conservative leaders to expressly condemn white supremacists, Hortman's assassin, and other violent extremists. Utah Governor Spencer Cox has served as a model in unequivocally denouncing extremists, which makes them outcasts instead of heroes. Cox described Kirk's killing as an attack on all of us, and he offered a simple exhortation that would benefit both sides, particularly in moments like these when violence can spiral. Disagree better. What? I have no idea what the fuck that means. Oh, disagree better. Okay. All right, I got it. Let's see. Political violence rising. The understanding of political violence is complicated by differences, definitions, and recent Department of Justice removal of an important government-sponsored study of domestic terrorists. Political violence in the U.S. has risen in recent months and takes forms that go unrecognized. During the 2024 election cycle, nearly half of all states reported threats against election workers, including social media, death threats, intimidation, and doxing. Kirk's assassination illustrates the growing threat. The man charged with the murder, Tyler Robinson, allegedly planned the attack in writing and online. This follows other politically motivated killings, including the June assassination of the Democratic Minnesota State Representative and former House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband. Ow. These incidents reflect a normalization of political violence. Threats and violence are increasingly treated as acceptable for achieving political goals, posing serious risks to democracy and society. Defining political violence. This article relies on some of our research on extremism, other academic research, federal reports, academic datasets, and other monitoring to assess what is known about political violence. Support for political violence in the U.S. is spreading from extremist fringes into the mainstream, making violent actions seem normal. Threats can move from online rhetoric to actual violence, posing serious risk to democratic practices. Does the chat on y'all's phones ever just stop, like, and just close? And you have to X out of the video and reopen it? This is PBS. Support for political violence, but the different agencies and researchers use different definitions of political violence, making comparisons difficult. The FBI and Department of Homeland Security define domestic violent extremism as a threat involving actual violence. They do not investigate people in the U.S. for constitutionally protected speech, activism, or ideological beliefs. Domestic violent extremists extremism is defined by the FBI and Department of Homeland Security as violence or credible threats of violence intended to influence government policy or intimidate civilians for political ideological purposes. This general framing, which includes diverse activities under a single category, guides investigations and prosecutions. Datasets compiled by academic researchers use narrower and more operational definitions. The Global Terrorism database counts incidents that involve intentional violence with political, social, and religious motivations. These differences mean that the same incident may or may not appear in a dataset depending on the rules applied. The FBI and Department of Homeland Security emphasize that these distinctions are not merely academic. Labeling an event terrorism rather than a hate crime can change who is responsible for an investigation, for investigating an incident and how many resources they have to investigate it. For example, a politically motivated shooting might be coded as terrorism in federal reporting, cataloged as political violence by the Armed Conflicts Location and Event Data Project, and prosecuted as homicide or a hate crime at the state level. Patterns in incidents and fatalities. Despite differences in definitions, several consistent patterns emerge from available evidence. Politically motivated violence is a small fraction of total violent crime, but its impact is magnified by symbolic targets, timing, and media coverage. In the first half of 2025, 35% of violent events tracked by University of Maryland researchers targeted U.S. government personnel or facilities, more than twice the rate in 2024. Right-wing extremist violence has been deadlier than left-wing violence in recent years. Based on government and independent analysis, right-wing extremist violence has been responsible for the overwhelming majority of fatalities, amounting to approximately 75% to 80% of U.S. domestic terrorism deaths since 2001. Illustrative cases include the 2015 Charleston church shooting, when white supremacist Dylan Roof killed 9 black parishioners, the 2018 Tree of Life synagogue attack in Pittsburgh, where 11 worshipers were murdered, the 2019 El Paso Walmart massacre, in which an anti-immigrant gunman killed 23 people, the 1995 Oklahoma City bombing, an earlier but still notable example, killed 168 in the deadliest domestic terrorist attack in U.S. history. By contrast, left-wing extremist incidents, including those tied to anarchist or environmental movements, have made up about 10% to 15% of incidents and less than 5% of fatalities. Examples include the Animal Liberation Front and Earth Liberation Front, arson and vandalism campaigns in the 1990s and 2000s, which were more likely to target property rather than people. Violence occurred during Seattle May Day protests in 2016, with anarchist groups and other demonstrators clashing with police. The clashes resulted in multiple injuries and arrests. In 2016, 5 Dallas police officers were murdered by a heavily armed sniper who was targeting white police officers. There's another reason it's hard to count for and characterize certain kinds of political violence and those who perpetrate it. The U.S. focuses on prosecuting criminal acts rather than formally designating organizations as terrorists, relying on existing statutes such as conspiracy, weapons violations, RICO provisions, and hate crime laws to pursue individuals for specific acts of violence. Unlike foreign terrorism, the federal government does not have a mechanism to formally charge an individual with domestic terrorism. That makes it difficult to characterize someone as a domestic terrorist. The State Department's Foreign Terrorist Organization list applies only to groups outside of the United States. By contrast, U.S. law bars the government from labeling domestic political organizations as terrorist entities because of First Amendment free speech protections. Without harmonized reporting and uniform definitions, the data will not provide an accurate overview of political violence in the U.S. But we can make some important conclusions. Politically motivated violence in the U.S. is rare compared with overall violent crime. Political violence has a disproportionate impact because even rare incidents can amplify fear, influence policy, and deepen societal polarization. Right-wing extremist violence has been more frequent and more lethal than left-wing violence. The number of extremist groups is substantial and skewed towards the right, although a count of organizations does not necessarily reflect incidents of violence. High-profile political violence often brings heightened rhetoric and pressure for sweeping response. Yet the empirical record shows that political violence remains concentrated with specific movements and networks rather than spread evenly across the ideological spectrum. Distinguishing between rhetoric and evidence is essential for democracy. Trump and members of his administration are threatening to target whole organizations and movements and the people who work in them with aggressive legal measures to jail them or scrutinize their favorable tax status. But research shows that the majority of political violence comes from people following right-wing ideologies. So yeah, I clicked on this because I'm a little skeptical of the fact that there's actually are more left-wing murders. In the fact that they said incidents, I'm pretty sure that there are still right-wing political murders this year, but I haven't found anything that actually counts these. On September 10th, Charlie Kirk, right-wing activist, shot dead. Oh, can't read it. Okay. All right. I'm fucking starving, so I gotta go. I do have a bunch of other things that I want to get into, but yeah, I just don't have time. So I will likely be back on tomorrow. If you guys will do me a favor, hang out for a minute. We're gonna run through some credits real quick, honoring our awesome channel members who make sure that this content is available and possible. So this has been brought to you by viewers like you. If you would like to help and you haven't donated today, one way that you can do that is by leaving a comment after the stream is over so that more people find it in the algorithm, and maybe we'll have some more people here tomorrow. So hang out for just a minute, leave a comment when we end the stream, and I will accept that as payment. Till then, appreciate you, love you, and I'll see you next time. Later, fools.
Why is the Democrat position right now to defend that when there's like such a small percentage of people that actually care about that issue? Like, if anything, they look at it as a negative because they're really going all out for proven illegal immigrants.
He was not here illegally. In 2019, he went to court. They decided that he had a reasonable fear in El Salvador, and they gave him what is called temporary protective status. They did not come to the conclusion that he is in a gang, but they did say that the evidence that they had. Man. I can go over the report with you. I'll go over the court records with you if you want. But on the first part, he got temporary protective status. He is now a legal immigrant. He now has legal status in our country. He was given a work permit and a social security number and was capable of working and living in the United States legally. He also had to report to ICE once a year.
Did he come through the port of entry? Like, did
No.
he cross the border illegally?
Yes.
Exactly. So that literally right there, he broke the law, right?
Yes.
I would argue that. You just before said that legal immigrants weren't getting social security numbers. You just said he got one. So in a case
He was legal. He had temporary protective status. He's a legal immigrant. He is legal.
then he shouldn't have been here in the first place, and we wouldn't even have had to, like, that
Again,
go back to
nobody's
being part of
arguing
the
with
whole
this.
argument.
That doesn't mean anything. If Donald Trump walks up and shoots an illegal immigrant, I don't give a fuck that that person shouldn't have been here in the first place. That is a horrible argument to say that he gets to break the law because that person broke the law. That's insane. Donald Trump is held to a higher standard than fucking Abrego Garcia, yet you hold Abrego Garcia to a much higher standard than you hold Donald Trump to. You are allowing Donald Trump to break all these fucking laws and break court orders, break the Constitution, refuse to listen to the Supreme Court, and yet you're freaking out about Abrego Garcia crossing the border, which is a civil fucking offense. That's insane. You know that's insane, right? You know you holding him to a higher standard is insane.
No, not at all. If you did not sign up, get a visa to get into the country, you are illegal.
At the point that he got a social security number, he had legal status in the country.
You agree that he did come here illegally.
Correct.
I just think that the position is really crazy to defend it, and then the side of
Nobody's
the-
defending that.
Dude, if he's
Nobody's
fearing for his
defending
life,
that.
Okay, I get where it's.
I'm defending the Constitution and the rule of law. If somebody arrests you for saying the N-word, I will defend you. And if other people come on here and they're like, I can't believe you're defending someone who says the N-word. How could you? You're defending racists? I don't think it's good, but I defend the law. The law says he can say the N-word. We have freedom of speech.
But he was here illegally. And
He wasn't. He was here illegally. He was here illegally. Stop.
Tonight with Kyle says. Make end show TDS great again. Cassius Virilium says. Angelo Maximus, you're as stupid as they come. Tom Foolery Show says. Me too. Angelo Maximus says. Triggered Aguus Virilum. Alika Tales says. Awf. Brandon Cavallero says. Come. Alika Tales says. Fools. Jared B says. Penis. James Lynch says. Coom. Moonman 743 says. ID stay away from the UN building since Fox News is allowed to openly call hits against it and stay on the air. Wasted Design says. Yay are smart words. Brandon